Volume 2, Chapter 51, Common Knowledge. Jacob exited the pub with an impassive expression. I just kill a human for the first time and didn't feel a thing. Is it because of the book, or it's just my true nature thriving after I stopped resisting it? Jacob thought a little about it and headed toward the bookstore. He won't provoke anyone and kill wantonly as long as the other party won't show any kind of hostility or killing intent. Furthermore, this town was completely lawless. That was why Jacob directly go for the kill, because he could easily discriminate Miller was eyeing his possessions from the start. That was the reason he first started a conversation to probe about his backing, and seeing him ignorant about the common customs, he directly labeled him as a target and provoke him. But since Jacob didn't react in any manner or start a fight, he wanted to kill Jacob when he got the chance and reason. But he would have never thought Jacob's danger sense was not something a chubby like Miller could have. Even if his back was facing someone, Jacob's ears were like radar, and he could easily discriminate sounds like heartbeats and so on. That was what spelled Miller's doom. This will also warn the others who were looking at him like he was a fat pig. It was just like that saying, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Now, no one would dare to label him as an easy target. After a while, he finally found an old, rundown shop that looked like it wasn't maintained for decades. When he opened the door, a small bell chimed and he entered the shop. He saw an old grandma napping in her chair. Even the bell didn't wake her up. Jacob's lips curled upward and he didn't disturb the old lady and started to skim through old books on the old shelves. Uncommon Species Region History. He was drawn by this thin book's title and took it out, reading it. The more he read, the more his expression sank. First, he found out that the uncommon region wasn't just dominated by humans, and there were two more intelligent, uncommon races with their kingdoms like humans. These three kingdoms rule the uncommon region together, and the human kingdom was established last and was the weakest of them as well. The human kingdom, named Humane Kingdom, was established over 500 years ago by an ambitious human, Philip Grover, who united the humans who lived in tribes before, and they were always hunted down by the other two kingdoms like livestock. The other two kingdoms were the Oriate Kingdom, established by the Green Goblin race, and the Earthen Kingdom, established by Hob Trolls. Both races had excellent relationships with each other, but not with humans because they were supposed to be their food. How could they accept them as an equal? Furthermore, the goblins were famous for their engineering technology, and all the guns and other firearms blueprints were plundered from them. While the Hob Trolls were known for their craftsmanship, they also helped quite a lot in human development to this stage. However, to grow, humans have to fight endlessly with these two races and evolved. But those two races have very strong foundations, and it wasn't enough for current humans to shake them. That was why to not cause huge wars with them and stop them from teaming up. The Humane Kingdom will pay annual tributes to those two kingdoms. Although Jacob's expressions remain impassive, his eyes were deadly cold when he read humans pay tributes to others and live like dogs, especially when he saw goblins were involved as well. His grudge against the goblin race was quite deep, so he was naturally unhappy about this. But he also noticed that this tribute rule was established after the first king, Philip's death, or as long as he was alive, humans never lower their heads and even push two races back. This has happened when some spineless bastard took the leadership, and now they need to pay some monsters to not attack. I'm mortified. Jacob was from a world where humans were at the top and there was nothing they can't conquer, but here he felt these worlds humans were even qualified to call themselves humans. In the end, he simply put the book back. He wasn't here to liberate humanity, nor he was interested in the power struggle. He already had his fun in his previous life. Furthermore, he was going to use anyone to reach his own goal, immortality. Afterward, he browsed through more books and broadened his horizons. He also found the distribution of currency in his world. The lowest currency was bronze coins, then a silver coin which was equivalent to 100 bronze coins. Then there were gold coins. One gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins. All this currency was managed by the Zodiac Taurus Bank, which was like the apothecary guild everywhere. Its origin was also unknown, while no one dared to mess with them and all the currency was controlled by them. Another hegemony and they monopolized the money. Moreover, only nobles were eligible to open a bank account in this bank, and they won't accept commoners. He also found some more information about the apothecary guild. They not only controlled the medicines but also apothecaries in the kingdoms. And without their license, if an apothecary tended to someone or sell his medicine, they will be imprisoned by the guild. Jacob suddenly felt this world was ruled by powerful people, not on the base of equality like his previous one. He also noticed the Taurus word with zodiac and couldn't help but thought of the 12 zodiac signs. But regretfully, there wasn't any knowledge about continents or Zodiac Plains here. There was the same as Decker's journal. They only know the name Zodiac Plains and the 5 regions that were it. Jacob spends the entire afternoon in this shop while the old lady was still sound asleep and familiarized himself with the common knowledge of the humane kingdom. After he was done, he left a silver on the counter and left the shop. His next destination was a smithery. Chapter 52 Jacob's Plan. Jacob didn't have to wander around for long before he came in front of a small store with a ephemeral which was quite unusual in this town. There was a small name board on the wooden door, Isaac Smithery. Jacob entered the smithery and felt the high temperature inside, unfazed by it. His eyes landed on the weapon display, where all kinds of cold weapons were shown. "Welcome to my humble establishment, dear customer." A polite, firm voice sounded from the side. Jacob looked over and saw a burly man with a long beard. He was Isaac, the blacksmith and owner of this smithery. Jacob nodded in greeting and directly stated his request. "I want to make something. I wonder if you're up to the task." Isaac smiled confidently and said, "As long as you have a design, I can forge anything." "Is that so?" "Give me something to draw." Jacob curled his lip. Isaac was startled by Jacob's request. He carefully looked at Jacob. "Are you serious? What, you think I'm messing with you?" Jacob smirked. "Well, you don't seem like such a person. Here, you can draw on this." Isaac was an honest man, so he thought a little of it and handed Jacob a notepad and pencil. Jacob didn't delay and started to draw the distillation equipment. Since he can't find the equipment, he might make them, and they weren't difficult to make as well. Isaac was also astonished when he saw Jacob's elegant drawing and couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Here, Jacob handed the design to Isaac. "How long will it take to make them?" Isaac solemnly looked at the design and said, "3 days." Jacob nodded in agreement. "You want payment now or when I recover the goods? You need to pay half right now and the other half the day of delivery." Isaac stated, "It'll be 5 silver coins and 5 on the day of delivery." Here, Jacob didn't care about money as long as he was spending it on himself. "If I like your work, I might order even more." After saying that, Jacob left the smithery. "Although I can make far better firearms myself, I need gunpowder for bullets and bullets only sell in the mercenary agency. But I have to acquire an identity first, and I still didn't know if I'm a native of the humane kingdom. It will be troublesome. I still didn't know who this body belonged to and why this guy was sold as a slave to that bastard. I didn't have memories of his life, but I somehow understand and read the language of this world, which means he wasn't some lowlife and probably schemed against. Now that I think about it, the humane kingdom didn't have slave trading since they didn't have the right to make other races their slaves, and it was probably them who was captured by slave traders to become slaves. This means this body was probably captured and then somehow entered the rare region or somewhere close to it. Decker was being chased at that time, and he won't dare to show his face in the rare region. Just who was he? Jacob was always curious about the real identity of this body. It wasn't because he wanted to seek revenge or care about him, but was afraid of trouble. It was already clear that someone wanted to get rid of this body's previous owner, and they even wanted him to suffer before he died, and it happened as well. But who would have thought Jacob would be reborn in this body after the person died by Decker's experiment? Nevertheless, Jacob was careful, and he was planning to remain in the Rain Town for the time being. Because the rainy mountain ranges were close to it, he could easily hunt and then absorb the heart's essence. It won't be too late to move to the cities when he needed, but there were still many things for him to understand about this place. I should register with the Star Mercenary Agency, which is also sponsored by the Zodiac Tourist Bank. It's the only place that sells and buys animals and beasts, while they also sell firearms and the things I require. They had branches all over the humane kingdom as well. According to the book, anyone can be registered with them as long as they had skills. After making up his mind, Jacob started to find a place to stay. Thereupon, with 1 silver coin, he rented an old house for 7 months where he could easily extract the heart essence and live. But more importantly, this house was on the edge of Rain Town, and he could easily sneak in Pighead for the time being. He never thought of getting rid of him unless he died himself. Pighead became even more important after he understood the uncommon region's structure and human strength. As long as he could find those liquids in the Apothecary Guild, there was still hope for Pighead. At night, Jacob sneaked out of the Rain Town since the security was as shitty as it could get and sneaked in Pighead into the old house basement and felt relief. While Jacob was settling in the Rain Town, inside the Lord's mansion of the Rain Town, a middle-aged man with a noble bearing had a hideous face right now as he looked at the city guard. "Are you sure Lord Gus's group hasn't come back yet?" he sternly asked with a flustered look on his face. The guard nodded. "Yes, my lord, just as you instructed. I was paying attention to Lord Gus's group return, but they weren't back yet." "Do you know what this means? If they went missing or anything happened to Lord Gus or his sister, our entire town will be executed." The town lord roared as he trembled in anger. The guard didn't dare to raise his head anymore. He knew what will happen if the children of a barren household went missing from Rain Town. At this moment, another guard entered and he was panting for breath as he said, Miss, Jennifer has returned with injuries but she's alone, Chapter 53 Star Mercenary Agency. Part 1. The next morning, Jacob felt refreshed after sleeping in an actual room, without being careful about any animal attacks or running rainwater from the roof. After dressing in casual clothes of the natives, which he bought from the rain town the other day, I should get the identity of a star mercenary first today. That place should be close to the town lord's mansion. Jacob locked the door and headed toward the most prominent area of Rain Town. The Star Mercenary Agency was established and sponsored by the Zodiac Tourist Bank when the Humane Kingdom was founded. This agency was not only exclusive to the Humane Kingdom, but just like the bank, its roots were widely spread. The Star Mercenary Agency was quite lax with the members, and its purpose was quite simple. They would accept missions from anyone for commission, and as long as you have sufficient mercenary rank, you can take the mission and earn corresponding rewards. Furthermore, besides the mission, they also deal with the animals and beasts as well as anything that can interest them. They have an ample amount of resources to buy anything. That was what made the Star Mercenary Agency so compelling to common folks. But this job was also very dangerous, and few survived the life of a mercenary. The Rain Town Plaza was the most bustling place in the entire town. It was not because of the Lord's mansion, but because the building of Star Mercenary Agency was located here, and it was even more lavish than the Lord's mansion. Many mercenaries were going in and out. Some held large bags dripping with blood while some were going in to accept the mission. At this moment, a silver-haired man appeared outside the building, drawing some attention but not much. Everyone was minding their own business, because in the Star Mercenary Agency there wasn't any rule about any fight, and if you provoke someone with a deep background, you might die on your next mission mysteriously. Especially a place like the Rain Town, which was closest to the rainy mountain ranges, and many adventurous souls come here and some of them vanished without any traces. It was a very common case, so no one dared to provoke anyone, not without knowing their background first. Jacob entered the lavish building and saw a spacious hall with some tables and chairs. Many mercenary teams were discussing their mission while some were waiting. Now, this place has the vibes of a fantasy place. Jacob curled his lips slightly. His eyes scanned the place when they landed on a huge blackboard with many posters, and there was a huge crowd swarming around it. Then he noticed a large counter in the west, and 5 beautiful receptionists were dealing with queues of mercenaries. He directly headed their way. He noticed the bronze signs in front of those 5 receptionists. Mission registration and information, mission completion and rewards, material sales, material trade, and registration. Jacob looked at the queue in front of the registration counter, which was the shortest, and joined them as he waited for his turn. Jacob observed the person at the very front, and he was answering the questions of the receptionist as she noted them down on a paper. After the questioning was done, she handed him the paper and directed him toward the stairs not far away from the counter, and he headed toward the second floor. After waiting for 15 minutes, it was finally Jacob's turn. The receptionist was a pale-skinned beauty with long black hair and sharp eyes. Any man couldn't resist her invisible charm. First and last name, she said impassively, as she didn't glance at Jacob and kept her eye on the registration form. It was her daily job, so she cared little about who took the test since there wasn't anything worth seeing in this countryside town. Jacob also impassively answered Jacob Steve. He didn't hide his name since he wasn't a wanted criminal or any refuge, so it wasn't worth hiding. She jotted it down before she called again, age and gender. Male, 24, citizenship, Gloria Country, Rain Town. Please show me your identity proof. Jacob had already seen the person before him giving an identity proof, which looked like the identity card he found in Decker's possessions. He coolly said, I lost it. The receptionist finally tilted her head and looked at Jacob, her eyes dilated slightly at seeing such a handsome man in this town. She said with a hint of gentleness, Sir, if you didn't have any identity proof, you have to pay 10 times the registration fee. Jacob's eyes flashed for a moment. 1 gold coin, she nodded. Yes, the registration fee is 10 silver coins, but without any identity proof, you have to pay the penalty. Come on, man, if you didn't have money, get out of the way. A burly with average height sneered impatiently. Jacob didn't retort and took out a gold coin from his pocket and put it on the counter. Thank you for your trouble. He had 20 gold coins from Decker, and now 19 were left. The receptionist smiled and received the gold coin before she filled the identity section. The man behind Jacob also showed an embarrassed smile, but he didn't dare to speak anymore. He was silently afraid that Jacob would take revenge. Anyone who could take out a gold coin wasn't someone ordinary in the Rain Town. The receptionist handed Jacob a paper with his information and said with a smile, Please go to the second floor, where an examiner will test your strength and allocate you a corresponding mercenary rank. Thanks. Jacob received the form and headed toward the second floor, minding his own business. When it was finally the burly man's turn, the receptionist's expression turned stony again as she said, 50 silver coins first. The burly man's face fell, and he knew he will have to pay the price for his foul mouth since he can't cause trouble for the managing staff, or he could just forget about the mercenary license. Chapter 54 Star Mercenary Agency. Part 2. The floor was also the same size as the first floor, but there weren't any desks or tables but typical training equipment, a fighting ring, and an eye-catching black pillar with a dark screen on the top. Jacob noticed all the people before him were gathering around that dark pillar, and there was a tall, muscular man standing beside the black pillar. As he headed the same way, he saw the tall man take the form of a dark-skinned person, and he said coolly, punch with your full strength. Anything lower than 100 kg force is failed. You'll get 2 chances, and your fee will not be refunded if you failed. The dark-skinned person nodded since he already knows the rules of Star Mercenary Agency's entry test. Everyone watched with great interest. Some veteran mercenaries were also present to rope in promising newcomers. Many mercenary teams scout and recruited their members this way. The dark-skinned man punched with full power and his vibrant punch landed on the dark pillar. Everyone looked at the top screen and a string of numbers appeared. 98, the examiner nonchalantly uttered. Last chance? The dark-skinned man's face heated when he felt those gazes filled with ridicule. He took a deep breath before he punched again with everything he had. A new number appeared on the dark screen, 95, next. The examiner didn't even look at the dark-skinned man who seemed to have lost his soul. The next person entered and moved toward the black pillar with an anxious face. In the end, he only managed to score 84 and 87, which meant he also failed. Jacob remained uninterested in other participants and waited for his turn silently. At this moment, a tall woman with 5.11 height, an oval face, slender waist, and long legs wearing tight garments moved forward. The examiner's eyes lit up seeing this woman's long legs and big bosom. He smiled lewdly as he said, Sugar, don't break your hand here. If you failed, you can always look for me. I'll support you. HMPH asshole. The woman snorted coldly with contempt. The examiner didn't mind, and his smile widened as he looked at her form. Rosalia, a thorny rose indeed. Rosalia completely ignored everyone's coarse expressions and let loose a punch with an angry shout. Bang. Everyone looked at the dark screen without any high expectation, but what appeared made many scalps tingle with dread. 132, what? The examiner's eyes widened as his view of this woman changed in an instant and many others. If they see her as an easy and delicate prey before, now they didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. This much strength can't achieve just by playing hunter but only with years of practice. However, the show still wasn't over. She suddenly moved her voluptuous hips and struck the black pillar with her long leg, which created a booming sound. Another number appeared which shocked everyone. 201, the examiner finally spoke with a hint of enthusiasm. Rosalia Lyon, rank D mercenary. Welcome to the Star Mercenary Agency. Rosalia gave him a dead stare and asked, Where can I get my license? The examiner didn't seem flustered at all, but he also didn't show any strange expressions anymore. He smiled as he started to write down on her form and then stamped it with a star stamp. He handed her the form and said, Go to the 3rd floor. You can get your Star Mercenary license after handing this form. Rosalia took the form and headed toward the 3rd floor without giving anyone a second glance. She even ignored those mercenaries who came to invite her to their teams. Next, the examiner continued the test. After Rosalia, no one passed the test, and then it was Jacob's turn. The examiner nonchalantly repeated himself and signaled him to start. Another pretty boy wanted to show off, but the poor thing chose the wrong place. He sneered inwardly as he looked at Jacob's appearance. Although he was tall and muscular, he didn't look anything special from other experts' perspective. Jacob suddenly asked impassively, I heard the higher ones ranked, the more benefits they'll get from the Star Mercenary Agency, right? The examiner plainly replied, yes. Jacob merely nodded and took a boxer's stance before he performed a hammer strike with 50% of his power. The examiner naturally knows about knight boxing, which was commonly used among the knights. Is he from a knight family? His eyes narrowed slightly. This time he seemed extremely interested in Jacob's strength as he looked at the screen. 464. Everyone was flabbergasted by that number and looked at the silver hair, Jacob as if they were looking at a monster. Even the examiner felt his heart palpitate seeing that number since it was almost equivalent to his own. I don't want to use the second chance, is that okay? Jacob calmly looked at the examiner. If I use my full power, I'm afraid it will draw unwanted attention, Jacob mused. He also got the general idea of just how strong he was. Examiner took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. Jacob Steve, rank C mercenary, welcome to the Star Mercenary Agency. He wrote his evaluation and handed him his form, but he whispered something in his ear that only Jacob heard. I'm the vice leader of this branch, Ralph. A word of advice, don't join any mercenary team in Rain Town. Visit in 8 days, I'll introduce you to the agency leader. Jacob received the form showing no expression. Ralph winked meaningfully at Jacob before he continued the test. Agency leader, huh, if I have time I might, Jacob sneered inwardly, completely talking Ralph's words as wind. He simply didn't care about anything except the identity of a star mercenary and their items. Nothing interests him, especially working for someone else while they reap the benefits of his hard labor. He had played this game many times in his past life. Chapter 55, Mercenary Ranks. On the third floor there were another counter, tables, and seats. Jacob spotted Rosalia on a table in one corner, and she was the only one present on this floor. She was waiting for that mercenary license. She also noticed Jacob and her eyes flashed, but she didn't react in any way and remained aloof. Jacob also minded his own business and headed toward the counter, where another beautiful receptionist was sitting and reading a book. She heard Jacob's footsteps and looked over. She smiled and greeted, "Good day, sir. Congratulations on passing the entry test. May I have your registration form?" Jacob nodded in greeting and handed her the paper in his hand. However, the receptionist's expression suddenly changed when she was C rank on the form and exclaimed, "C rank from the start." Her voice was quite loud, which was clearly heard by Rosalia, and her eyes were also wide with astonishment as she looked at the silver-haired man impassively standing in front of the counter. She was quite arrogant with the D rank, but even she knew the threshold for receiving C rank directly was 450 kg plus force, and it wasn't something easy to achieve. In the Star Mercenary Agency, there were 6 ranks F, E, D, C, B, and A respectively. The lowest rank F was for those who had only 100 kg of force, while the E was for those with force above 150, while D was for those with above 200. Even D-rank mercenaries were respected everywhere they go because they could be considered at the peak of the uncommon rank fighters. While from C rank to A rank, these ranks were for those fighters who can fight with rare rank species. The threshold for a C rank was 450 plus, and these mercenaries were treated like nobles in the humane kingdom, and they all have prominent positions. Just like the leader and vice leader of this Rain Town branch were C-rank mercenaries. As for B rank, the threshold was 1000 kg plus force, and there weren't even 10 presents in the humane kingdom, and every one of them were monsters in human skin because they can fight with top rare rank beasts. Lastly, in the A rank, the threshold was 10,000 kg plus force, and these rank mercenaries were something only those top of the list rare races which rules the rare region could have. That was why the C rank was respected in the entire humane kingdom, and they have many privileges of nobles and no one dared to provoke them. Jacob also knew this, and that was why he wanted this rank, so he didn't have to worry about moving around or acquiring anything from the mercenary agency. If he wanted, he could pass the B rank mercenary trial, but it would be too high profile, and he would have appeared on some people's kill list thereupon. So C rank was perfect for him, and no one would mess with him easily. This will also spare him the trouble to deal with those annoying flies who will come after him for his wealth. Just like a few moments ago, when he was heading up, no one dared to approach him for recruitment because they didn't have the strength to talk equally with him. One had to know there was only one mercenary team with a C-rank leader who was active in the Rain Town. Furthermore, Jacob didn't use his second chance, which gave him another veil of mystery, and those people have trended careful with him now just like Ralph, who didn't act arrogantly in front of Jacob and politely invite him. The receptionist finally snapped out of her stupor and her tone became extremely respectful. "Please wait. I'll arrange your Star Mercenary license in 15 minutes. Jacob smiled faintly and nodded. "I'll be great, thank you." With that, he also sat at another table and watched the receptionist hastily entering the door behind her counter. "Finally, I can move freely now without having to worry about my identity. As for that B rank, I have to wait to exit the humane kingdom and took the test in the rare region. A rank is still far from me, and it also made it clear there are far more powerful existences out there, and being invincible among humans means nothing. My goal should be those hegemonies at Epic Region," Jacob mused as he made plans for his future. His eyes suddenly flashed as he looked toward the person who has suddenly joined him at his table. This person was none other than Rosalia. Jacob impassively looked at the fierce beauty in front of him, and he had to admit that if she was in his previous world, she would be a top model. But those models were nothing to him back then. As long as he wanted, they would jump into his bed. He said impassively, "You want something?" Rosalia was stunned for a moment. She suddenly felt this man's gaze differed completely from others, and it felt like in his eyes she was nothing but skin and bones. She bit her lips and said, "Are you really a C-rank mercenary?" "That's why they said," he answered with a shrugged shoulder. She took a deep breath and she said with deep resolve, "Team up with me." Jacob felt quite amusing when he saw her forced expression. It was like someone had beaten her to say this. But he didn't reject her instantly and questioned back, "Why would I?" Rosalia suddenly felt vexed by Jacob's attitude. She pursed her lips and said, "I want to gain a foothold in this place, and to do so I want someone like you by my side. Besides, teaming up with me won't be a bad thing since you know I just passed the test with you, and you won't have to worry about me approaching you with ulterior motives." Jacob curled his lips. "That's what you said." She suddenly lost her temper and stood up from her seat. "HMPH, I'll make you regret your decision. Don't think you're invincible just because you're a C-rank mercenary." Before it was she who showed temper and attitude everywhere she goes, but it was the first time something showed her attitude and looked down on her. How could she take it? "I believed you." Jacob merely scoffed, watching her stomping away. Chapter 56, C-Rank Mercenary, Part 1. Jacob didn't want to entangle with Rosalia even if she offered herself to him because that woman had a peculiar attitude that can't be established by a humble background, and only those who have lived their life in luxury and prosperity have this kind of attitude. She was also quite a short temper and wasn't good at requesting, which made it clearer that she was used to getting whatever she wanted with a single order. This made her background even more obvious. Most importantly, the Star Mercenary Agency didn't have absolute records on who registered with them and how many times they can be registered with different names. This was the biggest loophole in this system. As long as you can pay the price, you can take the test and get another identity. Although Jacob wasn't sure if this was deliberately left or the agency didn't care about it. But after mulling over it for some time, he concluded that a hegemony like the Zodiac Taurus Bank won't leave this kind of loophole without any reason. There had to be some kind of deeper meaning behind it. That was why he didn't even believe Rosalia's word for a second that she has taken the test here and was here to get a foothold in Rain Town. She had some ulterior motive, and if he decided to team up with her, he might get involved in something he didn't want. Besides, he wasn't planning on teaming up with anyone, as a matter of fact. Even if Rosalia was good at acting, he would have still rejected her no matter what she offered him. At this point, nothing interested him except anything that was related to the cursed immortality. While he was deep in thought and waiting for that license, another man appeared on the third floor, which also meant he had passed the test. Surprisingly, it was the burly man who picked on Jacob at the registration counter on the first floor. When saw Jacob, he was startled for a moment before his eyes landed on Rosalia, who was scowling at Jacob, and his eyes flashed with rapture. He first goes to the counter. The receptionist was already back to her position as she glanced at Jacob now, and then before she noticed that man coming in her way with a big smile. She greeted him like before, but she was somewhat cold, and when she looked at the man's form, there was F rank, which means he just barely pass. She told him to wait like everyone else and headed toward the door behind again. The burly man's name was Luca, and he first went to Jacob and smiled apologetically. "Brother, I'm sorry about the way I spoke with you in the line. I hope you don't take it to heart. Congratulations on passing the test." "What's your rank?" Jacob gave him a death glare and said, "Don't disturb me." Luca's expression fell slightly, but he wasn't interested in Jacob at all. He was just making sure he won't find trouble with him for what happened. Ignoring Jacob, he quickly moved toward Rosalia, and she was what he was truly interested in. He smiled brightly as he was about to strike a conversion with her when she stared at him with killing intent as she uttered viciously, "Scram, or I'll break your teeth in 5 seconds." Luca felt a sudden chill on his spine, and he suddenly felt this woman was extremely dangerous, so he quickly fled and sat down on the corner without making any noise. He suddenly felt he was in the presence of wolves. At this moment, the receptionist appeared again, but she didn't appear behind her counter but in the hall from another door, which drew everyone's attention. She approached Jacob with a smile as she said, "Sir, please follow me." Jacob looked meaningfully at her before he nodded and followed her toward the room in Rosalia and Lux's peculiar gazes. The room was only medium size, and there was a table and chairs where a middle-aged man was sitting on the other side. When he saw Jacob enter, he stood up and said attentively, "It's my pleasure to meet with Mr. Jacob. Please take a seat. Thanks for the trouble, Nyla. Please give us the room." Nyla nodded and entered another door, which led to her counter. Jacob calmly sat in front of this middle-aged man with a short beard. The middle-aged man said with a smile, "My name is Tudor, and I'm the registration manager of this branch. Your Star Mercenary license is ready, but since you've passed the C-rank test, there's something we need to discuss before I handed you your license. I hope you understand it's a protocol." "Go on," Jacob nodded. Tudor explained, "You might have heard of the ranks of mercenaries, right?" "Yes." "Then it would be easy to explain. You see, the D, E, and F ranks are very common, and you can have as many licenses of such ranks as you want. I'm sure you have noticed this loophole already." Tudor smiled meaningfully. Jacob's eyes flashed and nodded. "Indeed." Tudor continued, "But from C rank to a rank it wasn't the case, and we won't issue the same rank license more than once, and it'll be permanently registered within our database. Are you implying that you guys can tell if I took another test somewhere else, and I won't be able to forge another identity of C-rank mercenary?" Is this also the test to see if I'm first time registering with the agency as well? Jacob quickly got the point. Tudor was extremely happy to deal with such a person and nodded. Yes, it's indeed the case because a C-rank mercenary has special privileges, and we can't have others exploit the identity loophole on this rank. Although the agency didn't care about C-rank as well. But because of humans' limited ability, they have agreed to arrange this process which was supposed to take place at B rank. However, the benefits are still nothing compared to the B rank, but they're still better than nothing, and they were only placed for the good of humanity and to strengthen it, and the royal family had a big part in it. Chapter 57. C-rank mercenary, Part 2. Jacob could feel the pride behind Tudor's words for humanity. What kind of benefits? Jacob asked. He was only interested in benefits and didn't care who managed to put them there. Tudor suddenly took out a dark screen device from his drawer. Jacob's eyes contracted seeing the dark screen device. It was exactly like the blood analysis device he had, but there weren't buttons on it, only a small pin. He felt extremely alarmed because he thought this device would reveal his real strength. He looked at Tudor and asked, "What is this?" Tudor didn't know Jacob had already come in contact with a high-tech device like this, so he explained, "This is the registration device for C-rank mercenaries. You just have to press your finger on the pin, and it'll record something called deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, in your blood, and record it within the agency database. Afterward, you'll be a C-rank mercenary and enjoy the benefits without worrying about anything. Just don't try to register with another branch at C-rank or you'll get caught by this DNA recorder." Fuck, I knew the technology of humans in the uncommon region didn't match with Decker. But I never thought those from the higher regions will have such devices that can record DNA as well. This agency really has prominent roots. Jacob cursed inwardly as he looked at the DNA recorder. He suddenly regretted his decision to get C-rank from the start. If he had known they even know the DNA, he would never risk it. Because he wasn't sure after he started to follow the cursed immortality, his DNA might get changed, and if someone checked they might find something and expose his identity and secret. However, it was just his hypothesis. He had to be absolutely sure. He suddenly thought, cursed immortality. The white book appeared right between him and Tudor, who didn't detect it at all. Jacob quickly asked, "I knew you heard everything. Tell me, can they find you out by my DNA or anything that can draw unwanted attention?" Immortica wrote, "Heh, I can't answer that." Jacob cussed before he changed his question. "Can heart essence change my DNA with injections?" "No, for the time being. Besides, they can't find anything from your DNA. Are you an idiot? Just how many species are far more abnormal than you exist in this world? How could they suspect anything?" Jacob sighed in relief and looked at Tudor. He was waiting for tea for Jacob's answer. Tudor knew no one wanted to give away something that can track them down, especially those who wanted to be mysterious and didn't want their identity exposed. If Jacob decided to back down, he would allocate him a D-rank license without any demands. However, Jacob suddenly moved his finger and pressed it on the pin. The screen suddenly lit up and two words appeared. "Registration successful." Tudor smiled and put the DNA recorder away and said, "Congratulations, you're officially a C-rank mercenary." He then took out an envelope and put it in front of Jacob. He said, "In this envelope is your C-rank license, as well as the detail about your bank account in Zodiac Taurus Bank." Jacob cocked an eyebrow. "Bank account in Zodiac Taurus Bank." Tudor nodded with a smile. "Yes, this is one of the privileges of C-rank mercenaries. They'll all get an account of their name after registration. You can use your mercenary card and special account code to get access to your account. Not only that, after you pass the C-rank test, you're rewarded with 100 gold coins, which had already been transferred to your account. Every month you'll receive 1 gold coin salary in your account. You can also use your bank account to pay for your purchases in any agency branch or receive the money in the account directly. You don't need to go to the bank directly. Quite convenient, right?" This process was too familiar to Jacob, and he suddenly felt this was a good thing to have an account with the Zodiac Taurus Bank since it was the only bank here. He nodded. "Convenient indeed. Anything else?" Tudor noticed Jacob's uninterested expression and find it quite strange since this process was only known to nobles, and it was also clear that Jacob has just registered with them. The DNA test just made it apparent. Nonetheless, he answered, "The other thing is you'll get a 5% discount on your purchases in any agency branch. And you don't have to get in line to receive or submit any missions. Directly come to the 3rd floor and your business will be dealt with instantly. Lastly, if you want a C-rank mission, look for Nyla. We don't post them on the mission board, and if you have any complaints, approach the vice leader or leader. They'll prioritize you, that's all." Jacob nodded. The C-rank mercenary was indeed a lucrative position, that was for sure, and he got many annoying things out of the way just by becoming one. "Thank you for your trouble." Jacob picked up the envelope and stand up to take his leave. Tudor also stood up and said when Jacob was about to leave, "I just have the last thing to say. It's more of a personal request. Jacob halted his step and looked at Tudor while his hand was on the door handle. Tudor took a deep breath and said, "Please look out for your own kind." He bowed thereafter. Jacob felt this guy was really a patriot. He coolly said before he left, "It's not a promise." Tudor smiled wryly, sigh. "At least he didn't reject me directly." Jacob put the envelope into his shirt pocket, while he actually put it inside the infinity pendant. Outside, he noticed another man has appeared and he was happily chatting with Luca. Rosalia was the first to notice Jacob and frowned. Jacob ignored everyone and again appeared in front of Nyla. He said calmly, "I want to look at C-rank missions." Chapter 58, Town Lord. Inside the Lord's mansion, the Town Lord Kieran was standing in front of a seated beauty with an agitated expression on his somewhat wrinkled face. Kieran spoke politely. "Despite being the Town Lord, Lady Jennifer, how are your injuries?" This beauty was indeed Gus's sister, Jennifer, who escaped from the Wolf King chase and found her way back to Rain Town with some minor injuries. Jennifer replied impassively, "I'm fine, thank you for asking, Lord Kieran, but I need to know if you found anything about my brother's whereabouts or Lady Kiana." Kieran's expression clouded at hearing this and thought resentfully, "Bitch, you clearly knew what would have happened to them since you said there was a Wolf King. But you insist on putting this facade and turning the trouble on my way." He was extremely resentful and horrified after he heard there was a Wolf King on the Dark Wolf Ridge. But he was more afraid of the Baron of Gloria's country because it was 95% possible that Gus was dead, and he had to suffer the backlash from the Baron for this. However, he had to deal with the Wolf King first before giving an explanation to Baron. He knew that as long as he could present the Wolf King's head to the Baron, he might escape the disaster with minimum losses. But he also knew to kill the Wolf King, he needed to hire C-rank mercenaries and not just one but 3 or 5, which will also cost him a fortune, since hiring those C-rank mercenaries wasn't cheap. But what can he do? If he didn't do something, even if the Baron didn't demolish his Rain Town, those wolves might. However, Jennifer was giving him more headaches with her princess attitude and making things difficult for him. She just insisted on searching for Gus despite knowing their possible ending. Kieran said with a forced smile, "I'm afraid we'll be only sending our men to their death if there's really a Wolf King." Jennifer narrowed her eyes. "Are you implying I'm lying, or those commoners' lives are more important than my brother and friend?" Kieran felt unhappy inwardly, but he remained polite. "Milady, I know you're worried about your loved ones, but we have to send some powerful people. What if we found the young lord but they drag him down? We can't have that, right?" Jennifer nodded. "Yes, you are right. Issue a mission in the mercenary agency to arrange a search party. Also, please send a letter to my father about what happened here. He'll help you find my brother." Kieran nodded. "I have already taken care of the mission, milady, and sent a messenger pigeon to Lord Baron as well. We'll get Lord's response in a week." Jennifer showed a joyful expression. "Thank you, I'll remember your favor. Please don't jest, it's something I should do. I'll take my leave now, please rest easy, my lady. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Kieran bowed slightly before he left the room. The moment Kieran left the room, Jennifer's pitiful expression suddenly turned cold and her lips curled upward. "It seemed those people aren't simple to even arrange a Wolf King to get rid of my brother. The title of Baron will be mine as long as I do what they say." Kieran appeared in the hall with an exhausted face, without knowing about Jennifer's hidden motives. At this moment, an old man with gray hair and wearing butler clothes appeared. He bowed slightly and said, "My lord, I have something interesting to report." Kieran smiled seeing the old man and said, "Uncle Harland, how many times do I have told you that you didn't need to act courteously when we're alone?" Harland smiled and merely said, "Please don't. I'm merely a servant of the house, Taryn. I don't deserve such a privilege." Kieran smiled wryly. "You're as stubborn as my father when it comes to manners, aren't you? Please tell me the important report." Harland said, "My lord, I just received the news that a new C-rank mercenary has appeared in our town." Kieran's expression suddenly changed and quickly asked, "Are you sure? Is he from our town?" Kieran knew if this C-rank mercenary was a resident of Rain Town, he didn't need to worry about backlash from Baron because no one would be foolish enough to move against a hometown of C-rank mercenary. At least not a Baron-ranked noble. Harland replied, "We don't know yet, but according to our sources his appearance is new, and he just recently appeared in our town and rent a house at the town's edge. Not only that, he seemed to be extremely mysterious because he only used one move to achieve the C rank. I'm afraid some people might make a move, especially the Golden Claw team leader. That fellow is quite cunning and won't let such a person roam free on his turf." Kieran's expression turned somewhat ugly when he heard the last sentence and couldn't help but gnashed his teeth. That ungrateful scum has forgotten the benefits he received from us, and now he didn't even give me face after becoming famous. I want you to approach this new C-rank mercenary personally before that scum had the chance and offer our congratulation gift, and invite him to our house, Taryn. As long as he agreed to give us his protection, anything is open for negotiation. If he didn't agree, don't push the topic, just form a good relationship with him. We had already tried controlling a C-rank mercenary and look, we only bought up a snake in our backyard. Harlan sighed as he remembered the past and nodded, I'll deal with it personally, don't worry my lord. But that mercenary is quite something. It appeared he took a C-rank mission right after receiving his license and left the town. Now no one could approach him until he gets back. Kieran frowned, then keep an eye on his return and make a move instantly. I don't think that arrogant prick would resist the allure of hunting a wolf king and wait for him. Chapter 59. Visiting the blacksmith. While the news of a new C-rank mercenary continued to spread in the Rain town and some closer powers to it, the person in question who caused this big ripple was cooking leisurely. Jacob had indeed taken a hunting mission and left the town, but it was only because he wanted others to believe this and won't bother him. Although C-rank wasn't much, they were still respected figures by humans, and he knew if he wanted to avoid those annoying figures, he had to leave this place in their eyes. It was extremely easy to sneak back with his speed, and no one would bother him anymore. He wasn't planning to show himself until he was done absorbing the 2 heart essences he had prepared. It won't be too late to go on hunting to collect more heart essence at that time. Furthermore, Jacob had seen the Wolf King hunting request in the C-rank missions, and he could guess Jennifer had returned alive since only she managed to escape that day. Only she could report this back, and he wasn't worried at all because only bones would be left of the Wolf King right now. He had already got the most of it and wasn't interested in that reward that would put him in the spotlight, just the C-rank fame was enough for him. Time passed, and in a flash, it was the night of the 3rd day since Jacob has become a C-rank mercenary. Right at this moment, the door of Isaac's smithery was pushed open, and Jacob entered the familiar interior. Isaac was hammering an iron plate with a sweated face when he heard the doorbell and saw Jacob. Isaac smiled as he put the hammer down and said, "You're finally here. I almost thought you have forgotten our meeting." Jacob was training and eating for these past 2 days in his house and only leave secretly at this hour since it would reveal his whereabouts to others. He had already noticed some people loitering around his house in these 2 days, so he was even more vigilant to show himself. "Heh, some flies delay me. Are my things ready?" Jacob chuckled. Isaac didn't take Jacob's words seriously and headed toward the back door and shortly after returned with a big box in his hand. He put the box in front of Jacob and said, "You can check them." Jacob didn't stand on ceremony and opened the box. He saw the shining steel parts of the distillation equipment. After examining them, he found nothing out of the place and nodded in satisfaction. He handed the reaming 5 silver coins to Isaac and said, "Good work." Isaac smiled contently and received the silver before he asked, "Do you want to forge anything else?" He clearly remembered Jacob had said he would give more orders if he liked his work, and he looked forward to Jacob's designs. They were unique and exquisite. Jacob looked meaningfully at Isaac. "Although he could forge this with ordinary steel, for the parts of a gun it won't be enough, and I don't know if this town had ordnance steel or something like it. That Colt rifle was made from something like carbon steel, which causes its fragility. I still knew nothing about the natural minerals of this world, nor did they have any books." Jacob asked Isaac, "If you want to forge for me, I have to know. What is the strongest metal you have and what is its melting point?" Isaac was surprised by Jacob's question and answered, "I have around 10 kg of graphite steel. As for its melting point, it's around 4,000 to 45 degrees Celsius, but it's quite expensive if you want to use it to forge." Jacob's eyes lit up. "This will do. How expensive?" he asked. Isaac replied, 1 gram of graphite steel for 2 silver coins, and I'll charge 1 gold coin for my service. It's indeed expensive, but I have coins to spare. If I can change some parts of the revolver and new bullets to make it deadlier, and change the skeleton of the Colt rifle and its bullets, it should be enough for a while. As for creating model guns, I need my lab, which I can't have at this moment. Jacob picked up the notebook and drew parts he needed to further increase his 2 firearms. Isaac was also absorbed in those small, exquisite parts. Jacob was drawing with significant details. After drawing, Jacob gave it to Isaac and explained, "Forge everything with graphite steel except these shells and heads. Use bronze and carbon for casing and head." Isaac looked at the bullet designs and exclaimed, "Isn't that ammo?" "You know how to create firearms," Jacob smiled. "I just know how to create ammunition. As for other parts, they're for something else. So how is it can you create these small bullets?" Isaac was shocked this time because he knew those gunsmiths that can create ammunition weren't something a small blacksmith like him could compare with, and Jacob's identity became even more mysterious in his eyes at this moment. He said in embarrassment, "Sir, these bullet parts are really quite difficult to create, but as long as I can create a mold, it wouldn't be difficult. But I'm afraid it would take me more time to create them." Jacob coolly replied, "I'll draw you these 2 mold designs as well, but you have to give the first 2 molds to me for free. And you have to give me a 40% discount on bullet parts, and those mold designs would be yours to use however you wish." Isaac was shocked because he understood those bullet molds were even more precious, and with them, he could have an endless bullet stream, which he could sell to the mercenary guild and increase his business to an unimaginable height. "We have a deal," he agreed without any hesitation because Jacob's bullets looked far more precious than normal bullets, so paying this small price was nothing. Chapter 60, at 9.9%. After finalizing his deal with Isaac, Jacob sneakily returned to his house with the box full of distillation equipment. Now the question was where he was going to assemble them, and he still didn't forget about how he got spotted because of that smoke. Although he was in a human settlement now and there wasn't any problem with the smoke, he wasn't supposed to be in his house right at this moment, and if anyone found out he was there it would be cumbersome. Nevertheless, Jacob still decided to just assemble it in his backyard, which wasn't in others' view, and there was only the town wall a few tens of meters away from it. And as long as no one sneaked in that place, they won't be able to see the smoke in the night. It took him half an hour to assemble the distillation equipment, and it wasn't too big or small, it was just right for his need. Thereupon, he put the dry woods he collected the other day in the furnace, and then took out the metal box with arrow-tail jaguar heart and blood in it. He chose to first absorb the uncommon animal heart essence because he was afraid if he first absorbed the Wolf King's heart essence, which was a rare beast, he would get fewer benefits. He still didn't know if it would affect his progress to absorb strong species heart essence or not, and how much he needed to reach 100%. But according to Immortality, he didn't need to worry about not getting the effect of any new species heart essence. As long as he absorbed the heart essence of new species, he'll indefinitely progress, and the only difference was in the tires of species. The higher the tire of a species was, the faster he'll progress. After closing the lid and making sure that everything was in order, enter the house again and waited like before, and he was also keeping an eye on any intruder or some curious prick. However, in 8 hours, nothing out of ordinary happened and the distillation process went smoothly without a hitch. Sun was also rising, so he covered the equipment with an old cloth and returned inside with an iron beaker filled with crystalline heart essence. He took out the same metal syringe he used for his first injection. He was lucky to keep it inside his pendant, or it would be another problem to find another one like this in this place. Jacob was in the basement right now where Pighead was hiding, and he also chose this place because if anyone intruded, Pighead could handle them as long as they weren't above B-rank mercenary. After giving the order to Pighead, he sat bare chest and took a deep breath before he pierced that syringe in his heart. Not only he didn't feel any excessive pain like before, but as the arrow-tail jaguar's heart essence quickly get absorbed in his heart, and a cold sensation ran all over his veins. He didn't lose his consciousness and remain static, while he felt that cold sensation all over his body and his wildly beating heart. On the inner wall of Jacob's mutated heart, the dark mark stirred, which had appeared after the carcass of bloodstorming bug merged with his heart. The dark mark was becoming more and more apparent and taking a shape, but it was still too vague. This was the immortal mark, which was now becoming the cursed mark, according to the second level of the cursed heart emergence. This process continued for 2 hours before Jacob felt that sensation vanish, and he knew the entire heart essence was absorbed. But he could tell the change brought by this heart essence wasn't as apparent as the last time. Is this the difference between rare and uncommon species heart essence? Although my strength has increased, it's subtle, Jacob mumbled. Nevertheless, Jacob stood up from his spot and headed toward his small kitchen since he felt hungry after this injection. He had already bought supplies which would last him a few days, but they weren't nutritious since the meat was from common animals, but they taste all right. Afterward, Jacob again started to sharpen his fighting styles and get used to his increased strength until the night was upon him. He bathed before starting the distillation process again. Just like yesterday, he waited all night for the heart essence and then injected it into the basement. However, this time, Jacob felt slightly pained when the Dark Wolf King's heart essence entered his body. But it wasn't unbearable that he couldn't handle. Furthermore, he suddenly felt a large amount of sweat releasing from his pores, and his hair grew at a fast pace like before. This time it took him 10 hours for this absorption before his amber eyes opened with a ghastly glint present deep within them. This Wolf King was stronger than Decker, and I could feel my body reach some kind of wall, Jacob mused, and the very next moment he thought, cursed immortality. He quickly looked at the progress of the second level and he was astonished. Second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark completion, 9.99%, only 0.1% away from the 10%. Afterward, I would have to again eat like a lunatic to match my body with my heart. Well, it's not like I'm complaining. Jacob's lips curled upward, although it was only his guess, but he presumed if he hit that pillar with his full strength, it would show 1,500 kg punching force. But he was still far away from matching in a rank mercenary. Nevertheless, he knew as long as he continued to absorb the heart essence, a rank wasn't far and he looked forward to it. At this moment, the scripture's writing changed and Jacob knew who it was and he frowned. Your luck is not bad. It seemed you might awaken ability at the 100% of the second level. Chapter 61. Golden Claw Mercenary Team. Jacob's eyes contracted after reading this and couldn't help but question, explain. The writing changed. Heh, impenitent, aren't we? I already said you might not will, so it still isn't clear. But I can tell that your mutated heart might bring you some benefits like a supernatural ability on this level, but as I said, it all depends on your luck. Jacob's eyes instantly shone with elation since it was nothing but good news. However, it wasn't clear and Immortality also didn't explain clearly, and he knew asking it was meaningless. He yearned for a supernatural ability like in the fantasies. Although he knew he might get such an ability eventually as long as he cultivated this book on a high enough level, hearing it still made him elated and filled his heart with anticipation. But he quickly calmed down since he knew riling up won't do anything and sneered disdainfully. You only told me this because you felt bored again and wanted to motivate me into leaving again for your entertainment, am I right? Ha ha ha. I can't answer your question, ha ha ha. Jacob shook his head helplessly since he could tell by that laugh he was right and closed that pesky book. Nonetheless, he was still optimistic and headed toward the bath to clean himself first. Jacob appeared again with long hair and a clean face. His body had become even more devilish after 2 more injections, and he felt enormous strength in his muscles. After wearing a black shirt and pants, he ate 5 pounds of meat before he headed to his bedroom. There was a paper on a small table he took and saw the detail. C rank mercenary mission danger level. C collect uncommon flora spider's venom glands. Reward 5 gold coins for each flora spider venom gland. On the other half of the paper was a picture of a leaf-like spider and its information. It looked just like a wither leaf, and that was why it was extremely difficult to find. Its poison was also deadly, and it could kill any normal human within 5 minutes after its bite. That was why this mission was for rank C mercenaries, and the reward was also lucrative. And this mission has no limit on how many venom glands you could hunt, and the agency will buy as many as you had. This was the exact mission Jacob wanted, and this spider existed in the deep southern parts of rainy mountain ranges, where he could hunt for heart essence as well. But this time he was going to carry over 2 metal boxes for heart and blood, and he was fully prepared. He waited for the night before he left the house without being spotted, and he was heading straight toward the southern rainy mountain ranges for hunting. In the central area of Rain Town, there was a 2-story house with a beautiful exterior. Inside the house, 5 men and 2 women were sitting around a square table, looking at the burly man with a mole above his left eyebrow. This man's name was Jaunty, and he was the famous C-rank mercenary of Rain Town and quite active. The other 7 were his teammates and the members of the famous Golden Claw mercenary team, and all of them were D-rank mercenaries. Jaunty had a mild smile on his square face as he said, "Did you find the new C-rank yet?" In reply, a man with a long black beard spoke. He was the vice leader of the Golden Claw team, Corbin. No, he's still not returned to the town after he left for the mission, and the agency won't reveal the information about what kind of mission he took. Jaunty's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Is that so? Then forget it. I just want to invite this new guy for the Wolf King hunt to see his strength. But he's too inconspicuous, and if we wait anymore, those 2 annoying fellows might join the fray of the Wolf King." Corbin nodded. "Yes, the agency leader is still absent and Ralph won't move without him, so we're clear for now to hunt." Another tall man spoke with a frown. His name was Tun. "But aren't we going too lightly? We're talking about a Wolf King of rare rank, which strength is only below B rank. I'm concerned." No one refuted Tun since he was telling the truth, and they all looked at Jaunty for his reply. Even the shrewd and obedient vice leader, Corbin, was expecting an answer. Jaunty smiled confidently at this moment as he said, "I know your concern is valid, and it looks like I'm underestimating this Wolf King. But I have already talked with the leaders of Sharp Sword Mercenary Team and Purple Mercenary Team, and they agree to lend us their assistance in this mission by giving them 20% of the materials we'll get from the Wolf King's carcass." Corbin frowned. "I don't think they're enough. According to the information, there are many dark wolves around the Dark Wolf Ridge, so the more people we have, the better." Jaunty pulled a wintry smile. "Hee, I have already taken care of it. I have announced that anyone who wanted to join our Wolf King hunting party, they are welcome, and there'll be more than enough cannon folds to distract those minions." Tan couldn't help but smile coldly in praise, as expected of leader. "Now we don't have to worry about meat shields, and we can also use them to weaken the Wolf King before killing it. We'll be famous." Johnny smiled in satisfaction and looked at the petite woman with black hair and asked, "Nala, do you test the new recruit? I heard she's a thorny rose." "Is she clean?" Nala answered with a hint of unhappiness. "She's quite something. Not only she's extremely overbearing, she even beat me and arrogantly said she'll change team leader next time. But she didn't have any hidden identity and she'll be an excellent addition to our team. I'm only waiting for your confirmation. Jaunty smiled, hearing this, but there was a hint of desire in his eyes. Let her join this mission and I'll see what she's made of. What's her name, though? Nala replied. Rosalia Lion, Chapter 62. A strange encounter. Jacob was hiding within a tree branch as he impassively looked at an adult moose drinking water from a small pond. However, he had no intention of attacking, as he calmly looked at the black moose like a predator waiting for his chance. Right at this moment, the moose seemed to sense something as it rushed toward the thick woods. But before it could, 5 small silhouettes lunged from the tall grass from different directions and stabbed their claws at the large body of moose, which ran wild while shrilling. These newcomers were crimson strip hyenas, an uncommon species, while the black moose was a common species, and Jacob was waiting for them to make a move before he does. And just as those hyenas were struggling with the mosses, Jacob pointed his revolver at the biggest one in the group and then pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot startled the animals, but it was too late for the targeted hyena as the bullet pierced into his brain and it died within an instant. The other 3 hyenas were shaken as they abandoned the bleeding moose and ran for their lives, while the moose also ran wildly. But with all those wounds, it won't be able to stay alive for much. Nevertheless, it has nothing to do with Jacob, who is only interested in uncommon species, and he already got the heart and blood as well as his dinner. After making sure no one was nearby, he jumped off the tree and quickly headed toward that bleeding carcass. It has been 10 days since he left the rain town for this spider hunting mission, and he was quite efficient in his newly found strength. Not only his stamina has increased, but his speed and senses as well. That was why he could collect 3 uncommon hearts and blood, including this crimson strip hyena. However, he was losing interest in hunting these uncommon animals and wanted to find a rare species to test his strength, and they were also more potent and can give a high percentage of the heart essence. He even had the thought of heading toward the rare region for a moment before he brushed it off since it was still too dangerous, and it won't be too late to head there after he had a rank strength. He still hadn't forgotten about those mountain giants, and he wasn't sure if he could take a hit from them, even after becoming an A-rank mercenary. Nevertheless, things were going extremely smoothly, and he was very close to the place where the nest of flora spiders was located. I wonder if spiders have a heart. Jacob couldn't help but smirk at himself. Another night passed. The next day, Jacob was moved between trees as it has become his habit, and it was relatively safe to remain in these tree crowns as long as he didn't encounter any snakes or insects. At this moment, his step came to an abrupt halt as he hid his presence and looked between those trees a few tens of meters away with narrowed eyes. Thereupon voices of hoofs rang before a carriage covered in a black cloth pulled by 3 horses as a hooded man was controlling it, and 2 more riders in dark hoods were following this covered carriage appeared. They were slowly moving with the carriage. 3 hooded persons and cover carriage in this remote location, not suspicious at all, Jacob thought as he deeply looked at the carriage. His eyes were fixed on that metal part that wasn't covered with the cloth, and he couldn't help but think, is this a cage carriage? But what is caged inside? Since they're moving this sneakily without any insignia or revealing their faces, they didn't want anyone to find out. I shouldn't get involved with these kinds of strangers. Jacob remained calm and let the carriage pass until he heard a reverberating voice which made him shudder slightly. Moo. Those horses staggered as well. The hooded coachman shouted in panic. Quickly, it's awake again, use the tranquilizer. One of the riders quickly sprang into action and dismount the trembling horse. He then pulled a tranquilizer gun from the backpack hanging around the horse and lifted the black cloth from the side. There was indeed a cage and something was inside. He shot the tranquilizer shot without any delay and that voice quickly calmed down before vanishing. The rider couldn't help but sighed in relief. The effect of this rare grade tranquilizer is started to diminish on it. We need to hurry or we might get spotted by someone. You know what will happen if someone were to find what we are doing? The coachman sighed and shook his head. Do you think we have any other choice? Besides, you don't need to worry too much. This is the human kingdom. They didn't have many powerful beings in their ranks. As long as we remain careful, we can easily pull this off. Or we can just kill them if they get in our way. He sneered disdainfully in the end. The second rider's voice also sounded in agreement. Heh, as long as there isn't a B-rank mercenary blocking our way, we'll easily let this beast lose close to the Lionheart City and enjoy the show. They were about to continue their journey again when a nonchalant yet icy voice rang through the silent woods. So this means there's a beast in this cage. Those 3 were startled by this sudden voice and become alert as they started to look around and pull their weapons, which were quite advanced in comparison to what Jacob saw so far. One of them was holding a shotgun while the other 2 took out 2 pistols. Who are you? Show yourself, the coachman shouted as he held the shotgun with both hands ready to fire at any moment. The voice rang again with a hint of ecstasy. Oh, you delivered a beast and some excellent specimens for me. How should I thank you? Chapter 63, Tiger Bull. The voice rang again with a hint of ecstasy. Oh, you delivered a beast and some excellent specimens to me. How should I thank you? The coachman holding the pump-action shotgun roared, "Bastard, come out if you dare." They were all having an extremely hard time finding the location of this voice in those woods, but they hold their ground to wait for the person to make a mistake because they had a huge advantage with their guns. Jacob's voice sounded again with a hint of ridicule. Although this imitation of Ithacaminus 37 is good, its tubular underbarrel magazine can probably hold two 12-gauge cartridge rounds at most. While the two of you are holding pistols which can only shoot water at most, so how about you leave all this and scram? It'll be a win-win for both sides, or trust me, you are all dead. There, the coachman quickly shouted and pulled the trigger while the other two follow suit. They emptied their magazines in that direction and quickly started to reload. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Just as Jacob's voice trailed off, a sharp gunshot reverberated in the vicinity. The coachman who was bussing loading the gauge was instantly sent flying backward as his head exploded. He also had. Before the rider could completely his word, another thunderous sound rang and sent him flying with a hole in his stomach. The last one wanted to run, but how could he escape Jacob's rifle? He was also killed with a headshot. The forest regained its calm as three mingled corpses lay on the dirt ground, and two horses were already fled and only the cage carriage remained. If it wasn't heavy, those horses would have already fled at full speed. Thereupon, Jacob emerged as he held the silver rifle with smoke rising from its muzzle. Although it was still the same, there were some changes with its trigger, chamber, and handle. Nevertheless, it was still far from an optimal rifle in Jacob's view, but beggars can't be choosers. Jacob looked at the corpse and his eyes contracted when he saw the face under that hood. It was a brown-skinned person with a long face and sharp teeth visible from its mouth. And he looked at the others, but their faces weren't intact anymore, yet their skin color was the same. Hob trolls from the Earthen Kingdom. Jacob quickly identified them because he had seen the Hob trolls' pictures in the history books. So they were sent here to cause trouble with this beast in Gloria country. It seemed something was going on in the shadows between the three kingdoms. Well, it has nothing to do with me since I reap a huge harvest. One uncommon heart from Hob troll and of course this beast. Jacob sneered as he collected the loot first. He first collected the heart and blood of one hob troll before he picked two leather bags laying on the ground and their firearms. My storage space is completely full, and I can only store one more heart box in the pendant. I have to carry these bags and firearms. It seemed my trip come to an end without completing the agency mission. Jacob smiled without any regret at all. The hunting and collection missions have a fixed time 1 year, and if you took the mission and didn't complete it in 1 year, it'll automatically declare failed, and the mercenary only needed to pay 5% plenty the next time he collected another mission. So Jacob wasn't worried. Even if this mission failed, he had gained far more than he was expecting, especially this caged beast, which was even more powerful than the Wolf King, he could tell by that roar. That was why he took the risk of exposing himself, because he knew if he missed this chance, he won't get another beast on a silver platter. As for killing these hob trolls, he cared little since accidents always happened in these vast mountain ranges, and he also got more guns to work with, and those tranquilizers that can put this beast to sleep were also quite interesting. Jacob put the bags and guns on the front of the carriage where the coachman's things were, and everything was Jacob's now. After putting everything on the carriage, he finally lifted the black cloth and saw the beast inside. And he was astonished when he saw the creature. It was a crimson bull with tiger-like white straps around its body and huge bull horns. Tiger bull, Jacob quickly remembered seeing this beast in the book he got from Decker. Tiger bull were extremely vicious creatures, and they were at the very apex of the rare beast list because they were carnivores and had extremely strong bodies almost like iron, and it was written that if their skin were a little bit tougher, they would fall into the rarer beast category. Nevertheless, this was a tremendous surprise because these hob trolls somehow managed to capture this tiger bull from the rare region, and they were extremely hard to find as well. It seemed this plot was far more complex than it meets the eyes. Jacob guessed someone was scheming something, and these three were just pawns. If they succeeded in releasing this tiger bull into the Lionheart City, then there would be huge casualties as it wreaked havoc, and only B-rank mercenaries can hold their own against this tiger bull. I'm also going to cross the 10% hurdle, and I just happen to need meat like this tiger bull, so I can't kill it here nor can I leave it as it is. They clearly said the tranquilizers are losing effects, and it can break free from this cage as well. However, the Lionheart City is still quite far, so they had to have enough tranquilizers for the trip. Jacob quickly moved toward the front and checked those bags. There was a total of 8 bags, including the ones on the carriage, and he opened them one by one. Chapter 64, Gossip of the Town. Just as Jacob thought, 3 of the bags were filled with tranquilizer shots, and they were a total of 120 shots, and he mused one shot would last for 8 or 10 hours, because only with this ration one could reach the Lionheart City with this much supply. 2 of them were filled with dry meat and water, while the last 3 were probably the personal belonging of those 3 hob trolls. He found a total of 143 bullets for all the firearms, 3 mercenary IDs which were affiliated with the Earthen Kingdom, nothing to surprise about. 3 long knives, 433 bronze coins, 303 silver coins, and 105 gold coins. Lastly, he found an unopened envelope with a sword stabbed into a human skull insignia imprinted on the back. Interesting, Jacob opened the envelope, but he frowned when he saw the letter inside was filled with symbols and nothing makes sense. An encrypted letter, there's a conspiracy behind this and they are superb at hiding their tracks. This letter was probably meant for someone important and only they could decipher this letter. Or even if something happened just like now, this letter will be useless even if someone read it. Jacob smiled and stored the letter and envelope away. Although he wasn't interested in the politics of this world, he was interested in information because nothing was set in stone, and he might need this information someday for his own use. Afterward, he controlled the carriage and changed its route and headed toward the rain town. He was planning to hide this tiger bull in a remote region before he would quickly make a trip to his house and make an injection of heart essence, and then absorbed it close to the carriage. After he reached the 10% mark, he would then slaughter this tiger bull and collect his heart and blood before devouring it for nutrition before coming back and continuing to create reaming injections. Although his plan seemed flawless, nothing was flawless when nature was involved. On the first night, the rain started to pour like mad and the carriage nearly turned upside down on a hill slope. If not for Jacob using his strength to keep it steady, he didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if that beast broke out of that cage. Jacob had already examined that cage, and he even shot it with his rifle, but it didn't leave a scratch on it. This made him excited since he could use this cage to forge high-quality gun parts. But he knew it was a pipe dream for now since it would take some time to set up a forgery and make the equipment he needed to work with. Furthermore, he didn't want to abandon this kind of lab in the future. So he was still hesitant to decide and leave that thought for the future when he would be powerful enough to protect his things. Anyhow, Jacob became more careful after that incident and his pace plummeted. The travel that took him over 10 days to reach that point, it took him a whole month just to reach the outskirts of the rainy mountain ranges, and he was still half a journey away from the rain town, only if he traveled alone at full speed. Despite that, he wasn't planning to go there with this cage carriage, so he headed toward a remote area where he could hide this carriage. He quickly found an old cave that was abandoned by some wild animals, and it was size-wise perfect as well. After taking care of the carriage, he first released those horses since he won't be needed them anymore and then break the wheels. Now, even if someone found this cage, they won't be able to take it away, and they definitely won't be crazy enough to provoke that tiger bull unless they had a death wish. After giving the tiger bull a large dosage of the tranquilizer, which was enough for 2 days, he hid the cave with a huge boulder and left toward the rain town, carrying those bags and guns on his shoulder. Dawn was already breaking, so he entered the town without any hitch. But he suddenly noticed the commotion on the streets and heard some bystanders talking about something interesting. I heard the Golden Claw mercenary team came back yesterday after they left for the Wolf King's hunt with an enormous Wolf King hunting party. But the thing is, they came back empty-handed and it turned out someone else has already killed the Wolf King, and they only found its bones and the agency refused to pay them without evidence of killing the Wolf King. A person gossiping in front of a butcher's shop. It's ancient history now. Just this morning, the leader of Golden Claw mercenary team, Jaunty, with the leaders of Sharp Sword mercenary team and Purple mercenary team storm the gates of Town Lord Mansion and demand the rewards. They accuse the Town Lord of publishing a hoax mission and wasting their time. But the truth is the wolf hunting party they gathered is demanding compensation for wasting their time as well. So they had no choice but to look for the Town Lord for payment, or they might go bankrupt this time. But seriously, just who killed the Wolf King and left it to rot? That person might be a B-rank character and killed it when he was passing by. Now the whole town is talking about this, the butcher presumed. Jacob smirked at hearing this and silently moved toward his house. He wasn't worried that someone would find out about him since nothing could connect that corpse to him. On the contrary, they might have found the bullet wounds on its skull, and the only one who was carrying this kind of bullet was none other than Gus's party. So this thing might come back to bite that sole witness and survival of this entire hunt. Jennifer, Chapter 65, The Night Order. While Jacob was peacefully making the heart essence in his home, the Lord's mansion was extremely lively at this time. In the dining hall, Jaunty sat around on the left side of this big rectangular table with an ugly expression on his face, while there were two other men with the same kind of expression sitting right next to him. One was a fat beard man, he was the leader of Sharp Sword mercenary team Hattie. While the other was a short man with purple long hair, he was the leader of the purple mercenary team Jet. On the right side of this table were sitting the town lord Kieran and his two younger brothers. As they looked at the three on the other side, specifically at Jaunty, with hostile and outraged expressions. But no one dared to speak as their focus was on the mean seats of this table. There was an old man in black robes with scholarly air around him, while a young man was sitting on another chair with a haughty expression. Right in the middle of these two was none other than Jennifer, who has recovered and regained her aloof charm. But there was a hint of fear deep within her eyes, which she was trying to hide. The old man spoke impassively while he looked at Jaunty and the two others. "So, you are the famous C-rank mercenary of Rain Town. I heard you were once nurtured by the House Terran, but then went rogue after having your way." Jaunty's expression changed slightly as he felt a sudden chill in his spine despite being a C-rank mercenary. He couldn't help but felt dread from this old man and didn't dare to antagonize him with his arrogant attitude. "Sir Knight, don't believe in baseless rumors. I left because our beliefs were different, but I'm always grateful for the town lord's kindness and will repay it any time House Terran faces any danger." A young man who had some resemblance to Kieran retorted, "You dare to spout lies. Don't you betray us because you had a new master and were offered more coins." Slap! A sharp slapping voice rang in the entire hall. The slap came from none other than Kieran. His face was livid as he rebuked. "Ian, enough. Don't be disrespectful when Sir Knight is speaking." He then quickly looked at the old man and apologized. "Please forgive him, Sir Knight, he's still young and yet to learn his manners properly." In the humane kingdom, the Knight Order was above all and only below the royal family. Even the nobles were afraid of offending them because these knights were the protecting force of the kingdom, and they were extremely terrifying to fight with as well. In every noble household, knights were appointed as their protectors, but everyone knows they were more of watchdogs than protectors, and they directly report everything to the higher-ups. Even mercenaries were afraid of them, not because of the royalty, but because of the terrifying existences within their ranks. The strongest person of the humane kingdom was not a B-rank mercenary, but the marshal of the Knight Order. That was why those mercenaries don't poke their nose too much in the noble affairs, especially if that matter involved knights of any rank. Although this old man was only an 8th rank junior knight, he was still a scary existence, and he can execute anyone as long as he had valid reason, without giving any explanation to anyone, and his strength could rank in middle levels of C-rank mercenaries. That was why everyone in this hall was so tense since this knight showed up for the investigation of Gus's death, not the Baron. Which was out of their characters since they won't normally poke their nose in the noble household's personal matters as long as it didn't affect them. When Jaunty, Hattie, and Jet stormed into the manor, they didn't know about the presence of this old knight, or they wouldn't dare to barge in so arrogantly, and now it was too late to escape. The old knight didn't say anything, as his eyes were fixed on the three mercenaries with clear contempt. The Knight Order had a very hostile relationship with the human mercenaries, not with the agency itself. Because many promising youths decided to join the agency, which was lax and not like the disciplined Knight Order. But they also died in the agency much sooner because of other schemes and benefits. In their view, they should be serving their kingdom, not wasting their life in the wild while working for others. But they can't act against the agency because of the hegemony behind it, so they could only vent their anger on these humans who offer themselves to them. Jaunty and the other two sweated in the old knight's sharp gazes and felt as if they were sitting on thin ice. Jaunty couldn't help but say, "Sir Knight, we know we were disrespectful today and we are willing to compensate and swore to never do any disgraceful act in the future." He then looked at Kieran and lowered his head. "I know my departure was sudden and without any prior notice, but I have my own reasons. But I'm telling the truth when I say I'll help the House Terran if it ever needs me. Please forgive me." Hattie and Jet nodded after Jaunty, but the unwillingness in their eyes told otherwise. They were like two innocent bystanders who got dragged by that sly bastard Jaunty into this, who told them they didn't have to pay those cannon folds with their own pockets as long as they forced the town lord. But now they were forced to pay without doing anything with him, and it was he who decided this for them as well. They silently decided to never collide with this sly bastard in the future, ever. The old knight suddenly smiled, but there was a hint of chillness as he spoke. Chapter 66, A Night on the Case. The old knight suddenly smiled. "Since you seemed an upright person, I won't pursue the matter about you barging into a noble household under the Gloria Country Authority." Jaunty and others have a massive sigh of relief, but the old knight wasn't done yet. This time there was a hint of chillness as he spoke. "But each of you three has to compensate with 1,000 gold coins annually to Gloria City for 5 years. If you missed even a year, I'll report this incident to the higher-ups." What? They were all shocked and panicked. 1,000 gold wasn't a small amount even for them, especially for Hattie and Jet, who were only D-rank mercenaries. They might die in collecting this kind of wealth. What, are you unhappy? Then how about joining the Night Order? The old man's lips curled. Johnny felt his misfortune was on a roll because first, he found the Wolf King was already dead and didn't get the payment. Now he was here to extort the town lord, but it was he who was getting extorted. He couldn't help but clenched his fist, but he didn't retort. He knew if Night Order acted, no one would save him, not even his backer. Night Order was infamous to be unreasonable when it came to mercenaries, so he didn't want to try his luck, nor did he want to join them since it was far more dangerous to be a mercenary. At least he had freedom. He gnashed his teeth and nodded. All right, we'll pay on time, you don't need to worry. Hattie and Jet again cursed Jaunty to decide for them, but they had no choice, so they agreed in silence. The old knight nodded in satisfaction. You may go now, I'll be waiting for your report. I hate those who go back on their words. He chased them away with a stern warning. Kieran, Ian, and the third Tarn brother couldn't help but admire the influence of this Night Order. They also felt quite refreshed when the arrogant Jaunty, who was dancing on their heads for years, get taken care of with few sentences. Now there were only the three Terran brothers, the old knight, the young man, and Jennifer left. The atmosphere was again tense when the old man looked at Jennifer with a smile. Little miss, you don't seem happy to see me. Jennifer's expression changed ever so slightly. She knew this old knight was a watchdog of the Night Order, and he monitored her father's every move. As for the young man on the other side, he was this old knight's disciple and he was also her suitor. She would also feel uncomfortable in these two presences, but she knew she can't appear afraid or they would notice something. She was long ready if such a thing would ever happen, but she still thought it was too soon and those people might have lied to her. Nonetheless, she won't be going down so easily. She smiled and said, Grandpa Austin, please don't jest. I'm the happiest to see you and Kai. Kai, who remained silent this whole time, spoke with a content smile. Jennifer, when I heard you were almost got killed by that beast, I begged the teacher to come here and take you back safely. So it was this brat who moved this old thing. She couldn't help but get perplexed. She knew Austin doted on Kai the most and treated him like a son since he had no family. Kai also had a crush on her from childhood, and Austin made sure he would get her in the future as well. But she never liked Kai because he was too strange, and she felt uncomfortable around him when he saw her as if she was naked. That was why she wanted to inherit the Baron's position to have a say in her marriage, or she would become a tool for her father to curry favor with Austin. Austin chuckled, Heh, this brat treated you well. He nearly cried with joy when he heard you were safe and sound. Kai's face flashed as he lowered his head and mumbled, I was just worried about you. However, Jennifer didn't buy Kai's act and only pretend to be happy as well, really. Thank you, Kia, you are so good to me. Austin looked at Kieran impassively at this moment and said, Do you find the whereabouts of the young lord and who killed the Wolf King? Kieran quickly replied while sweating, My lord, according to the agency, there were some fresh human bones found on the Dark Wolf Ridge as well as the Wolf King. We presumed they. He hesitated to speak as he looked at Jennifer. Her eyes started to get misty. Austin got what he wanted to say and nodded. What about the person who killed it and how it was killed? Did they find their belonging? They were carrying the latest firearms with them. Kieran's heart palpitated when he felt Austin's piercing gaze. He took a deep breath to calm himself before he said carefully, The killer's identity is still unknown. As for how the wolf died, they said there were holes in its skull made with bullets, but they didn't have the means to find out from which kind of gun they were shot. As for the belonging, I'm afraid nobody reported it. I think those mercenaries took them for themselves. They would never hand over anyone they found during the mission, nor would agency demand it. Austin felt into deep thought before he said while glancing at Jennifer subtly, I understand. But this Wolf King's appearance is strange. I would meet with the agency leader here tomorrow. You did well on your part. I'll handle this case myself now. Kieran felt as if he was pardoned from a death sentence. He was afraid that his family would get slaughtered under the pretext of Gus's death, but it seemed he had dodged the bullet. On the other hand, Jennifer's heart sank when she heard this. This is bad. Chapter 67, Titan Iron. At night, Jacob again sneaked out of the Rain town and headed toward the cave, where he hid the cage carriage with Tiger Bull. He had already made a heart essence injection from Hob Troll's heart and blood, and it was in his pendant right now. However, when Jacob reached the hidden cave, his expression turned ashen because the boulder he used to close the entrance was now completely shattered apart as a huge bulldozer hit it. He ran toward the cave, and when he saw that one side of the cage was broke open, he cursed out loud, That damn bull escaped. Jacob couldn't help but doubt the tranquilizers because he clearly gave it an overdose, and it was enough to let it sleep for 2 or 3 days. But it didn't even last 20 hours. He suddenly had a dangerous proposition about this as he thought with a grim expression, could it be that bull fake its sleeping hours and when I finally dropped my guard, it took advantage? I still underestimate a rare species like Tiger Bull in the end. Fuck. However, Jacob knew there wasn't any reason to cry over spilled milk anymore. He had already done his best and just miscalculated the intelligence of a rare species. They adapt just too fast, and this was his first time experiencing this kind of defeat by an animal. Truth be told, it kind of hurt his pride. Nevertheless, he wasn't overly worried because he knew that Bull would wreak havoc soon, and it won't be too late when it got spotted. Or it won't be too late to hunt it down himself once he broke the 10% threshold. He didn't mind hunting it down at that time, but now he was hesitating to inject this heart essence since he didn't know how much longer he had until he experienced that hunger attack. To find that answer, he summoned Immortality and asked, "Can you tell me how long I can last without eating after crossing the 10% completion?" However, as always, it didn't answer the question without its sarcasm. Ha ha ha. That little bull really pulled a fast one on you, didn't it? Well, don't worry, you won't experience a hunger attack for 3 months after every 10% completion, and that's only if you don't eat anything. So go for it, can't you just answer the damn question for once? He rebuked and closed the book before it could say anything. I should head back and inject it when Pighead is head around. It's not safe here anymore with that livestock on loss. Jacob left the cave, but he didn't forget to take the broken cage with him. Even the tiger bull wasn't able to break this iron and only managed to break the bindings. Furthermore, despite this cage size, its weight was extremely light, only 150 kg, and as for drawing attention, Jacob was confident in his speed. Even if someone spotted him, he could just say he was bringing it to raise livestock, which wasn't strange at all. This time he wasn't stealthy because of the enormous cage, but the guard didn't stop him from bringing it in since it was empty. But Jacob failed to notice just after he left that one guard quickly headed toward Lord Manor. Jacob's appearance was quite eye-catching because of his bright silver hair, and everyone knows in the Rain town that the new C-rank mercenary had silver hair and a handsome appearance. Jacob reached Isaac's smithery, and when Isaac noticed the iron used in that cage, he nearly jumped in shock. "Where did you find it?" he exclaimed as if he was in a dream. Jacob coolly answered, "Don't ask a meaningless question. Can you work with it or not?" Isaac didn't ask again and thought for a moment as he shook his head with great regret. "I'm ashamed I can't craft it into those parts you ordered. If I'm not wrong, this is the famous uncommon grade Titan iron of the Earthen Kingdom. It's not only extremely sturdy but lightweight. I don't know how you get your hands on it, but just a gram of it worth 10 gold coin, and here we have almost 200 kg of pure Titan iron, which means almost 2 million gold coins. Only the Gunsmith Guild has this much Titan iron in their possession, and only they can help you with it." Jacob's eyes narrowed with a hint of disappointment, but he knew Isaac won't play tricks with him. As for those 2 million gold coins, he wasn't fazed by it at all. Money was the least bit of his worries right now, because he knew if he sold it to the agency, some people might take an unwanted interest in him or from where he got it from. Jacob asked, "Then can you make 2 short swords and turn the rest into iron bricks of 1 kg each? You can have 5 bricks and we'll consider our account close." Isaac's eyes brightened hearing this. He knew even if someone had money, this Titan iron wasn't easy to get, and 5 kg of it was generous enough for someone like him who probably could never get into contact with this Titan iron in his entire life. He couldn't help but felt grateful to Jacob because from the moment he met him, his skills improved tremendously. He was an honest man and an upright person. Furthermore, he wasn't greedy for momentary gains. Additionally, he knew someone like him won't be able to survive with this much wealth, so it was enough to just have a good relationship with Jacob. He replied, "I can do that. Your previous order would take 3 more weeks and included this order. Give me 1 more week." Jacob shook his head. "I need those swords in 2 days. You can take your time with the rest, but don't show this to anyone, hide it. I don't want unnecessary attention, and it would also put your life in danger. I hope you understand." Isaac thought for a moment and nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, I understand. You can collect your swords in 2 days." Chapter 68, Visitors. Jacob returned to his house and directly entered the basement to start the injection procedure. This time, when he took the injection, his expression suddenly changed when that heart essence started to course through his veins. This time he felt a sharp pain in his blood vessels, and his heart seemed to be expanding in his chest and then reducing. Suddenly, he heard a cracking sound that was coming out of his rib cage, and he caught up blood and groaned in pain. Just what is happening? He was in extreme pain, but he could still bear it. But he could also feel those bones were mending slowly as the pain was also decreasing. He wasn't in impending danger. The dark mark in his heart was also becoming more and more visible with every heartbeat. Thereupon, Jacob noticed dark blood coming out of his chest pores before it spread all over his body. Even his eyes were bleeding in dark blood. But this time he didn't feel any pain, but as that blood was gushing out, he felt lighter and lighter. This process only lasted for 5 minutes, and so was the essence absorption process, since it was only from an uncommon species. Furthermore, Jacob could feel the change in his heart rhythm, and it was almost soundless, and his body had become weightless. He felt it was someone else's body. As he tried to stand up, his palms left a deep crack on the stony floor, but he could also feel the pain in his hand. He exclaimed, "It seemed I got more power than my body could handle, and if I used it carelessly, I might get hurt. I have to start eating soon." I could feel that light hunger again. Jacob noticed the process only last for over 15 minutes, and he mused it was because the more heart essence he absorbed, the faster the process would get. He straight-headed toward the bath before he cleaned himself, and he noticed he had become slightly burly from his ripped self and slightly taller. After cleaning himself up, he took the advantage of the nighttime and started to turn more heart and blood into heart essence. He wasn't planning on leaving until he absorbed all the heart essence, and he still had 2 days until his swords got ready. Afterward, he was planning to look for that tiger bull on the run. He was extremely confident in subduing it now with his current strength, and it was also the only piece of nutrition that can help him convert his body in one fell swoop, not to forget about its heart essence. This time after making an injection, Jacob didn't wait or go into the basement and directly absorbed it. And just as he suspected, the heart essence of this uncommon crimson strip hyena got absorbed in 5 minutes, and he didn't feel any change at all. Although I'm raising the percentage, but at this rate I might need hundreds of uncommon species to complete this process. Jacob mused as he put another heart and blood into the boiler. Now I'm too impatient like the old days. I should calm myself down and think with a tranquil mind. Jacob smiled and returned to this resting position. However, after he just absorbed the third uncommon heart essence and was about to put the last one on the boiler, he heard a sharp knock on his door for the first time he came to live in this house. It seemed news of my return spread quite quickly. Only those bigwigs around here will try to approach me, though. It might be cumbersome to offend them for no reason. Let's see who you are. Jacob hid the distillation equipment and headed toward the door. He wasn't afraid of anyone in this town or in this kingdom as a matter of factly right now, so he didn't have to hide his face here anymore. This heartbeat rhythm is quite peculiar, calm and sturdy, at least a C rank. The other is slightly fast while the third one is seemed to be in high gear, probably agitate. Jacob's hearing has become extremely precise after this small breakthrough, and he started to notice unique heart rhythms. This could be a terrifying ability if he could refine it to a top level, but he wasn't even close yet. Just as the door opened, an old man and a youth appeared in his view. Surprisingly, they were Austin and Kai. Behind them was the butler of Taryn's house, Harland, with a somewhat pale expression on his face as he looked at Jacob with somewhat apologetic, yet uneasy eyes. "What's the deal with him?" Jacob looked at the refined old man in butler clothes and wondered. But he merely glanced at him as he looked at the old man in a blue suit. He impassively said, "What do you want?" Harlan wanted to warn Jacob about Austin, but he knew better, so he remained silent since he knew Austin and Kai had followed him for some other reason. If he messed it up, it might inflict the house Taryn, so he could only watch helplessly. Who would have thought this old knight would be interested in meeting with Jacob, the new C-rank mercenary of Rain Town, and followed Harland here when he was about to come with a meeting gift from the town lord. Harlan knew if Jacob had a poor impression of the house Taryn, they could just forget about his friendship. In the end, it all depended on Austin now. Austin looked at the silver-haired young man, and he suddenly felt he wasn't just merely a random C-rank mercenary like Jaunty. He was full of openings, but Austin has this strange feeling that if he made a move, he might regret it. Austin smiled amiably and said, "I'm Austin Port, an 8-rank junior knight. I'm here out of curiosity. Please forgive my blunt visit." Kai couldn't help but looked at his teacher with a hint of a surprise because this wasn't his usual style to talk with these mercenaries. Chapter 69, The Three Hegemonies. Jacobs cocked an eye when heard the word knight. He naturally knows about the backbone of the humane kingdom, the Knight Order. It was not because he was curious, it was because these knights had too many storybooks about them. It was quite clear that it was done deliberately to encourage the knighthood within common folks and inspired them to join the Knight Order. However, Jacob has nothing to do with those folktales, and he wasn't interested in becoming a knight, no matter how many benefits they would offer him because the humans were too weak and can't sustain his needs. If the humans were like the mountain giant race, he might have considered setting here for a decade or two, but he knows it was just a pipe dream. After encountering those hob trolls, he was even more sure that humans were in constant danger and very easy to push around, so he had an even worse image of them right now. Nevertheless, this didn't give him the reason to antagonize the knights from Knight Order, since they might bring unnecessary troubles to his door. He still needed to stay for some time in here, so he didn't plan to fall with the strongest force of this kingdom. Unless they're courting death themselves, he looked at Austin and nodded slightly. "No need to be polite, come in." Jacob brought the guests into the small living room where a table and 2 chairs were. He took one chair and pointed toward the other. "I don't have any more chairs since I wasn't expecting other guests." Harlan's expression changed, and Kai's eyes turned stony as he was about to rebuke him when Austin took the chair and sat down with a smile. Don't worry, I won't take your precious time. You two wait outside. Austin's words made Kai stand down with resentful eyes and gave Harland a tremendous surprise since he knew Jacob was just being extremely rude. But Austin didn't react at all and he started to get suspicious that they both know each other. But when he saw Kai clenching his fist slightly, he thought otherwise. They both left the two alone. Jacob didn't even glance at Kia or Harland all this time, so their departure wasn't anything for him. He asked impassively, "So, what brings Sir Knight to my door?" "If you were just an hour later, I was going to leave for another trip." Austin smiled amiably and replied, "I was here out of curiosity to see what kind of C-rank mercenary has appeared here. As you know, people use the identity loophole all the time, and it's seldom that a C-rank mercenary appeared, especially in such a small town." Jacob coolly replied, "This place suits me for the time being, so I decided to register from here." Austin nodded in understanding and didn't discuss further into it since everyone has their reasons. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as he said, "I can tell you are extremely strong, far stronger than me. You also look like someone with hidden motives, so I won't beat around the bush with someone like you. I want to invite you to join the Black Knight Order." Jacob didn't react, but his lip curled slightly. "Black Knight Order, let me guess, it's some personal army under the crown and they are free to do whatever they want, but they had to protect the royal family whenever they are in danger. Or they are some kind of assassination squad or like this. Let me tell you straight, I will not join anything if it's affected my freedom." Austin pursed his lips. "You didn't even hear me out and directly rejected me." "Don't you want to know what the Black Knight Order is?" Jacob shrugged. "My answer is the same. I will not join anything if it affects my freedom." Austin sighed. "I will still tell you. You can then decide to join or not." Jacob remained silent and let Austin continue. "You see, the Black Knight Order is different from the Knight Order because it wasn't made public and only nobles know about it. The Black Knight Order isn't under anyone's command, not even the crown, but it's under the Nightmare Knight Legion." Nightmare Knight Legion? Jacob's interest was suddenly piqued when he heard this unfamiliar name. Austin nodded. "Yes, the Nightmare Knight Legion is like the Start Mercenary Agency, Apothecary Guild, and Gunsmith Guild. You're probably wondering why such an organization isn't famous as the other three, right?" Jacob nodded. He had already known about three famous forces that represent and target unique aspects of professions. Austin smiled. Just like the Star Mercenary Agency had the Zodiac Taurus Bank, and the Apothecary Guild and Gunsmith Guild had the Alchemy Guild behind them, the Nightmare Knight Legion also has the Zodiac Warriors Alliance behind them. So there were some important parts they missed in those books, huh? It seemed this Alchemy Guild and Zodiac Warriors Alliance are on the same level as the Zodiac Taurus Bank. But the Zodiac Taurus Bank seemed more famous and open than the other two, or they simply aren't worried about influence. Jacob's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. "Please continue." Jacob nodded in understanding. Austin smiled meaningfully as he had already guessed Jacob didn't have this kind of information, and he knew he had to convince Jacob with facts if he wanted to persuade him. He said, "These three are the three hegemonies in 4 regions, and their roots are so deep no one knows where they end, so no race goes against them. As for why I tell you about the other two, it was because it would be simple to understand this way. First, the Alchemy Guild, their strongest strength is their control over life knowledge, the forerunner of life and unimaginable technology. They had all kinds of knowledge of different professions which greatly affects our life and others, even wars. That's why they were dreaded by everyone, and on one dare to fall out with them. The Apothecary Guild and Gunsmith Guild were just fragments of their knowledge. We humans just weren't interested enough to arouse their further interest. Second, the Zodiac Taurus Bank, I don't have to introduce them since you might have already known. Their strongest strength is wealth and their way to keep increasing it and keeping it safe. The biggest reason for Zodiac Taurus Bank is one of the three hegemony, is their way to protect the wealth they controlled, and they had many mysterious ways to hunt you down if you ever tried to rob them. That's why everyone trusted them. Even those arrogant apothecaries and gunsmiths have accounts in safes in the Zodiac Taurus Bank. Lastly, the Zodiac Warriors Alliance. They didn't have the knowledge or technology like the Alchemy Guild, nor did they have the wealth of Zodiac Taurus Bank. But it ranked first between 3 hegemonies. Do you know why?" Austin smiled mysteriously, which made Jacob's eyes narrow with prudence. Chapter 70, Black Knight Order. Jacob impassively replied, "Enlightened me," but the wariness in his eyes increased. He suddenly felt like a frog in the well who only see the world with that narrow viewpoint. Austrian said, "Zodiac Warriors Alliance is the strongest because they only had fighters or true warriors in their ranks, and they didn't let just any Tom, Dick, and Harry into their ranks. Even if it's the Nightmare Knight Legion. They only give access to the Nightmare Knight Legion through a kingdom's army while creating a Black Knight Order within the army. And then to join the Nightmare Knight Legion through the Black Knight Order you have to be someone below the age of 30 in strength, equivalent to a C-rank mercenary." Jacob's eyes shine with understanding. He finally understood why Austin was going to such a great length to tell him all this. It was because of his young appearance. Austin's next words just confirmed his guess. The moment I saw you, I can guess you're extremely young, and I don't want you to waste your youth and potential like those fools in the wild and then die. I'm training my foster son to enter the Black Knight Order, and he might be able to make it in the upcoming test. But on the other hand, you are completely another story. You are like those youths trained under first-class knights. That's why you'll get into the Black Knight Order and then might have a chance to enter the Nightmare Knight Legion. I won't lie to you about the Nightmare Knight Legion. Only someone with B-rank mercenary strength and age below 40 can join their ranks. In the history of our human race, only 3 humans managed to join them. The current Marshal of the Knight Order is also a Nightmare Knight, and he is the strongest person in humanity. That's why everyone is afraid of offending the knights. Austin's voice was filled with longing and worshipped in the end. But there was also bitterness since he knew he had little potential. He wasn't even qualified to enter the Black Knight Order, and that was why he trained Kai to fulfill the biggest regret of his life. However, Jacob wasn't moved by Austin's speech in the least bit, and all his focus was on the information about the Zodiac Warriors Alliance. I have to be careful of this alliance. Since they are so strict with their selection process, then they are really not to trifle with. Who knows what kind of existences are within their ranks to have them become the strongest force? He looked at Austin, who was still lamenting about his past. He said, "You say they didn't have anything the other 2 powers have. Then what do they have to offer?" Austin was surprised by Jacob's uninterested expression and thought it was his fault for getting off rails. He didn't tell Jacob about the true strength of the alliance and directly told him about the joining process. He said, "I'm sorry I got slightly emotional. So as I said, they had fighters, but what drew those fighters and made them strive to join the alliance is not wealth or any technology, but the fighter manuals in their possessions. Don't look down on these fighter manuals, although there isn't much information about them in Knight Order. But according to some senior knights, those fighter manuals have the ability to increase your fighting potential and prowess." Just that. Jacob felt his expectations got burned all of a sudden. But when he thought from the perspective of someone like Austin, he thought it made sense that all those fighting maniacs would choose to join the alliance since money and knowledge can come with power as well. Furthermore, he knew there might be some important information being held back, and someone like Austin or the ordinary knight from Knight Order won't know the complete mystery of these fighter manuals. Nevertheless, he was still half-hearted because he had a manual of his own that can increase his strength to an unknown height, so the allure of this alliance was almost like dry meat to him. As long as he wasn't desperate, he won't eat it no matter what. But he can't tell this Austin, since he told him this information which gave him more prospects about this world. He won't be ruthless to the old knight. He said as he nodded, "So how can I join this Black Knight Order?" Austin smiled broadly as if he had already expected it. "You just have to head toward the Royal City and pass the examination of Black Knight Academy in 6 months. Jacob nodded, but he suddenly sensed something and asked, "I think you're missing something. I heard you guys hate the mercenary agency, but why did you promote the Black Knight Order?" Austin's expression changed ever so slightly, but Jacob noticed it and he knew he had hit a bullseye. Austin sighed, "You're just too sharp for your own good, but since you have noticed it, I'll tell you which you're supposed to know after the test. This is also good since you won't think I trick you. The thing is, the Black Knight Academy accept anyone under the age of 30 as long as they pass the strength and comprehension test. But they only train them until they reach the age of 39. No matter at what age you joined, you'll be kicked out at the age of 39. As to the reason for this rule, it's because during your stay in the academy, you have to become a true Black Knight, which is equivalent to a B-rank mercenary. If you succeed, you'll get a chance to join the Nightmare Knight Legion Academy in Rare Province as long as you pass the entrance test. But if you failed..." He deeply looked at Jacob's cold eyes and sighed. "If you failed, you have to join the Black Knight Order Academy as a teacher and serve your kingdom for your entire life. It's the rule of every kingdom with Black Knight Academy. This is the steep price to pay for who wants to join the Nightmare Knight Legion. Since they had already spent resources on you and let you practice in the fighter manuals, they won't leave you free. But don't worry," Jacob cut Austin short with his icy voice. "I understand, I'll consider it, you may leave now." Chapter 71 Visitors Again. Austin left Jacob's house with a slightly regretful expression. He looked at Jacob's stoic face and sincerely said, "Please consider it carefully. I'll be staying here for some days. If you have any questions, you can find me in the Lord's Manor anytime." Jacob merely nodded before he closed the door. Kai couldn't help but utter in an unhappy tone, "How rude. Teacher, why did you give him so much face while he doesn't put you in his eye?" Austin walked toward the exit and said faintly, "He's worthy of this respect. If he can give up his pride this time, I think you two might meet soon in the examination." Kai's expression changed as he questioned, "Don't tell me." "Yes, I invited him, but he's too sharp for his own good. Let's see what happened. I tried my best in the end. Austin sighed and didn't continue the topic anymore. Kai also remained silent, but deep within his eyes, a killing intent flashed. Harland had no idea what they were talking about, but he knew he won't be able to present the gifts after he saw Jacob closing the door at Austin. Jacob returned after making sure those three left the vicinity of his house. He couldn't help but sneered. That old goat wanted to trick me into taking this Black Knight Academy's test, and then I would be forever tied by the Humane Kingdom if I can't achieve a B rank or pass the test in the rare region. I bet that Marshall fellow is at the bottom of this organization and probably exhausted his talent and sent back to promote the organization. Who wouldn't want to be like him if they were normal? But that Marshall is just a pretty display here in the uncommon region, while he didn't mean shit in the rare region. Heh, trying to play with this old man, you're a life early humph. Jacob was extremely displeased in the end. The slightly good feeling he had toward Austin completely vanished. He wasn't a fool and he knew these things very well. An organization that allowed others to take from it will always take back and much more than the others took from it. This was like a slave contract. Once you sign, no matter what you do in your life, you can never escape from it. The others will find a way to exploit it, and you will fall deeper and deeper into that endless hole until you died. Jacob was just too familiar with this process. This Zodiac Warrior Alliance was doing just that. Although they gave the methods to become strong, they took away your freedom. Furthermore, their way of doing it was quite meticulous because they won't directly enslave anyone to them, but instead they let them serve in their homes, which no one felt uncomfortable with or thought of rebelling. The nations would also be pleased with this setting because they were getting the trained soldiers by the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, and they would even promote it with everything they had. However, Jacob knew if this alliance ever felt threatened by a big enemy, these prideful discarded fools would be the first ones to summon back and become the cannon folds. At that time, those nations won't have the guts to reject them, nor those fools will dare to raise any objection, since in their mind they were being rewarded by summoning back. Heh, they're using the way of creating longing and then giving back with more longing. Jacob smiled disdainfully. Even if he was desperate enough to join such an organization in the future, he would make sure to leave a way out. Because he didn't want to have such a big enemy on his tail unless he didn't have reason to, and besides, he knew eventually he won't be afraid of these hegemonies. But as long as he can remain neutral, he doesn't take the path of war and avoid it if he could. That was why he asked Austin to leave rudely, since it won't create much hope in the old man's mind, nor would he feel resentful toward Jacob because he knew the pros and cons himself. Throwing the matter with Austin's back of his head, he started the last distillation process again. It was already late at night when Jacob was done with brewing and injecting. He didn't fatigue at all, but he felt the hunger that was increasing with each injection, and he was planning to head to the wilderness again as soon as he got the Titan iron swords. But the peace didn't last long as he welcomed another visitor the next morning. This time there were two, and Jacob was even slightly familiar with one of them. It was none other than the vice leader of the Rain Town mercenary agency, Ralph. With Ralph was another middle-aged man with short pepper salt hair, average height and toned build. The man introduces himself with a polite smile. I'm the leader of Star Mercenary Agency in Rain Town, Warren. However, to both men's surprise, Jacob didn't even invite them in and asked in a vexed tone, what do you both want? I'm telling you I won't join anyone no matter what you offer me. Warren glanced at Ralph with a questionable gaze and Ralph shrugged. He meant he had no idea why this fellow was like this. Although Ralph had a brief encounter with Jacob, he still didn't know his personality. He had already invited Jacob to meet with Warren, but he never appeared and instead vanished for over a month. It was yesterday they received news of his return and thought he would visit them since they consider it beneath them to visit Jacob with their status. But when they heard, Austin had paid Jacobs a visit with the man's own mouth before coming to them. They suddenly felt something was amiss and came here first thing in the morning. But Jacob was just cold and without any manner. He didn't give them any face at all despite their introduction. This made them slightly unhappy, especially Warren, who had a bad temper. Chapter 72, Scaring Away Visitors. Despite his displeasure, Warren didn't rebuke and pull a smile and said, I learned you joined when I was out of town, which was quite unfortunate. However, Vice Leader Ralph invited you for a visit but you never came, so I came personally to satisfy my curiosity. Jacob impassively replied, Are you satisfied now? Ralph's expression turned unkind at this moment as he sternly said, Kid, don't push your luck anymore. We are here with good intent. Before he could finish his word, a blur flashed before Ralph's eyes, and the next moment he suddenly felt the powerful claw on his mouth which was clenching his entire jaw, almost to the point of breaking it. Ralph tried to struggle, but no matter what he couldn't get free from Jacob's claw on his mouth. Fear creeped out in his eyes. Moo! Warren's heart palpitated as he looked at Jacob, who had a cold smirk on his face while he held Ralph like he was a helpless rabbit. He didn't even see when Jacob moved, and he finally understood they were barking up the wrong tree this time. Truth be told, these two were like gangsters of this town. They collect monthly free from every mercenary who stayed in the Rain Town and the Lord's Mansion. They both used their positions to take advantage of the powerless, since they knew as long as they won't offend anyone with a higher status, they won't get in trouble. The agency would protect them from minor charters like the town lord as long as won't go too far. Even Jaunty had to pay them if he wanted to stay here. They have been doing this for years now and never suffer any backlash. Well, until today. When they found out Austin has met with Jacob, they thought he was moving away from here and wanted to test the water. If it was true, they won't interfere or show their true colors, but if it was just their speculation, then they would demand the monthly fee from him. However, they never thought Jacob was strong to the point that he could make Ralph immobilized like a chicken. Now Warren perspired as he looked at Ralph, who was struggling while glancing at him with his bloodshot eyes, asking for help. Jacob coolly looked at Warren and coldly uttered, "Listen carefully. I'm saying it one last time. If you two eyesores appeared anywhere near my sight, I'll skin you alive right in the middle of the town. Is that clear?" Warren couldn't help but took a step back as his back was filled with cold sweat and eyes with fear. He replied in a hoarse voice, "Aye, we understand." Jacob nodded in satisfaction as he waved his other hand and tossed Ralph like a rag doll. Warren's eyes nearly popped up from their place when he saw Raft was literally flying out of the fence. Warren suddenly felt like slapping Ralph silly since he didn't even recognize this monster in human skin and nearly bring them to the death door. Jacob looked at Warren, which made him flattered, "Fuck off," and announced this as well. "If anyone had some business with me, they can send written letters if they dare to knock on my door and disturb me anymore." He smiled viciously. "Heh, I'll find you." Warren hurriedly nodded before he fled without caring about Ralph, who lay in the middle of the road listlessly. Jacob closed the door again and shook his head in frustration. This should put an end to those scheming idiots' visits. Afterward, no more visitors appeared, which made Jacob content mentally, yet he was restless physically because of that creeping hunger. He had already eaten everything in the house, but he just couldn't get satisfied. This made him even more eager to start this hunting season because he could get uncommon animals' meat in the wild, which was far more nutritious than these common animals. Even if he failed in finding the tiger bull, he can still slowly quench that hunger with uncommon animals out there. When the first ray of light shone on the Rain Town, Jacob exited his house and directly headed toward the smithery. Isaac was waiting for Jacob when he appeared and handed him two sheathed, curved, short swords. Jacob grabbed those dark hilts and drew those 14-inch swords, and thin dark blades appeared giving of cold dark sheen. He looked at Isaac and nodded. "Thanks, they should be enough for now." Isaac smiled in satisfaction. "Those short swords should be able to cut rocks like butter without leaving a scratch on the blades. I should be the one thanking you for giving me the chance to work with Titian iron," Jacob replied as he attached those scabbards to his belt. "I might be gone for a while now if I didn't find what I'm looking for, so keep my things safe." Isaac nodded and assured, "Don't worry, I had a safe place." Jacob merely nodded and left. He headed straight toward the town gate and left toward the direction where the tiger bull left some trails when it ran away. Jacob was pretty sure that bull wasn't something that will remain low-key, especially not in this place where it was the strongest. Most importantly, Jacob didn't want someone else to spot it and alert some annoying people, or worst, that hidden force might have already been looking for it after they found out about the incident with the tiger bull delivery. It was pretty easy to guess, since the tiger bull was supposed to be appeared in the Lionheart City by now, but it doesn't, so someone might investigate the reason behind it. Nevertheless, if they came in his way to get that bull, they will be courting death. On the eastern part of Rainy Mountain Ranges, a man with deep wounds on his face and chest was running madly toward the exit of the valley with an aghast face. His mind was filled with deep dismay and fear as he ran. How could such a creature have appeared in this region? My entire crew was wiped out, and if I hadn't escaped in time, I would have been like them as well. Only B-rank mercenaries might deal with it, but that might be too late since it's heading toward the humane kingdom. I have to hurry. Chapter 73, Finding the Bull. Jacob has been on the bull hunt for over 2 weeks now, but he had no luck. However, it doesn't mean he hasn't hunted any prey in these 14 days. He had already collected 2 uncommon hearts and eaten many uncommon animals of the same species. But he could feel the progress was quite slow, and he probably reached 15% compatibility with his heart yet. Nevertheless, his hunger wasn't increasing, so this was a plus, and he mused this way he might reach a 100% compatible rate with his heart in 3 or 4 months. 3 more days passed and Jacob was going deeper within the Rainy Mountains where uncommon animals were abundant. But he still has found no trace of that bull, or they were all washed away because of the rain. But it matters not to him as he continues forward. However, on this particular day, Jacob's ears perked when he noticed footsteps that didn't belong to animals, and he could tell they were coming from someone on 2 feet. He quickly jumped on a tree and hid. Thereupon, a man appeared in an extremely sorry state. Jacob noticed the wood on his left shoulder, which was like he was stabled by a thick drill. The bullhorns, he quickly thought of those massive bullhorns and he felt excited. However, before he could act, his expression changed slightly and he remained static in his position. Thereupon, 3 clocked figures appeared before that wounded man. They were extremely quick. Even Jacob only noticed them when they were 10 meters away from this place. That wounded man was startled, but when that man saw they were not wild animals, he nearly cried in joy and relief. The next moment, his eyes rolled upward as he lost consciousness. One of the cloaked figures spoke. It seemed he's extremely exhausted, so the moment he saw us, that exhaustion washed over him, and now we can't question him. Another feminine voice rang. Heh, we don't need him anyway, right, Captain? The cloaked figure, who was 2 meters tall, spoke in a deep voice. No, we need to know how that bull escaped, or this person was with the group who interfered with the cargo and then failed to keep it. Most importantly, we need to know if someone has the letter. Awake him. The female nodded. I was waiting for you to say it. There was a hint of wicked elation in her voice. Suddenly, a handgun appeared in her hand. She pointed it toward the unconscious man's crotch and pulled the trigger. Bang! Just as the gunshot voice rang, the unconscious man's eyes sprang open, filled with extreme agony as his screams filled the area. The captain crouched in front of that man's agonized face and coldly said, If you want the pain to go away, tell me, where do you get that wound? The man seemed to not hear him at all. The other man said at this moment, He's in hyperbolic shock. I don't think he can talk. The captain waited for a moment before his hands suddenly blurred and he stood up. But the man has stopped screaming and there was a finger hole in the man's forehead right now. A drop of blood fell on the ground from that cloaked figure. How fast? The woman seemed to click her tongue in wonder as she admired that clean kill. The captain said, It seemed we won't be able to know for now what happened. At least our dinner is arranged. Hee, it's been a long time since I eat the human flesh. The female spoke with ecstasy and she took out a knife. Jacob saw all that inhuman scene from the tree not far away, but he remained stoic without feeling anything, and all this focus was on those three. That captain fellow is probably a B rank or somewhere close to it. Their skin color is also like those hob trolls I killed, which means they are from the same organization and also searching for the tiger bull. And they had some means to track it down. I should follow them, Jacob mused. Those 3 cloaked figures fed on that dead human and then they moved, but they had no idea Jacob was following them from a distance. Jacob also saw a device like a mobile phone, and a red blinking dot could be seen on it and an arrow. So they put a tracker inside that bull's body. It seemed I have to treat this world like my own. They had everything. It's just that humans don't, so I can't keep seeing everything from their perspective anymore. Well, it's also a good thing that I ran away, or they might have caught me off guard when I was in my vulnerable state. But now, Jacob coldly smiled. Jacob followed that group for 3 days. He found out they won't talk with each other much and only used signals sometime or small commands. They were extremely careful to not reveal anything about their background. Moo-oh-oh-oh. They all heard this ghastly roar at this moment and everything thought of the same thing. Tiger bull. It was only 50 meters away from their current location. The captain signaled them with a hand and those two quickly go in a different direction and moved in. Jacob was already hiding within the trees with no intention of joining them. He wanted to see their strength, even though he had some idea where they stand, but he was still going to enjoy the show. Those three slowly moved in with silent steps and halted. Just 10 meters away from their position lay a crimson bull with tiger-like white straps around its body and a pair of crimson bull horns. That tiger bull was munching on a big leopard, which he probably just slaughtered. The captain again signaled and the other two took out their firearms. He held a silver axe in his one hand and an action pump in the other. He suddenly charged at full speed as he roared, Attack! Chapter 74, Killer Skull Society, Part 1. Attack! The tiger bull instantly notices the attackers and stands straight while lower his head. It was taking a charging stance to black the attacker with an axe and shotgun. However, before the bull could charge, gunshots rang from a distance and one of them pierced into its left eye. Muhwa, it roared in frenzy and went berserk as it completely forgot about any pain and madly charged toward the attacker in sight. The attack with an axe was ready for this and he first took a shot at the bull's right eye. Boom. The gauge was packed with special types of sharp nails and the moment it burst, the bull's head was filled with small holes as blood gushed out. However, it didn't slow it down in the least bit and it roared more violently as it charged. The cloaked man seemed to expect this, and when the bull was only a meter away from him, he suddenly launched himself in the air. The bull then naturally lost its target, but the man was now in the air right above the bullhorns. Within an instant, that man let go of his shotgun and grabbed one of the bullhorns and somersaulted on the bull's back. The bull naturally wasn't happy about it and started to jump around to throw its attacker off. However, that man's grip was solid and he didn't lose his balance. The very next moment thereafter, he lifted his axe and swung it with full force, and it landed right in the middle of the bull's head. Yet it only managed to cut through the skin and little muscles. Its skull was still undamaged. That's why it's so hard to deal with, the man thought with some frustration. But he didn't stop swinging and kept hitting the skull until it was finally broken. The bull let loose one last eerily cry before it fell on the ground with a big thump, raising a dust cloud. The other two appeared from the woods at this time. It was really intense, far better than anal, the woman spoke hysterically. Tusk, nasty woman. The second one clicked his tough as he kept his distance and looked at the man with a bloody axe in his hand. So that's how you kill a tiger bull, huh? His voice was filled with admiration. Heh, it's the only weak place it had. If you go for its body or neck even, then you're only wasting your energy and… swish. However, before he could finish his sentence, a dark blur flashed past his neck like a gust of cold yet sharp wind. The other two only noticed when the body and head separated and start falling. But in this small window, another gust of sharp wind blew past that woman. Now only the last person remains, and he only reacts when he heard his comrades' heads falling to the ground. Ah, he screams historically and starts pulling the trigger of his gun madly as he shot in all directions without aiming. Even after emptying it, he was still clicking the trigger while spinning like a lunatic. In the end, he exhausted himself and fell on his butt, groaning and panting. Heh, already done. This icy voice was like a lightning bolt that jolted that fellow. Please, I don't want to die. I'll give you everything, just please let me go. I won't tell anyone. He starts prostrating himself while crying. The cloak on his face also fell at this moment. It was an ugly, skinny hob troll. Jacob appeared in front of the crying fellow with a cold smirk on his face. He had long decided to spear this fellow because he wanted information. He had noticed while following these three that this hob troll never acts unless it was necessary and avoided a dangerous situation while shielding himself with the other two. They were both fearless and that woman was straight crazy. Moreover, this fellow seemed to know about medicine, so Jacob concluded that this fellow was afraid of death and he was perfect to extract information from. He wanted to know just what kind of organization was behind them and why they were looking for this bull. It wasn't just a simple reason to recover that letter or kill it. It was more to their advantage if they simply let it roam freely in human towns. There was more than to meet the eye, and he wanted to know because he had this strange feeling that it wasn't over yet. All in all, Jacob wanted to know if they had a way to link all this back to him or not. All right, I'll let you run, but you have to answer my question first, Jacob coolly stated. The hob troll finally looked up with his snort-filled face. His eyes widened with disbelief when he saw this was a human, but he quickly nodded his head. His life was more important than some petty enmity between their predecessors. Who are you and why are you here? Asked Jacob. I'm Skull No, D-198,938,833 from Killer Skull Society. As for why we were here, only he knows. Skull No, D-198,938,833 pointed toward the beheaded man. However, a dark blur brushed past Skull No, D-198,938,833's arm, and the next moment it dropped separately from his elbow. He reacts a moment later and shrieks like a dying pig the next moment. Jacob coldly looked at him. Did I forget to tell you? My bad then. Listen, you fuck face. Every time you lie I'll cut a part of our body, and after you left with no part I'll skin you alive, and trust me I won't let you die. Skull No. D-198,938,833 finally spills the beans. We were only told to kill the tiger bull and investigate the whereabouts of a missing letter. I swear he only tells us this much. Our ranks were lower than his and he knew more details than us. Please just let me go. Intriguing. Jacob pulls a spooky smile at this moment. Something tells me you have some idea why he was here, so are you going to tell me nicely or not? Chapter 75. Killer Skull Society. Part 2, Skull No, D-198,938,833 felt like he was stared at by a demon and horridly speak. I think he was here for the tracker in that bull's body because it can tell us locations where it has been for the past 3 months. And no, I'm sure of it because if they wanted to track the letter, they would retract the footsteps of the tiger bull to see where all it happened and find clues about it. Furthermore, I think that guy was after the Titan iron cage as well because it is worth a small fortune. Please, I know nothing else. Jacob deeply looked at the crying Skull No. D-198,938,833 with squinted eyes. The tracking device can be traced back to the bull's location. If that's the case, they might really be here for that letter, but I still can't reach any conclusion right now. He said, tell me about this killer skull society. Skull no. D-198,938,833 finally felt some relief when Jacob stopped questioning about the mission. He said it's a dark organization without any ties with any race or region. Even if they had, with our ranking I simply didn't have the right to know. But one thing is for certain, they had ample resources. They approached me on their own accord with an invitation, and if I want to join them, then I have to complete the assignment in that invitation to prove my loyalty and resolve. Then, if they are satisfied with my response, they sent another invitation with my special ID number. Any future contacts were done with the same method to ensure their secrecy. The current mission was the same, but this was my first time attending a team mission and meeting with others members of the society as well. Jacob couldn't help but though with a hint of astonishment in his eyes. They're like the sleeper cells of a terrorist organization, huh? What's the purpose of this killer skull society and why do they approach you? He questioned. Their dictum is they are changing the world for the better and seeking a justifiable position for us powerless. I was just a random cowardly nobody who is always bullied by the rich, and that's why I agree with their viewpoint and join their ranks. They not only give me a purpose but also wealth and help me see the hope. Nevertheless, I'm not frantic enough to die for this cause as well. I'll leave to the common region and you won't see me ever again. Skull no. D-198,938,833 plead. Jacob's lips curled upward. Man, a terrorist society, really? What about the ranks? Your name is your ID, right? They had the same rank as mercenary agency A, B, C, D, E, F, but each rank had a skull word attached to it. But we can't move up ranks like the mercenaries. We have to complete missions to move on the ladder. As for my name, from the moment we join the society, our names become our ID numbers. They encourage us to state our ID numbers instead of our names to show just how many skulls we have after us. Furthermore, the lesser the number, the older and stronger the skull is. I only know this much about it. Interesting, so you have no loyalty toward your kind anymore. If they asked you to cause a massacre in your kingdom, will you do it? Jacob looked at him nonchalantly. As long as it won't endanger my life, I will. In fact, any member could do the same. They probably selected us because we have no belonging to the community. However, they never gave me such assignments to harm my kind, he answered. Last question, can you read the content of this letter? Jacob put his hand in his side pocket and took out the same encrypted letter he looted from the 3 hob trolls. Skull no, D-198,938,833 eyes widened when he saw the letter in Jacob's hand and he looked at him in shock. So you were the one who intercepted the cargo. Jacob shrugged his shoulders and coolly replied, I was just in the area and I even asked those 3 to hand over that tiger bull nicely. But they disagree, and now you can imagine after what happened then since I'm standing here while they're not. Skull no. D-198,938,833 expression turned even more grim as he looked at the nonchalant human. So the bull escaped from him and he was also searching for it and we happened to bump into him. He took a deep breath and said, this is my first time seeing those symbols. I never received that kind of letter, but whoever this letter was meant for, they're at the very high ranking of the society and they might have required this letter since they sent us here to search for it. Jacob sneered, can't they just send another one? Why this bravado? This I don't know, but if this letter was from the higher region, then I'm afraid the upper echelon in the uncommon region won't dare to report this blunder unless they're certain they can't handle the situation themselves. They might have been afraid of the punishment. Skull no. D-198,938,833 truthfully told. Jacob thought a moment and nodded. He also thought the same, especially after concluding that this killer skull society was like a terrorist organization and a blunder in such an organization was unacceptable. This means they'll try every means to get their hands on this letter and continue to investigate unless they hit a stone wall. Well, as long as they didn't have any rank here, they would only deliver me more gifts and make my life easier. He suddenly smiled deviously. Thank you for your information, you can scram now. Jacob glanced at Skull no, D-198,938,833 and gave him the go signal. Skull no. D-198,938,833 had already stopped the bleeding from his severed arm, and he was waiting for these exact words. He spun around the ran at full speed. Boom! A gunshot ran and the next moment Skull no, D-198,938,833 skull was blown open. Jacob scoffed disdainfully as stored his revolver away. I only say I let you run, not let you go free. Chapter 76. A feast. Far away from the rainy mountain range, inside a bright room, a burly hob troll was reading some documents with a serious expression on his face. Tuk. Suddenly, he heard noises from the window in on his rear. He turned around and saw a small blue bird gnawing on the glass window with its small beak. He stood up from his chair and moved toward the closed window, and he opened it without any hesitation. The little bird flew inside and sat on his shoulder. A small smile appeared on this hob troll's ugly face as brushed his finger on the little bird's head. However, the next moment, his eyes turned icy, and he suddenly formed a pincer with his thumb and finger and instantly broke the bird's neck, killing it in an instant. "Forgive me, little one." A trace of tear appeared in his eyes as he cradled the dead bird in his hand as if he was in extreme pain. The next moment, he took out a knife from a drawer of his table and cut open the bird's belly, and startling, a small tub appeared. The hob troll took out the small tube before it picked up the bloody bird again and mumbled, "You'll live forever within me," and then gobbled it whole. He then opened the tube and a small chit appeared. There was writing on it, skull no. C-871,989,650 has been crushed. Skull no. B-349,032,323 move out. Assignment details and materials have been delivered into the bank locker. The hob troll frowned, seeing the content before he swallowed the chit as well. No one is allowed to hinder our noble cause. With that, he opened the door and left. After killing the 3 hob troll, Jacob finally turned his attention toward the big prize, which was naturally the tiger bull. However, he tried to pierce open its stomach. He soon found out why this bull's skin was compatible with iron. He had to use his full strength to cut it open, and without the Titan iron blade. He was afraid no normal blade could pierce through this bull's skin. Nevertheless, he just had to work extra hard to guts this bull, and he considered it an exercise for himself. After his heart's new evolution, he had yet to feel fatigued. Only hunger was his biggest enemy, but it still took 3 hours to completely remove the skin and inners. He had already collected the loot from his newly killed hob trolls. He got 6 handguns, 2 shotguns, and 1 axe, which was clearly made of special material as well. But Jacob tried to swing it on his Titian blades and it didn't manage to leave a scratch, which means it was far inferior. A total of 2674 bullets for all the firearms and mercenary IDs from the Earthen Kingdom. 3 long knives and 12 small daggers from that crazy hob troll woman, 520 bronze coins, 39 4 silver coins, and 17 26 gold coins. Lastly, the tracking device that was still working and showing the dead tiger bull. Jacob had found no tracker inside the bull's body, even after looking for it, which could only mean it was inside its head, which was still untouched by him. This should come in handy. He moved toward the bull's head, which was already half opened. He then put his inside its gory skull and started to search around. Here it is. He finally found a small gemstone that was planted right on its forehead by someone. This also explains why they needed to kill it. But it also made it clear that whoever put this inside this bull's head wasn't someone normal, after putting the tracker and tracking device away inside his storage. He looked around and it was a huge mess. Blood and gore were all over the area and the potent smell. "I can't cook it here." Jacob shook his head and picked the huge iron bull, which was now a meat slab. He also took his skin and he was planning to make clothes out of it because of its defense. As for the others, he left them for the animals to clean them. He had already taken what needed. After moving a few miles away from the kill zone, he started to make his camp, and the first thing he did was light a huge fire and skewered the entire bull. Afterward, he set a nice camp before starting to tend the meat with all kinds of spices he had stored before coming here, but regretfully they weren't enough for such a huge bull. The bull was 3 meters in size, and one could imagine just how difficult it was to cook it whole, but Jacob still take it upon himself. He knew he can consume it whole, and he was planning to do just that before returning. After 12 hours of waiting, the tiger bull was ready to eat, and Jacob didn't stand on ceremony and turned an entire leg piece and start to eat like a barbarian. The sky was already filled with rain clouds, and Jacob didn't want the meat to go bad, especially not this quality. As he ate the delicious meat, he felt the hot wave of energy spreading all over his body as his heart beat like crazy. He could literally feel meat being digested within seconds as it reached his stomach, which made him eat even faster than he could feel his body started to get strong. It took him 3 hours to consume the entire bull and bone marrow even. Now he felt full of energy and his hunger was no longer apparent. But the greatest change was Jacob was now bulky, like Mr. Olympia, which made him frown to no end. He didn't like this kind of physique because it restrained his movement, despite giving him a wide area of motion and strength. Then he decided with a dangerous glint in his eyes, "I'm going to compress my muscles, and the best way is to practice that suicidal martial art that lunatic gave me. I never thought anyone is capable of learning it, but now I'm required such a martial art." Chapter 77, An Old Deal. "So, Mr. Jacob, we have finalized our deal with your company." A tall, handsome man held a champagne glass as he purposed a toast to old Jacob, who seemed to be in his late 50s. Old Jacob looked outside the glass wall, as he can see the entire city from this floor, which was 1,000 meters from the ground. His eyes were calm and uninterested in anything as he looked at the city from the very top. It was like he had lost his interest in the entire world itself. Mr. Jacob, the tall man called again. Jacob finally looked at the man with a faint smile and nodded. Yeah, whatever. But I still don't understand why you purpose a personal meeting while my sons can do the same. You should know I'm about to retire and my sons will inherit my entire legacy. A wily glint flashed past the man's blue eyes as he said, I know and I'm very grateful that you agreed to this meeting. I'm an admirer of yours, Mr. Jacob. You have changed the entire weapon industry in 20 years. Jacob didn't even feel anything as he said, I heard this thing for a long time, so. His eyes suddenly turned sharp as knives. Why did you want to meet me? You even gave my son $1 billion just to arrange this meeting. If not for your relationship with that greedy brat, trust me. I'll blow this entire city from the face of the earth and no one will even ask why I did it. So last chance, why do you want to meet me before I'm out of here? The man's eyes were filled with shock now, as he looked at the old man who was still as sturdy as a tower, and his muscular build clearly wasn't from just exercise. All right, since you already know about my deal with Ryan, I'll come straight to the point. Everyone with my status knows you only show just a fraction of your research to the world and you have far more to offer, but for some reason you held back on us. Jacob suddenly shook his head and cut the man's speech. He said, I've seen countless people like you who sound like they wanted to change the world for the better. But in the end, we all know you're just a power-hungry businessman who wanted to control the world. I'm not wasting my time with you anymore. Finished, he starts walking toward the door. The man suddenly panicked and blurted, Please wait, I heard your wife has terminal cancer and you've been searching for a cure or anything that can prolong her life. I can help you with that. Jacob's footsteps come to an abrupt halt and he finally turns around. There were ripples in his eyes which were as cold as stone just a few moments before. What kind of help? He asked. The man sighed in relief. My relationship with Ryan is quite good. He told me about how you are searching for anything that can prolong life or get rid of that terminal cancer. I'm not threatening you or using this as leverage to demand things from you. I just want to trade with you. Anything that is not released to the public will be enough, and I even give Ryan half of the profits from this technology. We can sign a contract if you like. He quickly guaranteed Jacob. He knew threatening this old man was like playing with an atomic bomb naked. Jacob deeply looked at the youthful man and said, So that little bastard is with you in this, huh? The man wanted to say something, but Jacob wasn't done. Fine, you win, but I'm warning you, the moment this thing comes out in this world, no one will be safe anymore. No bulletproof glass or bomb-proof technology will be able to stop this thing. So I'm asking you again, do you really want this? People will be able to kill even you while you're drinking here from a city away. Think about it carefully or I can offer you billions for your information and 2% shares of my company. What do you think? Jacob offered. However, greed shone in that man's eyes and he answered without even thinking as if he didn't listen to Jacob's warning at all. I want it. Wealth means nothing when you can leave your name in history, he said with full of confidence. Heh, you're a lunatic, but since you wanted to go down in history, I'll give you the quantum rifle technology. Jacob merely chuckled with a dark glint in his eyes. You dare to use your mother to trap me, I'll make sure you'll regret it. Jacob's eyes turned freezing. Quantum rifle technology, the man mumbled with ecstasy and disbelief. He knew what quantum theory was, and it seemed Jacob has some kind of phenomenal breakthrough which was never revealed to the world. Now he can take credit for it and become the richest man on this planet, even surpassing the current richest man who was standing right in front of him. Swaying that greedy prick was worth it, he thought with ecstasy. He didn't waste more time in case Jacob changed his mind and quickly opened a secret safe and took out some papers and a tattered cloth which looked extremely ancient. Furthermore, he placed the papers on the table, which was the contract that stated Jacob would give this aforementioned technology to his company and won't reveal it to another company. Nor can he disclose it was invented by him. Half of the profits would be given to Jacob's second son, Ryan, as well, which was the deal between them. But if Jacob played them after the deal was finalized, he will lose half of his fortune. Jacob didn't read nor did he sign it and looked at the man. Tell me the information. If it is worth the quantum rifle technology, I'll sign it. The man didn't delay and lay the tattered ancient map on the table. This is the ancient map passed down to in our family. This led to an old shrine. I have already extracted the contents of this place and found an ancient book. After deciphering it, we found this was an ancient exercise, a martial art that can not only give 50 years of extra life if practiced successfully, its practitioner would never fall ill, he told. Jacob looked at him like he was looking at a clown. And I'm supposed to believe that fantasy shit. Even if that's true, do you think my woman had time to practice this shit at this age? Are you fucking with me? He abruptly stood up in fury. The man seemed to predict it and said, I know it sounds absurd, but do you know my age? Jacob's eyes suddenly widened slightly as he looked at the youthful appearance of this man. Did you practice it? The man smiled mysteriously. He took out a folder and placed it in front of Jacob. Jacob opened it and saw pictures with dates, and they were clearly quite old, and these kinds of cameras weren't used in this modern age. Jacob saw every photo was from this man in front of him. If you think they are forged, you can have someone check them. I'm currently 59 years old, the same age as you or might be older. As you can see, I've found this technique in my youth and practiced it ever since, and I maintained my youthful appearance. It's just a pity I can't cultivate it on the second level because that is just impossible. But if you or your wife can practice this technique for 5 years, I'm sure you buy her more time and yourself included. The man assured with confidence. Jacob's heart was now beating quickly as he looked at those pictures. Even he could tell they weren't forged, and the man in front of him was the same person in the pictures, but he still has his doubts. If you can give me the real ancient book to examine, I'll sign this contract. As you know, I'm a man of my word, or you can come to my research facility if you don't trust me. Jacob said. He was already half convinced, and this was the first time he saw hope in this, so he didn't want to let this chance go. The man smiled. You can have the original book. My family had a copy. I know you'll make the right choice, Mr. Jacob, and if you want, we can. Jacob stood up. No, this is the first and last deal between you and me. Unless you can offer me immortality itself, don't try to play any tricks. The man sighed regretfully. Can you tell me why you didn't want your research to change the world? Jacob smiled skeptically. Why didn't you want to share this technique with the world then? The man chuckled. We are both the same in the end. Jacob shook his head. You are a blind lunatic. While I'm long past this stage. Chapter 78, Art of Nature. Water meditation. Jacob couldn't help but felt nostalgic when he remembered that meeting decades ago and smiled lightly. In the end, it still took them 30 years to create one quantum rifle, while I was completely obsessed with finding how to increase my life and grasping every straw I can. The art of nature I got from that lunatic was really authentic and might be the biggest reason I lived that long. That ancient book helped Hope live another 20 years as well. But it was just too difficult to progress any higher because we start practicing it too late in our life, if we have got it in our youthful years. Jacob couldn't help but sigh sadly, but soon he locked those sad memories deep in his mind again. Only the memories of the ancient book were left in his mind, and he completely concentrated on it. The art of nature, the ancient exercise that can help humans to tap into their secret potential. It can increase the lifespan, but it was also deadly if someone makes mistakes. It can have an opposite effect as well. That's why even that lunatic didn't dare to practice too deep into this technique. Even I at that time, it seemed impossible to practice and thought it was probably just a legend. But now, Jacob pulled a sharp smile on his face as he left the place to find a water source. The Art of Nature was the name of that ancient book he once traded for one of his secret technology, as well as to teach those greedy businessmen a lesson that sometimes they should leave some things to remain hidden for the greater good. Especially his second son, Ryan, who was the greediest one, and was after Jacob's hidden research all his life. In the end, he was content with the quantum sniper technology because he thought it was the only technology Jacob had hidden, since there didn't even dare to imagine that he could have hidden more superior technology. But no one knows just how much hid in Jacob's mind except Jacob himself. He had destroyed all this research so it would never see the light of the day after he became obsessed with increasing his lifespan. And it all started after his wife was diagnosed with terminal cancer. It was at that time that he realized that he cared about more things than his research on weapons. Anyhow, The Art of Nature was a book that was discovered from an ancient shrine deeply hidden in the ground, and the book wasn't erosion even after thousands of years. Jacob found every detail before he dared to practice this method in this book. He even had someone else first practice it just to be sure. In the end, the book was authentic and really worked. But the thing was, a human can only practice the small part of the first exercise, and it had 5 levels in total. Furthermore, there weren't any details about what these levels will do to the human body once they exercise in them. In the end, Jacob only knows the first level can slow down the aging process of cells in the human body if someone practiced it daily. The first exercise was called water meditation, which included someone meditating underwater and exhaling in a unique rhythm until they were completely out of breath and felt suffocating. Then they can take only a single breath of air before doing the entire process again, and they had to repeat this process for 3 hours minimum. If they took even 2 breaths or they weren't suffocating in the water, this won't work and they had to start the entire process again. From Jacob's research, it was found that if this exercise was done correctly, the OTWO in water will decrease. which was impossible for a human to achieve since they can't breathe underwater. That's why he believed what was written in the book was true. But the things went into the realm of fantasy once someone read the latter part of the water meditation. This includes them meditating underwater for 3 days and night without taking any breath of air and continuing to exhale the air in their lungs extremely slowly, and only then they'll be able to qualify to practice the second level, which was even more absurd. Anyhow, Jacob was now in a world, which was nothing but a fantasy in his previous world, so he couldn't help but think about this art of nature suddenly. He wanted to see if he could practice this art to a higher level or not. As for compressing his muscles with this art, it was a strange phenomenon that occurred after he held his breath underwater and exhaled it at 30-minute intervals. His muscles felt pressure with gravity. This was also the biggest reason he was never able to increase his limit from 35 minutes. His old bones weren't strong enough, and he even concluded that any adult male can only do this process for 1 hour before their bones will crush if they keep doing this practice. However, now his body was like the tiger bull, and he knew just how much a freak he was with this physique. He even tried to punch a 1-meter-thick tree with his full strength and almost blasted it in half. That's why he now wanted to see if he could compress his muscles while practicing the water meditation. Most of all, he was curious about what happened if he really can complete the first exercise. Soon, Jacob reached a small pond while only 50 meters in size. He tossed his ragged clothes and jumped straight into the lake, creating a massive splash. As for any animal in it, he wasn't afraid anymore, but to his luck, there wasn't anything dangerous inside, except for some toads and tadpoles. The pond was 10 meters deep, which was enough for him. He first took a deep breath before diving toward the pond bed and sat cross-legged while he put his hands on his knees and closed his eyes. He was just too familiar with this process. In his previous life, he only stopped doing it after he found out there weren't any benefits left from just 35-minute meditation, and his old bones won't allow him to practice this exercise any longer. Anyway, as time passed, Jacob released a tiny air into the water every 3 minutes and continued to maintain his position. Strangely, the small tadpoles swarmed around Jacob as if he was their food, but they didn't touch him and only swim around him from a small distance. Half an hour passed like this, but Jacob was still peaceful like a statue as he released his small air every 3 minutes. Suddenly, he felt that strange pressure again, which started to weigh down on his body from every corner. But this time, he didn't feel the urge to stop and take a breath. Furthermore, he was now feeling a strange sensation in the water as this strange misty image started to appear in his mind. For some reason, he felt the more he breathes in the 3-minute rhythm, the clearer that image got. 1 hour passed. Jacob finally started to feel the tension in his entire body, but it wasn't enough to make him give up. Furthermore, he was started by the time he was underwater while continuing to release his breath. However, as soon as the 1-hour limit was reached, the gravity suddenly increased visibly as his body dug slightly under the pond bed because of its weight. 5 times G-force, not its 10 times, Jacob instantly guessed, but he still felt he can hold one. But he was aghast when he thought no normal human can survive this much gravitational pull. If this G-force increases by 10 every hour, won't someone have to bear 720 G before they would complete this level? And is it still the minimal threshold to practice the second level? Just what kind of person wrote that art of nature and how can it appear on Earth? Many questions rose in his mind, but he knew the answer to such questions was not just any random person could answer. Nevertheless, the misty image in his head also becomes clear while he continues to endure. His bulky muscles also broke in that pressure, and his heart beat fast to recover them. His recovery speed was abnormal with his abnormal heart. In the end, Jacob exhales his last bit of air when 1.5 hours passed, until he started to feel suffocating in 5 minutes, since the pressure again started to increase after this point. After 1 hour and 40 minutes, Jacob finally couldn't endure it and stood up so he could take a breath. But his eyes almost popped up when he stood because that 10G force still remained affix even after he opened his eyes and break the mediation stance. Jacob's heart lurched. What the fuck is going on? Chapter 79. A raid offer. Jacob's mind accelerated when he felt the 10G force on his entire body and he was 10 meters deep in the pond. Could it be I need to breathe to break free from this gravity? In the past, I was never able to increase the meditation time, so I still don't know about this particular effect. It was stupid to just practice it like this. I should have known better. Jacob had a grave expression as he was now suffocating under this massive weight. But he wasn't willing to die by his own stupidity, so with extreme difficulty he started to paddle his limbs. As a result, blood oozed out of his orifices. However, he had more grave things to worry about than some blood, so after paddling for 3 minutes he was only 3 meters away from the surface. His eyes were now bloodshot and hazy. It was his will to live that kept pushing him toward the surface. Splash, cough, The moment Jacob appeared outside the water, the pressure on him instantly vanished as he coughed uncontrollably with a pale expression. I can't believe I nearly died the moment I let my guard down. Furious, he swims toward the surface. Sigh. He has a massive sigh of relief the moment he touched the ground, and with depleted energy, he lay on the muddy surface for a long time as he catches his breath. I should do this meditation on a lower water level surface in the future. He stammered and finally stood up. He couldn't help but notice his muscles were slightly compressed after this life-threatening experience. Several days later, Jacob appeared back in the Rain town and directly headed toward Isaac's smithery to pick up his things. He was now silently planning to leave Rain town for Lionheart City. He wanted to go there and check this apothecary guild and gunsmith guild out. Furthermore, he wanted to make weapons far more advanced than he had already seen all this time. Only then he will leave toward the rare region when he had complete confidence in protecting himself if he fell into some dangerous situation. As for staying here until he completed the cursed mark, he now knows better that it was just a pipe dream with only consuming uncommon animals' heart essence. He required rare beasts like tiger bull. Furthermore, as a result of his body growth this time, he guessed it shouldn't be wise to hasten the process too much or he might turn into a slab of muscles after 20% competition. That was why it was now inevitable for him to use the water mediation until he reached his previous toned physique. But he didn't dare to practice it in a deep pond or lake anymore after his previous lesson. When he reached the smithery, he felt another presence in the shop for the first time. As he entered the shop, he saw a familiar curvaceous figure standing arrogantly. It was none other than Rosalia, who had a furious expression on her face as she looked at Isaac. He entered just in time to hear Isaac's gloomy reply. "Miss, your sword is beyond repair. Please don't be unreasonable. You can buy a new one or I can reforge it for you." "But I can't restore it." Rosalia and Isaac's argument came to an abrupt halt when they noticed Jacob entering the shop. Rosalia's eyes widened when she saw the burly man with silver hair and couldn't help but remembered a certain someone who rejected her team-up offer when she registered with Rain Town's mercenary agency. Isaac was also startled because the change in Jacob's physique was too great to be not noticed. However, Jacob wasn't fazed by their gazes and said nonchalantly, "Is everything ready?" Rosalia's face fell when she heard the familiar arrogant voice, and she knew it was indeed the same person. Isaac, on the other hand, smiled meaningfully. "Yes, sir, I was waiting for you all this time. Everything is ready and in the storage room. Please wait while I handle the customer, then I'll show you the goods." Jacob coolly nodded. It was indeed not wise to reveal the things he was about to pick up. "So, what do you decide, miss?" Isaac looked at Rosalia with an aggrieved expression because she was being unreasonable and arguing with him over her broken sword. Rosalia coldly said, "I want my sword to restore, but you didn't have enough skills, so you're finding excuses. HMPH, just trash in the small trash town." Fuming, she picked up her black blade sword and stomped out of the shop before giving Jacob a death glare, which he completely took as a wind. Isaac's expression was also livid, but he knew that the woman was dangerous and if Jacob wasn't present, she might have not left with just humiliating him. He's been there before. "Please follow me." Isaac beaconed Jacob toward the underground storeroom. Inside the storage room, there were 3 crates separate from the other materials, and Isaac opened the lid to show Jacob the goods. The size of 3 crates was 2 cubic meters, and 2 of them were filled with Titian iron bricks neatly arranged. The last one was filled with gun barrels, bullets, and small pieces, which were also for firearms. Isaac said with a hint of pride, "I hope you're not disappointed. There are 166 Titian iron bricks, and as per our agreement, I took 5 of them." Jacob nodded slightly. "Seal them." Isaac sealed the crates as he was told, and Jacob picked them with little difficulty. "It was a pleasure dealing with you," Isaac said while Jacob was leaving. Jacob chuckled and nodded slightly before he left the shop with 3 crates in his hands. However, as Jacob was heading toward his house, his eyes squinted ever so slightly before his lips curled into a wintry smile. Suddenly, Jacob picked up speed, and soon he was jumping on people's rooftops while holding the crates like they were feathers. Not far away from him, a shadow suddenly flashed past some buildings as it healed him, but Jacob's speed was still superior, and he remained ahead no matter how much that shadow tried to catch up to him. Soon, Jacob reached his house and landed in the small backyard and put the crates down without breaking any sweat. He finally looked at the wall and said coolly, "So what do you want? You're quite impressive for a C rank." Just as this crisp, icy voice trailed off, a figure jumped inside Jacob's courtyard, and it was none other than Rosalia. Jacob chuckled, "And you're not just a D rank." His eyes suddenly turned murderous. "Last chance, why did you follow me? What is this feeling?" Rosalia's eyes shimmered with a trace of fear. She felt like just been gawked by a rare beast. But she had her own pride and thought it was just her imagination and brushed it off. She said, "Since you've figured it out, I won't beat around the bush this time." I'm indeed a C rank, but I can't tell you my background. As for why I follow you, I wanted to see if you're qualified to join this expedition, which is the real reason I'm in this town. Jacob's expression remained apathetic. I'm not interested, leave before I change my mind. He had long guessed this woman was nothing but trouble from their first meeting, and now he appeared right as well. She wasn't just any random girl, and she was here for something which might bring nothing but trouble. Besides, there wasn't anything she can offer that can arouse his interest except if she offered a few rare beast hearts and blood, which he knew was impossible for these people. Rosalia's expression clouded when she heard his arrogant reply. She couldn't help but gritted her teeth as she said, "Not even a hidden green goblin research facility." Jacob's expression twisted when he heard goblin. If he hated any race in this world the most, then it would be the goblin race without any doubt. These little monsters were just too hateful. Why the fuck do I want to raid their facility? Do you think I'm a fool? You're just here to take all those benefits for yourself, or I don't believe you won't have the means to hire some other C-rank mercenaries. Either this facility is too dangerous or you got this information from someone else, and do not want to share it with other powers so you can take whatever in this research facility to yourself. Now don't waste my time and get out before I throw you out myself, and trust me, you don't want that to happen. Despite his hatred for the goblin race, he wasn't foolish enough to mess with them just because someone else said so. The goblin race was spread in the rare region where humans were extremely rare and probably sold like slaves, just like this body's previous owner. Chapter 80. Brain Hunter. With Jacob's slighting attitude, Rosalia couldn't help but grit her teeth. But she had this dangerous feeling about this man, so she had no choice but to give up any idea of attacking. She didn't want to reveal her strength here and startle some wrong people. Disgruntled, she replied, "Fine, you can remain stubborn. But now that you know about this information, I don't want any rumors floating around, or trust me, you'll regret it." Just as she arrived, she jumped the wall and left without caring about Jacob's reaction. Jacob sneered, "She's overestimating herself." He picked up the crates and take them to the basement. He was planning on hiring a horse carriage in the morning and leaving this place. But there was one last thing he needed to take care of. As he entered the basement and placed the crates in a corner and moved toward the back wall, he suddenly starts plucking the old bricks from a point and kept going until a bony figure appeared with a pig head. It was indeed Jacob's first companion who escaped Decker's clutches and fell into his. If Jacob felt any kind of emotions for anyone in this world, it would be none other than Pighead, since he also lived in the same environment and they traveled together, and Pighead has protected him many times. But regretfully, without those special liquid tanks, Pighead was as skinny as Jacob when he first appeared in this world. Now their roles completely changed, as Jacob now had the same physique as the old Pighead. He had hidden Pighead here in the hope of finding those liquids, but he didn't encounter anyone who knows about them. Not even the Star Mercenary Agency warehouse has them. He had seen the list of goods in their shop. Now not only Jacob was as strong as the old Pighead, stronger even. He found it more convenient to move alone. He didn't need a bodyguard anymore, especially a bodyguard who had a completely unknown mechanism. Pighead didn't have a beating heart, nor did it breathe. But it can move and follow every kind of command, and Jacob mused that it was probably some kind of bioproduct of Decker's research. He still had Decker's journal, which he didn't get the time to complete yet. Jacob looked at Pighead's completely dried-up body as some kind of black pigment was leaking from its orifice, and it was only standing because Jacob hadn't removed the bricks from its entire torso. "Sigh, it seemed you're already dead." Jacob sighed with a hint of regret as he looked at the gem bracket in his hand. "I should take his parasite gem as well. It was probably a higher level than mine." "Don't worry, I'll keep this parasite gem as a remembrance of yours." He draws his short sword and cradled its dark blade horizontally, just slightly below its pig ear and eye socket. "Goodbye," finished saying, his hand instantly moved in a blur-like motion and flashed past its entire face like it was a piece of butter. The very next moment thereafter, a clean black line appeared, which was black blood. Jacob pushed its head slightly with the blade, and the head slid down like a cap and opened half of its face. Jacob didn't want to damage the gem, so he simply cut half of Pighead's skull, separating the brain with it at the top as well. Now it was very simple to retrieve the parasite gem. However, when Jacob was about to crouch down to search for the parasite gem, his eyes opened wide slightly when he noticed the movement in that dark brain matter on the floor, which looked extremely rotten. Thereupon he saw tiny tentacles before a 7 inches worm-like thing crawled out of that dark matter. A centipede, Jacob instantly recognized. This centipede was pitch black, 7 inches long centipede with 13 body segments. It was eyeless, and instead, it has 2 pairs of red antennas on each side of its head and 24 pairs of black legs. Strangely, this centipede stopped a few inches away from Jacob while keeping its red antennas swaying. This strange action also stopped Jacob from stomping on it. This His eyes suddenly widened before a strange idea appeared in his head. He couldn't help but look at the gem bracelet, which he thought was some high-level parasite gem control. "Move back," he said as he looked at the centipede with a hint of uncertainty. The very next moment, that dark centipede instantly followed what Jacob said and moved back in a straight line. "Stop," it stopped. "Form a circle." It turned into a centipede ring. Jacob's eyes shimmered with astonishment and elation. Just what kind of insect is this? It can understand and follow my command, and it can probably control a dead body as well. That's why I never felt Pighead's heartbeat or breathing, nor did I discover its existence. I wonder how that bastard Decker got it and from where. He had no information about the insects, and a tiny group of extremely dangerous insects was noted in the book he had on beasts. I should ask the expert. I need to know more. Cursed immortality. He knew if anyone in the world had unparalleled knowledge about the living, it was probably this book. The moment Immortica appeared, strings of words appeared. Ha 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 ha. You finally found it, and here I presumed you'll leave this little toy somewhere or will kill it accidentally, but I have to give you credit for precisely extracting it. Jacob's face turned dark when he read it and couldn't help but cussed. I have urged to shoot a bullet in your wily ass. Now cut the nonsense and tell its species in detail. Ha ha ha, try it. It wrote impetuously first, which made Jacob even more exasperated. But he didn't rebuke anymore, since he knew this sadist book will just keep going on with its sadist laugh. Then it finally answered the real question. Tusk, you're no fun. Anyway, that centipede is called Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff. You can simply call it a brain hunter as well. It's a tier -9 species. As for why they called the brain hunter, it's because they lived inside brains for the most part of their life and can't live more than a month without a healthy brain. They not only slowly consume the rich brain matter, but they can control their host body's every action, and they are extremely intelligent. A completely mature brain hunter has already changed over 20 hosts in its life. As for this one, it's only half mature and can only take control up to tier -6 species. Any higher and it'll die. A mature brain hunter had over 30 body segments, and they're extremely deadly as they control up to tier 12 species, and lived for almost 200 years if they keep changing their hosts. They can even speak the language of their host and mimic their heartbeat and breathing habits. That's why it's extremely hard to identify mature ones. You might be living with one and having passionate intercourse with it daily, you would never know. Ha 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 ha. Jacob's expression turned dark from astonishment when he read the last comment, but he was more aghast as he glanced at the obedient brain hunter a few inches away from him. According to Immortica, rarer species fell into tier 6 to 9 group, which means this brain hunter is a peak tier rarer species. Although this looks just like a harmless centipede, no one would ever know this thing is highly intelligent and can even mimic other behaviors. So this is what a rarer species can do, but how the hell does that fucker Decker get his hands on it and have it under control? He felt a faint chill in his spine just thinking about it. Then how is it under control of this gem? He couldn't help but ask. That's for you to find. Remember, I can't answer questions other than those related to the scripture. Ha 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 ha. Jacob sneered. You just want to keep yourself entertained. Nonetheless, just tell me if it'll die in the pendant space after a month, or if it'll remain in this state as long as I keep it there. Oh, what a cunning question. You want to research how it was controlled and wanted to see if it'll escape out of your clutches if you let it consume more brains. You are quite predictable. Heh. Nevertheless, the answer to your question. Yes, you are right about the pendant space. As long as you keep it there, it'll appear outside in the same condition you put it in. You should be thanking. Scram. Jacob instantly closed the book after getting his answer. He simply can't endure its antics for long. He finally looked at the brain hunter and crouched down with cold light in his eyes. Come here. He put his hand on the floor, and the brain hunter instantly zigzagged and crawled on his hand, and the very next moment it vanished into the space of Infinity Pendant. Chapter 81, A Dangerous Journey. Inside an Inn of Rain Town, so you just came back without getting rid of the guy. A crisp voice filled with irritation sounded. Rosalia had a livid expression while she clenched a green device in her hand. I already told you I don't want to draw any attention. Besides, that guy isn't easy to deal with, the voice berated. I never thought you of all the people will be afraid of some backwater town's mercenary. You disappoint me, Lion. Rosalia clenched her teeth but didn't rebuke, as if she was more afraid of this person on the other side. Nevertheless, I can understand your effort and concern for the upcoming mission. But this is too important for us to just let anyone walk away with the information. You know what will happen if this news reached some people's ears? The voice sounded gentle this time. Rosalia took a deep breath and said, I understand, I'll get rid of him. No, replied the feminine voice. That man made you feel fear, which means he's as strong as you or even stronger, so I'll send someone to deal with him. Just focus on your mission. Rosalia's expression twisted, but she could only agree, all right. Send me his address, he won't live past tomorrow. At dawn, Jacob had already packed his things after he got rid of Pighead's corpse. He headed toward the town station where one can hire horse carriages. Since it was just the start of the morning, there were only two available. For 3 silver coins, he hired a small-size carriage, which looked plain and was enough for his needs. The carriage owner was a young man with a bubbly personality, and he was quite energetic. But after he got an icy stare from Jacob, he kept his mouth shut and mind his business. After Jacob was done loading, they embarked on their journey toward the Lionheart City, which was 219 miles away from the Rain town, and it will take them 3 days to reach there, according to the young man. Jacob sat inside the carriage as he looked at the small town which was now far away, and they were now heading on a dirt road that led to the main road of Lionheart City. "Tell me about the Lionheart City." Jacob finally spoke as he looked at the young man controlling the reins. The young man's name was Pete. He was startled when he heard Jacob's question and quickly replied, "Sir, you asked the right person. Let me tell you that Lionheart City is one of the biggest cities in Gloria Country, and it's under the jurisdiction of the Lionheart family. The Lionheart family is the in-laws with the Baron, so they enjoy a lofty status." However, before he could continue, Jacob cut him short. "I know all this. Tell me something that isn't written in books." Peter staggered for a moment. "I can't read." He mumbled as if he was in great distress. He was just a commoner, and the education system wasn't well established in small towns like the Rain town, and only people with high enough status and money can learn to read or write. Jacob said, "What about the Gunsmith Guild?" "Oh, I know about the Gunsmith Guild." Peter's expression suddenly brightened. "The Gunsmith Guild is the dream of every blacksmith because they earn a huge amount of money since they supply every firearm in the kingdom. They even collaborate with the Star Mercenary Agency. Look, I bought this F-9 barrel gun from the Gunsmith Guild in the Lionheart City. It can shoot 4 bullets continuously. I was lucky it was on sale that day, or I might have never bought it." Peter took out a 5-inch revolver from his side pocket and started to flash it before Jacob with a smug smile. Jacob couldn't help but felt this young man was naive, and it was a waste of time to ask him anything. He wanted to know if they rented their equipment or if he had to join them first. Now it seemed he had to find the answer once he got there himself. After flashing around the small revolver, Peter put it back in his pocket with great satisfaction and said, "I also heard the Gunsmith Guild issued a monthly recruitment test like the Apothecary Guild, and many people take it like crazy. An old man who once hired me told me this, and could you believe it? He said he had taken the test almost 60 times already but still failed. Yet he was still unwilling to give up." Jacob finally got something interesting and asked, "Oh, did he tell you why he keeps taking that test?" Peter shook his head with uncertainty. "No, although I asked, he only said this was his dream to join and learn from the best creators of the kingdom. He even said there are far more people like him who have taken the test over 100 times and still come back to try their luck." "Intriguing," Jacob chuckled lightly. "I hope they won't disappoint me with their equipment." After that, like a broken record, Peter kept going and going like he didn't need to breathe and only stopped when Jacob made him stop. But one thing that both Jacob and Peter failed to notice was that a few hundred meters away from their carriage, another carriage was moving on the same tracks. "We got here in time or our target would have been escaped," a person wearing a mask said as he looked in the distance with cold eyes. "Heh, Mistress told us to be careful, but he's just a coward who's escaping out of fear," another masked person sneered disdainfully. "Old Third, keep the distance, and when they stop to rest for the night, we'll make a move and be on our way. He just made it easier for us to get rid of him, and no one will ever know what happened to him," the third masked person ordered, the last masked person who was handling the carriage. Old Third chuckled coldly. "No problem. I heard he's a C-rank mercenary. I wonder how many gold coins we'll get from his dead body. I'm more interested in those crates. I wonder if he's making an important delivery. If that is, we struck it rich." Old Second eyes shone with greed. "Heh, happy hunting, comrades. Haha, happy hunting, we live for hunting," the four bellowed in full of confidence. Peter stopped the carriage at noon, close to a water source. "Sir, horses need to drink water." "It'll only take 15 minutes, sorry for the trouble," told Peter as he apologized. "Don't worry," Jacob waved his hand, he didn't mind since he wasn't in a hurry. While Peter took horses toward the water source, Jacob couldn't help but look at the deserted road and the empty land around. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed when he spotted a small dot a few hundred meters away. It was quite easy to spot such an abnormality since there wasn't a forest around here. Another group of travelers, Jacob thought, and stopped paying attention. "Let's go." Peter appeared again and connected the carriage again. Jacob nodded, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his eyes as he looked in the distance. "This is the only water source around here, right?" he asked Peter. "Yes. After this, we only encounter a water source on the main road." Peter nodded in puzzlement since he didn't know why Jacob would ask such a question. Jacob's eyes shimmered. "All right, let's go." Peter shrugged his shoulder and embarked on the carriage, and they continue. Jacob, however, was now sitting in the back and he kept looking back from the small gap in the curtain. After moving for 2 hours, Jacob suddenly said, "Stop the carriage." Peter did as he was told and looked back in confusion. "Sir, what happened?" Jacob didn't answer and opened a small box. It was filled with meat. "Go start a fire, it's time to eat." Peter's eyes widened as he looked at the high-quality meat and he nearly drooled. He said yes right away. However, Jacob looked in the distance, and just as he guessed, the small dot stopped again. "They're following us." Jacob's expression turned frosty at this moment. Who could that be? But he acted as if he noticed nothing and make a meal. In the distance, "What are they doing now?" Old First asked with an unhappy tone. Old Fourth looked in distance with a foot-long bronze telescope and said, "Don't worry, they're eating. Do you think they can notice us from this distance?" "HMPH, let them enjoy their last meat. The moment night descends, we'll move." Old Second snorted. Old Four's mouth watered as he noticed smoke rising. He said, "We should eat as well. What do you guys have?" Dry jerky," Old First reply. Old Four rebuked, "Fuck, you didn't bring any meat for us to barbecue." Old First was dumbfounded. "Why would we? Do you think we're on a picnic?" Chapter 82, Four Musketeers. After eating the succulent barbecue meat made by Jacob, Peter couldn't help but cry and told Jacob he had eaten nothing like this before and kept singing praise for his cooking. Jacob merely chuckled and ignored the young man who seemed to have gone insane after eating barbecue. Although they seemed eating, Jacob's entire focus was on that small dot in the distance. Even with his improved vision, he can only see a small dot, so he was sure the other party have some kind of visual gadget which made him warier of their background and strength. Jacob looked at the sky and only 3 hours remained before dusk started to break down. He looked at Peter, who had a blissful expression on his face. He said, "Is there any patch of trees in our way before stopping for the night?" Peter was startled by this strange question, but he quickly answered truthfully since Jacob treated him with the beast meat of his life. "There is a small grove in our way between the main road and this one." "How fast can we reach there?" Jacob asked with squinted eyes. 2.5 hours if we speed up. But there isn't any need to since the sky is clear," Peter told. However, Jacob stood up with an impassive look on his face. "I want you to enter that place in 2 hours and I'll reward you with another meal." Peter's eyes suddenly glowed like a raging fire when he heard this and quickly stood up in high spirits. He might even kill someone for that meal, much less drive somewhere in which he was proficient. "Sir, let's go." He hurried toward the carriage. He was afraid Jacob would go back on his words. Jacob smiled with a hint of coldness as he glanced toward the east before he coolly entered the carriage. In the distance, Old Four nearly choked on his saliva as he watched Peter enjoy the barbecue like a hungry wolf. He couldn't help but cuss while chewing on those dry jerkies like rubber. "I'll eat all that meat once I kill that hateful prick," he suddenly shouted. "Let's go, they're moving. We have to secure that high-quality meat." Old First chopped on Old Four's head and rebuked, "Then move the carriage, idiot. You are the driver, remember." "Oh, quickly, they seem to move fast," he said as they quickly embarked on the carriage and moved behind them while keeping their distance. 2 hours later, look, they're almost in around the Lionheart Road. I think they're trying to reach Lytown before night. That's why they're moving so fast. Old Four kept the bronze telescope on his left eye, he said while controlling the carriage carefully. "Impossible, the Lytown is still 8 hours away. They will be stopped for the night since there are still groups of bandits in the night. We'll get our chance." Old Third retorted as he held a map and pointed to a small town area. "He's right, and even if they got to the town, we can easily kill them while they're asleep. It's our specialty." Old Second laughed like a maniac. However, after then minutes, Old Four paused the carriage. "What now?" Old One sounded vexed. "They're stopping in that grove, and that brat is taking out the camps. It seemed they were planning to spend the night there. Fuck, that bastard is again taking out more meat. I'm afraid there won't be anything left for us at this rate." Old Four complained in resentment. "Shut up, you always focus on wrong things." Old First retorted in a gloomy tone, "Since they're staying in the open, let's turn it into their grave. Hide the carriage. We'll slowly move in, and the moment they let their guard down, heth." Old Second laughs cruelly. Jacob and Peter again enjoyed another delicious meal, and it was already started to darken, so they decided to rest and continue their travels at the first ray of light. It was how typical long-distance traveling work here since they didn't have any lights on the roads, and it wasn't safe if you didn't have any guards. Banditry was quite an ordinary thing on these roads at night, and those rats ran extremely fast if they encountered anything dangerous. Nevertheless, as long as you hand your belonging to them, they will not bother you and let you go. Anyhow, the full moon illuminates the lands with the soft moonlight. 4 silhouettes suddenly flashed past tree after tree as they were extremely careful to not make any sound, and continues to move toward 2 pyramid tents close to a carriage and horses. 1 silhouette suddenly made a hand signal before the other 3 formed a fist in response, and with cat feet, they moved in. Each one of them held a long barrel gun close to their shoulder in a shooting position. This gun's barrel was 2 feet long and 4 inches wide. It was a musket. They all surrounded the first tent from 4 different sides as if they know who was in there. They have done this countless times. Attack, old first shoulder before he pulled the trigger. Bam-em, 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 bam-em. 4 raging sounds reverberated in the vicinity like thunderbolts. Hee-hee, the 4 musketeers struck again. Old 4, the 4th musketeer, laughed out loud in pleasure as he held his musket on his shoulder. Let's butcher the kid. The 2nd musketeer laughed like a maniac as they moved toward the last tent. They weren't afraid anymore since the threat was already gone, so there wasn't any need to hide their presence anymore. Old 3rd, do you want to enjoy the kid first like you always do? 4th musketeer chuckled nastily. Old 3rd, however, no reply came, and he looked back confusingly, and what he saw made his skin crawl with needles. His 3 brothers' heads were cut in half like some extremely sharp blade had passed through them like a wind. Oh, how? They were just talking happily a moment ago, and the next moment they were dead. This must be a dream. This must be, he didn't dare to believe that after all these years of escaping death together, they would have died without even putting any resistance. Yeah, it's a dream. How about I butcher you so you can enjoy this dream? A devilish voice sounded at this moment. 4th musketeer suddenly jumped in fright and wet his pant out of pure terror. Don't kill me. I surrender. Just make me your slave, but don't kill me. I know many secrets. Spare me, please. I was forced to do all this. He didn't care about his lofty image anymore and kowtowed like crazy. Jacob appeared as he cleaned the blade of his sword from blood and coolly said, "How about telling me who you are and why you come after me?" He spared this idiot because he wanted to know who was bold and bore enough to go after a nobody like him. Furthermore, these 4 were all C ranks, and if not for their moronic stunts, they might have resisted for a second or two in front of him. But they were extremely confident in handling others if things went wrong with their strength, and that also rendered their downfall. They underestimate their prey after getting easy blood for so long that they forget something. Sometimes, prey can be a hunter in disguise. 4th musketeer quickly told, "We are 4 musketeers, a C-rank mercenary team of Lionheart City, and hired to kill you last night as quickly as possible. As for the person who hired us, it was through the vice agency leader." Jacob's eyes narrowed. "It seemed it wasn't your first time getting this kind of job." "Yes, that vice agency leader is a black-hearted bastard. He always deals in such jobs as long as they paid well, and no one is strong enough to go against him, while the agency leader is always out of city." 4th musketeer had tears in his eyes as he cursed the vice agency leader who sent them after this monster. Jacob frowned. He had 4 people before who could pull this kind of stunt: Austin, who he rejected, then Ralph and Warren, who Jacob scared shitless. Lastly, Rosalia left resentful the other night after he refused her raid invitation. "That old guy won't be coming after me with this group of morons, and he hates mercenaries. As for those 2 idiots, they didn't have that kind of connection, or they won't be just small hooligans of a small town. Then it was probably that arrogant tramp." His eyes turned deadly cold. "Do you know anyone named Rosalia Lyon?" Jacob asked coldly. 4th musketeer seemed to get started when he heard that name and couldn't help but told with suspicion, "I don't know anyone famous with this name, but I can't help but remembered the lioness of Lionheart family, Rose Lionheart. She also vanished for months now. Maybe it is her who is using this alias." Chapter 83, Lionheart City. Lionheart family, realization dawned upon Jacob. He didn't even think for a second it wasn't possible. Since the Lionheart family was a noble household, and it would be possible for them to have contacts with that vice leader. "Since that is the case, you can be on your way." Jacob nodded toward 4th musketeer. He felt he was pardoned and secretly swore to take revenge on Jacob for the deaths of his brothers. However, the sword in Jacob's hand suddenly blurred, and the next moment it was right inside the 4th musketeer's skull, as his eyes were filled with disbelief before he died. "Heh, did he think I mean something else? Truly an idiot." Jacob smirked coldly and took the blade out. With this, the infamous mercenary team who antagonized the Lionheart City commoners and low-rank mercenaries were wiped out by Jacob. Afterward, he picked up the 4 muskets and also revolvers around their waists and some bullets and the bronze telescope from the 4th musketeer and knives. Expect that they weren't carrying anything else. Jacob mused they might leave other things behind on their carriage, but he didn't know where they parked it, nor he was interested in searching for it since it would only waste time. Anything valuable was on their body and they won't come without their weapons, which was the only thing Jacob was interested in. Afterward, Jacob goes toward the carriage and connects it with the horse and leads it away. He didn't bother clearing up the scene, nor he was afraid that others would find out. He wanted them to find it out and back off while there was still time, or he didn't mind collecting more loot sent in his way. After walking for 10 minutes, a figure appeared from behind a large tree with a pale face. It was Peter. "Thank you, sir, for saving me. I never thought there would be bandits following us. If you haven't warned me and helped me here, I would have died." He was sweating profusely since he heard those gunshots a few moments ago. If not for Jacob secretly telling him to hide here while he took care of the bandits, he might have died today. He was really grateful to Jacob, who was even kinder than his real father has ever been to him. "Just drive, don't cry like a baby, I'm going to rest." Jacob handed the leash back and entered the carriage as if nothing happened. Peter quickly wiped his tears and started driving. He was really touched. Afterward, they didn't encounter any more bandits or have any incidents on their way, and their journey was quite smooth. At this moment, Jacob looked at the 50 meters tall walls in the distance and two 10-meter bronze gates and their huge red words carved above those gates. Lionheart City, one of these gates was open, and there was a queue of carriages while a small door was opened on the other side and there was another queue of walkers on the other side. He saw those people in carriages paying tolls to enter the city. Peter spoke unhappily at this moment in a hushed voice. "Sir, you should be careful in the future about walking in and out of the city because they would collect toll everything you enter and only people who don't need to pay toll are nobles and anyone who is affiliated with those powers, like mercenary agency or gunsmith guild. It's unfair, don't feel anger toward them. You can also be one of them if you strive for it. Cursing and getting envious of others is the easiest thing humans will do and feel better for themselves. But there are those with ambitions who keep working hard and reached a far greater point in life than any other. Everyone is born equal, just starting point is different," Jacob advised with a hint of melancholia. Peter didn't understand what Jacob means by those words, but he felt they were quite profound. He was just a commoner with a low IQ. How could he believe someone can pass those great people with just hard work? "Won't I work very hard, then what about me?" he thought with confusion. Jacob remained silent afterward as the carriages passed one by one and finally it was their turn. A tall guard clad in bronze armor glanced at the young man, who had a bright smile on his face and impassively looked inside, and he saw the bulky silver-hair man. He was about to question when his eyes fell on the gray card between this man's fingers, and then he saw C rank in big bold letters and his heart skipped a beat. "We apologize for the delay, sir." The guard quickly apologized with sweat on his forehead. "Welcome to the Lionheart City, we hope you can enjoy your stay." Peter was startled at this time, and the toll he was about to hand the guard remained in his hand. He knew Jacob wasn't ordinary, but he never knew even those arrogant guards would fawn over Jacob. But he was confused since Jacob was such a big shot. Why did he hire his rundown carriage, which wasn't comfortable at all? "All right, let's go." Jacob impassively said he didn't want to cause a scene here, but he can't let those guards check the goods in those crates. He had seen them skimming through carriages before, so he had no choice but to flash around his ID. The guard quickly bows respectfully and allowed the dumbfounded Peter to pass. "I have never seen this C-rank mercenary before. Should I report it to the Lord?" the guard mused. He had known all the high-level mercenaries who lived in the city, and Jacob was new. But the mercenary always traveled around, so it wasn't a new thing for a C-rank mercenary to enter a city like Lionheart City for resupply and then left in a day or two. So he thought Jacob was just a passerby mercenary and didn't bother with this matter anymore. Besides, even C-rank mercenaries wouldn't dare to cause trouble since there were Knights Guards of the Night Order in every city. The Lionheart was bristling with activities, as all kinds of people were moving on the roads and checking the different shops. The roads of Lionheart City were quite spacious and made of stones, not like the small dirt roads of Rain Town, where only 2 carriages can pass at a time. Furthermore, the people weren't on edge while walking, like in Rain Town. Anyone could stab you and take your things. The safety of the citizens was the most important thing for a city like Lionheart, or no one would come to their city, and the nobles will suffer a heavy backlash from the title nobles. There are 2 kinds of nobles in the Humane Kingdom. Nobles with official titles such as Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. These titles were officially granted by the king. Then there were nobles with unofficial titles. The lowest was Tier -1 noble and the highest was Tier -5 noble. Some high-level officers worked for these nobles in the kingdom. They also have a very high standing. For example, the Lord of Rain Town fell into this category. Nevertheless, lords like Rain Towns were still not nobles, but they were still considered one and revered by commoners. Anyway, these titles were the title any noble with an official title can grant, and these titles have their benefits as well. But there was a limit to which rank title and how many they can grant with their rank. Like a baron could only grant Tier -1 noble title to 3 people, while only a duke has the right to grant a Tier -5 noble title and recommend that person for an official baron title. These unofficial noble titles weren't granted like cabbages, since this could inflict the official nobles if the person with an unofficial noble title was caught doing crimes. And if the crimes were serious, even those official nobles have to pay a hefty price. That's why those official nobles won't grant these titles easily, and if they did, they would monitor them closely. The Lionheart family was such a family with a Tier -1 noble title, and they were extremely careful with their reputation. While drifting on the stone road, Peter was in an excellent mood since he didn't have to pay the toll for the first time in his life. He asked, "Sir, where should I drop you? Where can I rent a house here?" Jacob asked. The hotels weren't good for him because of the things he carried, and it would be far more convenient to rent a small house as he did in the rain town. He can come and go as he pleases without having to worry about others watching him. Pete thought for a moment before his eyes lit up. "Oh, I know a place." He quickly led Jacob toward the east of the city, chapter 84. "I'll take it." Soon Peter stopped outside a building with 3 floors. Jacob looked out and saw the name Silver Real Estate Dealers. Jacob knew he was in the right place. "Wait here." He nodded and left the carriage and entered the building. The interior was quite lavished, made with wood and similar furniture. A plump man wearing an expensive attire approached Jacob at this moment with a big smile on his face as 2 golden teeth flash in his mouth. "Sir, if you're looking for good properties, you come to the right place." Jacob nodded, and they both sat in front of each other. The fate dealer smiled fawningly. "So what kind of properties my lord is looking for? We have many properties in all the excellent areas of Lionheart City." Jacob coolly stated, "I'm not staying permanently here. I want to rent a small house with a pool and garden for 3 months and I'll pay in advance. But I only have one condition. I don't want any commotion around, so it had to on a peaceful location. Do you have such a place?" The fat dealer was startled by Jacob's strange demands, but he deals with all kinds of customers, so Jacob's demands were still reasonable, and he also seemed quite rich since he was willing to pay up front. Furthermore, with Jacob's build, he could tell Jacob wasn't normal at all, so he quickly nodded with a big businessman's smile. "Indeed, I have such a place, and it's quite expensive since it's in the safest place in the entire city." "Oh, which area?" Jacob was slightly intrigued. "The Lion Street. This area is only 2 miles away from the Lionheart estate, and only rich people live there, even high-rank mercenaries. That's why no one causes trouble there, and it considers the safest area of the city." The fat dealer quickly told with a hint of excitement. Jacob had to admit this place had the qualification to be the safest place. "How much?" Jacob asked. He was as rich as those official nobles with all those Titan iron bricks, so money wasn't an issue right now for him. The fat dealer's smile broadens instantly. He knew he would be going to get a huge commission. He quickly told, "The owner of this property wants 2 gold coins for a month. However, since Sir will pay in advance for 3 months, I can negotiate the price with him." However, to his surprise, Jacob shook his head and said, "I don't want to waste time, so I accept 2 gold coins a month. I want to move this instance. Can you do it, or I can go somewhere else?" Jacob stated, with no place for negotiation. The fat dealer was shocked since 2 gold coins were quite a sizable sum for even an E-rank mercenary, but this guy was speaking as if it was nothing. But he was quickly thrilled since his commission would be high as well if Jacob pay high. He quickly stood up, afraid Jacob would go somewhere else. "I can arrange that, sir. Give me 10 minutes. Jacob nodded and watched the fat guy running on the upper floor. Soon the fat dealer appeared with sweat all over his face and panting heavily as if he had run a marathon and fat on body jiggle. "Sir, let's go." He shows the key in his hand to Jacob. Jacob was speechless. He won't die with this much running, right? He wondered as he followed him. Soon the fat dealer hailed his own private carriage, and Peter followed that carriage, with Jacob now riding within the fat dealer's lavish and comfortable carriage. After traveling for 20 minutes, they enter a spotless area with beautiful houses around and tree on the roadsides. Finally, they all stopped in front of this 2-story house, which was 200 square meters in size. It has a small pool and a garden. This wasn't small at all and made quite well. The furniture was also with the house, so Jacob won't have to buy a new one, but if he damaged it, he had to pay. Soon, a dainty woman in her late 20s appeared. She was the owner of this house. The fat dealer introduced, "This is Miss Miley, the owner of this house. Miss this the gentleman who want to move immediately, and he's willing to pay 3 months' rent in advance, so." Before he could finish, the dainty woman cut him and she spoke coldly. "I'm sorry, I have already rented this house to someone else this morning, and that person might be here at any moment. I won't apologize for wasting your time since I wasn't prior informed, so it's not my fault you wasted this trip." The fat dealer's expression changed when he heard this and couldn't help but cursed Miley for being a sly bitch, since it was her fault actually. Because if she had already rented the house, it was her duty to inform him within an hour so he could remove the house from the renting list, but she didn't bother. Now it was he who was going to take the blame since Miley's background wasn't simply as a small property dealer like him could headbutt her. Furthermore, he will be going to lose Jacob, a rich customer as well, since he wasted the man's time. However, Jacob smiled faintly and said, "I understand. But I like this place and I'm already here, so how about I increased 1 gold coin in rent?" The fat dealer's eyes widened in disbelief. His monthly salary was only 1 gold, yet this man was offering it like it was nothing. Just what is his background? Miley's eyes shimmered in surprise when she heard Jacob was willing to pay an extra gold coin, which was quite alluring for her. Furthermore, she could tell Jacob wasn't from the city, or she would have known someone like Jacob, who seemed to be quite wealthy. "Is he a merchant?" she thought. She hesitated before she said as her tone finally softened, "Your offer is indeed quite captivating, sir, but the person I rented this house is an apothecary apprentice, and I don't think it would be a wise decision to antagonize him for both of us." Apothecary apprentice? The fat dealer's round face loses all its color when he heard apothecary apprentice and nearly wet himself. In Lionheart City or any city, in fact, one could offend any but someone from the Apothecary Guild because they had an extremely high status in this kingdom because of their skills in medicine. Although strength was important for a nation's development, what can they do with strength when they don't have medicinal knowledge to protect that strength? As a matter of fact, in this place, medicinal knowledge has a far greater value than strength because no matter how strong you are, if you get wounded or get ill with some unknown illness, then no matter how much power you have, you will fall. That's why these apothecaries were so precious to this kingdom, and enjoy a status equivalent to a C-rank mercenary even if they were just apothecary apprentices, which were as weak as an ant in front of a C-rank mercenary. "Sir, how about I arrange another place for you? Give me 3 hours and I can find a house which satisfies your needs. It better if leave before the esteemed apothecary apprentice come," he suggested in an extremely respectful tone. Jacob sighed. He knew the status an apothecary represents in this place, and it won't be good to clash with one just because of the house. He still has to stay here for a while, so it won't be good if some quack will ruin his plans. "All right, we'll leave," Jacob nodded, although he wasn't afraid of trouble in this place, but seeking trouble was another matter. Everyone sighed in relief as Miley in the white dress had a good impression of Jacob right now. She couldn't help but said, "Sir, if you don't mind the size or price of the place, there is a mansion 2 blocks away. It's 5 times bigger than this place. The owner is my friend's father. Although they want the annual rent in advance, I can make them drop it to 6 months." Jacob stopped and questioned, "How much?" "10 gold coin for a month, which means you have to 60 gold coins. What do you think?" she asked. Even for someone like her, 60 gold coins were quite a massive number. One could buy a large house with 60 gold coins in another area of Lionheart City, but this place was the most expensive area. The fat dealer cursed Miley for trying to rob him of his job, but he remained silent and only wished Jacob would reject her since it was just too damn expensive. "Is there a pool?" Jacob inquired. The fat dealer had a bad feeling when he heard this. Miley smiled brightly. "Yes, much bigger than this one." Jacob chuckled. "I'll take it." Chapter 85, Trip to Gunsmith Guild. Afterward, with Miley's help, everything goes smoothly without any more problems, and Jacob becomes the tenant of a luxurious mansion on Lion Street. This mansion area was 800 square meters with a backyard, horse stable, garden, pool, and a small workshop. The mansion itself was built on 400 square meters of space and had 2 floors and a huge basement. Jacob wasn't shocked by the enormous place, since he had lived in a castle half of his life, so this place was tinny if you asked him. Nevertheless, it was quite a good place to practice his martial arts and other activities, which he didn't want anyone to see, and it was quite peaceful here. He quickly settles down after paying everyone their dues. He even paid some silvers to that fatty for his time, which made him happy. The mansion also has its own cleaning and security staff, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. He decided to rest for a day before he started with his plans the other day. The sun rose as Jacob also woke up from his peaceful sleep. Although he could go 5 or 6 days without sleeping, he still preferred to sleep if he didn't have anything important going on. After waking up, he first started to perform every fighting technique he knew 3 times before he would shift to another, and so on. It was his habit in his previous life before he stopped doing them altogether, because he simply couldn't keep up as he grew old. Now he was back to his old routine, and he was far better than he ever was, even when he was in his prime. Some moves are quite dangerous and a burden on the body if performed regularly in some martial arts, and even masters won't practice them recklessly. But he could do them without feeling any fatigue or any internal injury danger because his body was simply not normal. He could feel the more he performed these movements, the more control he had over his body. It was like his body was a weapon that could grow limitlessly. After spending 4 hours in physical training, Jacob was sweating profusely as every muscle in his body was pumped. "It's time to use the pool." Jacob left the backyard and headed toward the pool area. He naturally wanted a place with a pool because of the water meditation technique. Although he nearly died perfuming it last time, this doesn't mean he would give up on it altogether. Furthermore, he had this feeling the art of nature wasn't so simple, and it might probably be a magical technique that can only be practiced by a powerful individual. It didn't mean for normal humans. The pool was 50 square meters large and 20 meters deep. But there were levels like the first 5 meters were only 2 meters deep, which was perfect for Jacob to stand up without worrying about swimming. But to make it even safe, he put on a 5-foot stone platform, and now with a push he could breathe the air. Soon Jacob starts the water meditation again. But this time he only performed it for a house, and the moment he felt the 10G force, he broke his meditation to see if everything was right. Nothing happened out of the ordinary. Just like last time, the force vanished the moment he breathed the air. Content, he began again, and this time he did the meditation properly, and this time he breathed 4 times, and it was already 7 hours since he had started the water meditation. He could feel his limit was rising from 140 to 148, but he started to feel the toll on his body, so he stopped doing it at this hour. The workers wondered what the Lord was doing in the pool area for over 8 hours, but he prohibited anyone from going there, and they didn't dare to go against his order. Jacob finally emerged in the dining area when it was already afternoon. He was a cm leaner before, though, which was a minor change in other eyes, but it was massive since he achieved it in over 8 hours. After having lunch, Jacob left the mansion. He still didn't have a carriage, and he didn't want it either since he preferred walking, and if he ran, he was not slower than an adult horse. Furthermore, where he was going, that place wasn't far from Lion Street. 5 miles from Lion Street was the city center, and this place never closed for even a second. There were all kinds of shops in this place, but the most famous were 4 imposing buildings that occupied an entire square. Furthermore, no one dares to cause trouble here, not even raise their voice, because these 4 buildings belong to the Apothecary Guild, Gunsmith Guild, Zodiac Tourist Bank, and Star Mercenary Agency. These 4 names represent a status far scarier than the royal family, and no one dared to cause trouble in these 4 places. In any large city like Lionheart City, these 4 buildings were compulsory, and they occupied the center of the city without the need to pay for it. Furthermore, no other business or shop was allowed anywhere near this place's 5-meter radius. The Zodiac Tourist Bank and Star Mercenary Agency were the same. They didn't cause trouble for the other side, nor did they cause trouble for them. They exist like harmonized neighbors. Right at this moment, a man with an eye-catching appearance appeared in front of this 10-story iron-color building. There was a huge golden signboard, Gunsmith Guild, written in fiery words. Jacob couldn't help but look at other imposing buildings a few hundred meters away, and each one of them was extremely eye-catching. Especially the bank, which had a pantheon-like exterior. But his goal for the building was in front of him right now and following robust men going inside. The interior was extremely spacious, and the first thing that caught his eye was a huge queue in front of a counter. Many people were standing, but one thing common about them was they were extremely masculine and gave off this intense feeling. Are they all blacksmiths? Jacob wondered, as he was familiar with the traits of a blacksmith, and he knew the Gunsmith Guild was like the Star Mercenary Agency. They recruit daily, but their endorsement conditions were harsher than the agency. The Gunsmith Guild, as its name suggests, was the guild for gunsmiths and only gunsmiths. The firearm business was considered the top business in any region, and they had long transcended cold weapons. That's why many blacksmiths were forced to leave their traditional ways and learn the art of firearm forging if they wanted to survive. The Gunsmith Guild was solely made to research firearms and also to provide a platform for these old blacksmiths to become part of this trend and earn immense wealth. Jacob saw the queue, and then there was another counter which was completely deserted and couldn't help but go there. The bearded man sitting behind the counter sensed Jacob's presence and looked at him with uninterested eyes. He said, "If you want to take the gunsmith class, wait in that queue until the previous class end." Gunsmith class, Jacob was astonished. So they teach in this place? He didn't know about this. The man looked at Jacob with disdain. "You didn't even know? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Jacob shook his head. "I'm new in this place, so I don't know about the rules. Can you tell me how to join the guild?" Jacob suddenly placed his hand on the table before he widened his finger, and a sinning silver coin was under it. The man's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the silver coin, and his opinion of Jacob instantly evaluated. He smiled amiably. "You know your way, huh? All right, since you're new, I'll guide you. If you want to join, then you have to be proficient in gunsmithing. If you're not, then don't worry. We teach anyone who wants to learn a beginner course for 30 days. Do you see that queue? You can register yourself for the class there. It will cost you 5 silver for 1 lecture, and you can take it as much as you want as long as you pay the price. Then, if you're confident we take a single exam in every evening on the 2nd floor, you can register for the basic gunsmith apprentice exam here. There will be 3 exams in total, and passing the 3 is compulsory. That's the way to join our guild." The man's voice was filled with pride. Jacob nodded in understanding. "So there are ranks of gunsmith?" The man nodded sternly. "Yes, gunsmith apprentice rank is the entry-level rank, and it has 3 levels: basic, intermediate, and advanced. Above this rank is basic gunsmith rank, intermediate gunsmith rank, and advanced gunsmith rank. Let me tell you, there aren't any intermediate gunsmith in the entire Gloria country." Chapter 86, scaring everyone into submission. Jacob nodded in understanding and said, "So, as long as I have skills and knowledge about the gunsmith profession, I can take any level test." The clerk nodded. "It seemed easy, right, but it isn't. Anyhow, do you want to start the course today? Let me give some friendly advice. Come back in the morning. You won't be able to participate in today's classes. They're already booked. Jacob suddenly asked another question. Then can I rent a forging room to practice here? The clerk seemed to be startled by Jacob's question and answered with disdain. Are you an idiot? Do you even know the forging room in the guild is the best of the best? They won't let a newbie like you anywhere near those rooms, much less rent it. Even I, a basic gunsmith apprentice, can only share rooms with other apprentices, much less a private forging room of my own. Only an intermediate gunsmith apprentice can rent a private forging room. His expression was livid, as if someone had just slapped him on his face. However, Jacob's next words made the clerk startled and nearly cough up blood. If there is no limit to the exam level, I want to take the basic gunsmith exam. Where should I go? Jacob finally understood one thing about this place. There were limited seats, and if he wanted the best, then he had to be the best, and he needed the facilities here if he wanted to truly make modern weapons. The only way was to become the basic gunsmith, which was the highest rank in this country. Once he got this rank, no one would stop him from using any facilities of this place. As for drawing attention to himself, gunsmiths were different from mercenaries and apothecaries, because their only job was to make the weapons from behind a closed door. No one would pay much attention to them as long as they didn't invent anything new which can affect the market or nations. The clerk nearly spat out blood in anger this time as he stood up from his seat and pointed his finger at Jacob and roared, "So, you are causing trouble, huh? Do you think we gunsmiths are easy to bully? Guards, come here and break this bastard's limbs." He was completely infuriated by what Jacob just demanded because basic gunsmith was the head of this branch, and this guy who didn't even know about the ranks of the gunsmith a few moments ago now wanted to take the exam. In his eyes, Jacob was simply ridiculing the guild and gunsmiths, so he decided to teach him a harsh lesson. This also drew everyone's attention, and when they heard what that clerk just said, they couldn't help but felt pity for the new guy who seemed to have offended this gunsmith. It seemed he didn't know that every clerk in this building is a gunsmith and he might have said something which offended him. Now he's going to be crippled. Someone sneered gloatingly in the queue, "Look at this tall, burly built. Do you think he's a muscle brain? Sigh, the young ones are truly fearless, but sometimes it's better to know one limit. No one dares to cause trouble in Power Square, even those knights won't breathe loudly here." The others whispered to themselves. The Power Square was referred to as this square occupied by the four powers, and everyone called it this in every city. Anyhow, Jacob looked at the basic gunsmith apprentice as if he was looking at an idiot. He just wanted to take a test, and this guy was too narrow-minded to even think that no one can pass the test since he can't. He sneered as he sensed some guards hurried toward him with cold smiles on their faces. "I don't want to cause a scene, I just want to take the test. I didn't see it as causing trouble." Jacob didn't act and tried to smooth things out. "Bastard still spouting nonsense, beat him to death. It seemed we have been too soft lately. If we didn't show our might, the other might think we are easily glib." The basic gunsmith apprentice cursed viciously. Jacob's eyes turned icy at this moment, which made the basic gunsmith apprentice suddenly shut his mouth as he felt chilled and shrugged. Those guards who were about to attack Jacob also felt that strange chill and suddenly took steps back with horrifying looks on their faces. They were all fighters, and they weren't like that basic gunsmith apprentice who never fought in his life. They could sense danger, but this young man was giving them a feeling of death, not just danger. Even that basic gunsmith apprentice felt it. Jacob's eyes were now exempt from emotions and killing intent rage in his eyes, and he finally spoke again. "So shall we continue?" He looked at the basic gunsmith apprentice like he was an ant who will squish. Basic gunsmith apprentice suddenly death staring at him right on his face. He never felt so scared in his life, and suddenly his eyes rolled upward and he fell back with foam coming from his mouth. This was the result of Jacob focusing his entire killing intent on someone with a weak heart, and after his water mediation, he could feel his emotions were more in his control, and he could focus his negative thoughts on someone. This was a strange sensation that he only found out about after he practiced the water mediation for over 8 hours. Everyone suddenly gulped a mouthful of saliva when they saw this strange scene. Even those arrogant guards seemed to scare witless of this young man. The floor was now deadly silent. Suddenly another clerk who was also smirking just a few moments ago said with extreme difficulty, If sir wants to take the test, please register on the second F floor." He didn't dare to show any arrogance anymore. The invisible pressure coming from the man with silver hair was just too scary for them. Although they were arrogant, they were not fools. Jacob seemed to be extremely powerful, but he didn't attack yet and only show his imposing demeanor, which made it clear he really wanted to take the test, so if they keep pushing it, they might really make an enemy which no one can stop until it was too late. Jacob finally stopped his killing intent, and that strange chillness in the room suddenly vanished. He looked at the clerk and said, "Lead the way, I don't want to cause any scene up there." The clerk quickly stood up like an obedient dog, and in everyone's gobsmacked eyes, he led Jacob toward the second floor with slightly trembling legs. Those guards also felt they were just given a life pardon and quickly left for their own posts. They felt like they just escaped death. As for the basic gunsmith apprentice, who lose conciseness, they thought he deserved it since he dared to offend that scary monster with no good reason and get them nearly killed. On the second floor, there were already some people who were waiting for the test to start and also preparing as their lives depends on it. Most of them were old. When they saw this clerk was leading this young man toward the registration counter with an ashen face, they all become amused and wondered what kind of identity Jacob had to make this clerk this scared. When the woman on the registration counter saw this clerk leading this man with an ashen face, she was also bewildered. The clerk quickly said, as if his life was depending on it, "Sister Renat, register this gentleman for the exam of the basic gunsmith apprentice." Renat was a middle-aged lady, and she was doing this job for almost a decade, but she never saw this man on edge so much. She could sense something was wrong, but she didn't know what since no one would dare to cause trouble in the gunsmith guild, and as a gunsmith herself, she knew no one can force them to do anything. But today she sensed the fear in this arrogant colleague of hers. However, before she could inquire, the silver-haired man spoke impassively. "I want to take the basic gunsmith exam, not basic gunsmith apprentice." The clerk nearly fell when he heard this and finally understood why that guy reacts that way. Jacob's words were simply infuriated. However, when he imagined that strange coldness released by Jacob, he didn't dare to lash out and blurted, "Since Sir wanted to take the basic gunsmith test, quickly inform guild leader only he can invigilate the test." Everyone felt they just heard something absurd because Jacob didn't seem to even be 25, but he wanted to take a basic gunsmith test. It was simply absurd. Renat finally couldn't take it and coldly looked at Jacob. "Sir, are you an advanced gunsmith apprentice?" Jacob said coolly, "No, it's my first time taking this test. But I didn't hear anyone is compliant to take the apprentice test if they had the skills of a higher caliber, right?" Jacob felt these guys were just too much since they were reacting as if they have never seen a genius. Chapter 87. Test for basic gunsmith. Everyone was speechless when they heard Jacob answer and looked at him as if he was crazy and deliberating, provoking the gunsmith guild. Some blacksmiths who were taking this exam for years also felt insulted since this guy dared to say all that nonsense, as if being a gunsmith wasn't difficult at all. Jacob's words were simply ridiculing them. However, to the clerk who brought Jacob up, he wasn't like the others who felt Jacob was courting death. On the contrary, he felt Jacob was extremely dangerous and he might have some background. He quickly looked at Renat, who was already on the verge of an explosion. He blurted, "Please, Sister Renat, just alert the elder." Renat couldn't help but frown when she saw his almost teary eyes as if he was in grave danger. Could it be he wanted me to alert the elder because this guy was threatening him and wanted the elder's help? She quickly reached this conclusion and nodded. "Please wait." She stood up and left at the back door. Jacob didn't move and his expression remained unchanged. While the spectators have another opinion about this situation because they could see that the gunsmith was afraid and this might not be going to end well for Jacob if he remained passive. Nevertheless, they were looking forward to his aghast expression when the guild leader appeared with his weapons. They all know too well this place was the Gunsmith Guild, which supplies firearms all over the kingdom, and they had many hidden cards to deal with arrogant pricks like Jacob. It would be a huge mistake to underestimate these gunsmiths just because they didn't practice combat. Even those C-rank mercenaries are wary of the Gunsmith Guild's wrath. Soon the back door slap opened, and a burly old man appeared with a dignified aura, followed by another old man with a slight hunchback in Renat who had a stony expression on her face. The tall, burly old man, who appeared to be in his early 60s, was the guild leader of this gunsmith branch, Drew, a basic gunsmith. While the hunchback old man was the vice guild leader, Olaf, an advanced gunsmith apprentice. They both hold long barrel shotguns in their hands as they looked at Jacob with extremely cold eyes. They had heard what happened from Renat and quickly come here to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. However, Drew was slightly surprised when he saw Jacob remain impassive despite seeing the shotguns in their hands as if they were toys. "Brat, I heard you're causing trouble and threatening my guild members, is it true?" Drew inquired in a haughty tone. Those spectators had long fled to the corner of the hall and watched the show with cold smirks on their faces. Jacob calmly replied, "If stating my wish to take the basic gunsmith test is causing trouble, then yes." Drew's eyes narrowed when he heard Jacob's nonchalant reply. Olaf suddenly laughed coldly. "Ha ha ha, a basic gunsmith, are you even qualified?" He suddenly pointed the barrel toward Jacob. Jacob said, "Qualify, huh? The shotgun you're holding in your hand had 23 inches double barrels with 6 millimeters of thickness. This makes the gun's gauge 20. This size denomination comes from 1 pound of lead divided into equal-sized balls that will fit the barrel. This will make the shell with 12 pieces equal to 12 bores, which is why a 20 bore. Now let's talk about extractors, bolt, top lever, safety thumb piece, trigger guard, trigger plate, and hammer. Jacob spoke without stopping, which made everyone dumbfounded as they had no idea what he was talking about since he was speaking the language which could only be understood by a beginner gunsmith in Jacob's world. However, those two old men become pale as they heard Jacob describing the entire process of making a shotgun which shouldn't be known to the public like it was invented by him. All in all, the lockwork is extremely poor. I can tell just with the trigger poison that should be 3 millimeters back, and after 6 consecutive shots, the magazine barrel will blow. I would be careful with that toy if I were you, old man. Likewise, I recommend try making watches, you'll improve. He finally stopped without showing any sign of arrogance. At this moment, the entire floor was deadly silent. Drew finally snapped out of his stupor. Now he looked at the young man with fear and reverence in his eyes, although something that Jacob mentioned about the lockwork was out of his understanding. He could tell he had greatly benefited from his pointers. See, could it be he's from a higher region, but it's impossible for a human to go there and then returned? Or did he find some kind of inheritance? No matter what, he's a genius. I have to keep him here. Please come with me. I'll arrange the test for you. He finally opened his mouth. Everyone's eyes turned green with envy. They knew this young man wasn't just boosting, but he was a genius and he was about to soar. Renaa also felt her heart tremble when she heard the respect in Drew's voice, and she knew she had caused a blunder by belittling this young man. And if he really became basic gunsmith, he can easily get rid of her. Regret filled her heart. As for the clerk who bought Jacob here, he felt he was in a dream. Jacob finally sighed inwardly when he felt this clown show was finally over. These guys were just too theatrical. Olaf's heart palpitated when he saw Jacob coming in their way, and he also knew Jacob was far more knowledgeable than him. If Jacob really passed the test, then he would be in big trouble. Just how did he know so much? He might have stumbled upon some technology from the upper region if I can get my hands on it. A greedy glint flashed past his eyes, but he hid it quickly. He knew he can't deal with Jacob if he passed the test and earned Drew's recognition. So he played it safe before he took the next step. Jacob glanced at the hunchback old man and his lips curled ever so slightly, but he pretends as if nothing happened and followed the two old men toward the upper floor. While walking, Olaf couldn't help but ask with ambiguity, "Are you by any chance a noble?" Jacob coolly replied, "No, I'm a commoner. If you want to ask if I have a background, then no. I'm just a scholar who wants to learn gunsmithing. Is there any problem?" Drew chuckled at this moment. Of course not. The vice leader is very fond of talent, and he nurtured many talented gunsmiths, and all of them were hand-picked by him. Since you have no background, then this will make it easier. This will be your home. Even if you failed to pass the basic gunsmith test, I'll give you Advanced Gunsmith Apprentice's title. Olaf nodded in agreement, but his smile was very strange. "It seemed you still didn't think I can pass the basic gunsmith test, right?" Jacob chuckled. He could clearly see through the old man's words. Drew didn't hide anything. "Although your observation and knowledge are top-notch, and even I'm not your match when it comes to perception. But there are still practical skills that are far more important than perception and knowledge. Even if you know about the combat, that won't make you a fighter, right? The gunsmithing is the same. Even though you have knowledge and perception, you won't be a gunsmith until you make a gun yourself." Jacob nodded. Well said. Drew had a good impression of Jacob now since he wasn't arrogant as he seemed, and that's why he said he would give me the title of Advanced Gunsmith Apprentice even if he failed. He knew as long as Jacob had experience and guidance, he could easily surpass him, and this would also make his branch famous if they produce a young basic gunsmith or ever an intermediate gunsmith. With Jacob's rise, their branch would get more resources. That's why he was so thrilled when Jacob showcased his knowledge. They directly reached the 9th floor, where were the most advanced smithies they had in this branch. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th floors were all smithies, and the higher the floor advancer the smithery equipment. On the 9th floor there were only 3 smithies, and they were all for advanced gunsmith apprentices and basic apprentices. However, for Jacob, those advanced equipment were nothing but ancient, but he knew beggars can't be choosers. Drew spoke at this moment. "You didn't need to take the first 2 tests since you have already proved yourself. As for the test fee, it's on the house. Your test is simple. As long as you can produce a revolver from scratch, you will be a basic gunsmith of our guild." Chapter 88, Passing the Test. Jacob could tell Drew still didn't believe he could pull this off, but he didn't mind since he was almost done with his goal of getting a smithy here. He impassively said, "How much time do I have?" "Time?" Drew was lost for words and grumbled inwardly, "Shouldn't you be worried about other things than time?" But he still replied, 12 hours and you will only get 1 chance. Although there aren't many rules when taking the gunsmith apprentice's tests since it was just a beginner rank, so we are lax in this rank. However, from basic gunsmith, things change, and you can only take this test once every 10 days in the Humane Kingdom, and you can't take the test of advanced gunsmith without passing the intermediate gunsmith test either. Well, it's not like you need to test for intermediate gunsmith anytime soon since there are only 4 in the entire humane kingdom, and it's very hard to make them invigilate your test. Drew spoke as his expression darkened slightly. It was as if he had experienced this personally and didn't want to remember. It seemed I can't jump the ranks like I just did. Jacob was dissatisfied with these rules since his qualification was much higher than even an advanced gunsmith, but they simply didn't have the means to measure them. However, even if they had, he won't show his entire knowledge just because of some benefits. He still didn't know how deep this gunsmith hold knowledge of firearms was, and if they were on the level where he can show his knowledge without being worried about setting a target on himself. But this basic gunsmith was just too low for him, and their equipment was the main reason for his dissatisfaction. He knew he can't create advanced guns here either, especially the ones with delicate components like automatic machine guns and silent sniper rifle. However, this wasn't the only thing he lacks. Like he can't make cognitive radar, microchips, semiconductors, or add analytic engines and laser technology. These things can make an enormous difference between life and death. He needed a proper lab and equipment to make these modern guns, but he didn't have time to invent all this equipment, which would take his precious time. Nevertheless, it's not like he was hoping to get all this here, but he was still somewhat disappointed with the equipment in this kingdom. Fine, I'll start first. Jacob sighed bitterly and moved toward the molding equipment. Although he never used these kinds of old equipment, this doesn't mean he didn't know how they work. Everything had a foundation, and without it, you can't build anything. Drew and Olaf closely observed the young man. It won't be a lie to say they were looking forward to seeing Jacob's capabilities, despite different thoughts. Especially Olaf, who wished for Jacob to miserably fail, and then he can persuade Drew to drop Jacob's rank further to intermediate gunsmith apprentice so he could then easily control Jacob. In contrast, Drew wanted to teach Jacob and become a teacher of a future genius, so he could clear some of his regrets and return the humiliation he once suffered. However, as time passed, both old men's expressions started to change, from surprise to serious then horror. Because at first Jacob looked clumsy, but as time passed, Jacob started to move like an expert, and before long he was moving so fast they didn't even know what he was doing anymore. However, as a revolver started to shape, they both thought they were hallucinating because Jacob's revolver wasn't like their traditional short-barrel revolver, but was completely different. After familiarizing himself with the equipment, it didn't take him long before he assembled a revolver, which was average in his view. However, it was the best he can do with these tools. Over 2 hours passed, and a shining long-barrel black revolver lay on the table with 2 golden bullets. This is. Drew took a deep breath before he spoke. He had never seen something like this before. Although this was a revolver, it had 8 clips instead of 6. Which was nothing but an evaluation in their eyes. Jacob coolly said, "This is Taurus 44 Magnum, just call it Magnum, just test it, I don't want to waste any more time." Drew, however, didn't proceed with the testing, and without explaining he picked up the Magnum and 2 bullets. He sternly looked at dumbfounded Olaf and said, "I don't want anything about this out of this room. Tell everyone he failed and I accept him as my apprentice." Drew quickly looked at the unruffled Jacob and said, "Come with me." Jacob could hear Drew's widely beating heart, and he decided to see what this old man was up to, so he followed him. As for Olaf, he had no idea what just happened, but he knew it wasn't as simple as Drew making it, not with that revolver Jacob just made. But he can't offend Drew right now, so he does as he was told and only hopes for Drew to let him examine that revolver. Even he could tell that the revolver was a masterpiece, and he had gained some insight after watching Jacob's lockwork. On the top floor, Drew led Jacob to his office and quickly closed the door as if he was afraid someone would disturb them. He quickly looked at Jacob, who had a frosty expression, and said while bowing his head, "Mister, I'm extremely sorry to do this, but it was necessary for your safety." "What do you mean?" Jacob's eye narrowed. Drew smiled wryly and put the Magnum revolver on the table and sternly said, "Truth be told, you are more than qualified to be an advanced gunsmith with this gun. But there is only one facility in the uncommon region that give the benefits you deserve, and it's in Oriat Kingdom of Green Goblins. However, both you and I know those little bastards would rather kill you and offend the Gunsmith Guild than let a human genius like you enter that facility and grow under their nose." His expression turned extremely gloomy. Besides, even the goblins in that Gunsmith Guild won't let a human grow, no matter what, unless they had lost their minds. Although the Gunsmith Guild isn't affiliated with any race or any organization in Power Square, as the matter of fact. But everyone knows each race is selfish, and if they felt threatened by an enemy race, they would try to get rid of that threat even if they seemed peaceful on the surface. So I'm asking you if you want the intermediate gunsmith rank, but that process will be lengthy and you have to go to the royal capital. Or you can get the basic gunsmith rank ID in 7 days. However, I personally think giving you the basic gunsmith rank will be a waste of your talent. At least you should be in those higher-level workshops in the royal capital, since it would be impossible for you to go to the rare region. At least it is better than having nothing. What are your thoughts? Jacob suddenly pulled an amusing smile. So you want to protect me? Drew thought Jacob was taking this situation too lightly and kindly advised, I don't know how you get your knowledge and experience. But I know better to ask. There are many old facilities abandoned by many experts after their research, which they don't bother to destroy. However, those useless facilities can be a treasure trove for a race like us. But having knowledge is nothing if you don't have the talent to use it, and you are a talented person. But sometimes it is better to remain hidden before you can grow. I can write a letter to the guild leader in the capital, and he'll know what to do. All remain is your approval. Jacob knew what Drew wanted. He wanted him to go to the capital branch of the Gunsmith Guild and remain hidden there until he grew old, and the other kingdoms won't feel threatened by his existence. It was like deteriorating his talent just because they can't protect him. He even wanted to laugh in disdain. He plainly rejected, look, I know you mean well, but you don't have to worry about me. Just give me the identity of the basic gunsmith and a private room in this place, and I'm content. Although it looked like I'm after fame, but I know when to stop. Drew's eyes contracted as he got what Jacob meant. He couldn't help but thought, what a wily brat. He couldn't help but reevaluate this young man in front of him. Jacob suddenly looked at the Magnum revolver as his lips curled. This Magnum will be my goodwill and appreciation gift to you. We both know you should be able to become an intermediate gunsmith as long as you research that revolver. It will put another layer of protection on me, right? Drew couldn't help but get shocked when he heard this. Are you serious? Chapter 89, Accepting a Mission. Jacob looked at the ID card in his hand, which he received just now. It was made purely from bronze, and there was the gunsmith emblem carved on the back, and in front was his name and rank of basic gunsmith. He had to admit, the Gunsmith Guild was really rich to make a mere ID card with bronze. It has been a week since he joined the Gunsmith Guild under the identity of Advanced Gunsmith Apprentice. But the fact that he was going to be a basic gunsmith was only known to Drew. Drew had to admit that Jacob had really played it well. Not only did he offer him the Magnum revolver as a token of goodwill, he even let him claim the credit for the design as long as he can make the revolver. In return, all Drew has to do is to keep his mouth shut and make sure no one found out about Jacob's talent, and let him use the smithy of the top floor without any restraint or disturbance as long as he wanted. For Drew, this arrangement was a piece of cake for him, and it was also what he wanted for Jacob as well, so he quickly agreed. But he still felt Jacob should be at least an intermediate gunsmith and remain hidden in the capital. However, since Jacob didn't want that, he also accepted this arrangement as well. From Drew's point of view, Jacob didn't trust anyone but him, and once he becomes an intermediate gunsmith, Jacob might use him to do the same thing and acquire the intermediate rank without anyone finding out. That's why he now viewed Jacob as a wily fox, not just any young man. Getting the identity of a basic gunsmith was quite an easy process. As long as Drew's rank didn't outshine the test rank he was invigilating, he had the authority to make the final decision. Furthermore, not only Jacob was now registered in the Gunsmith Guild's database as he was registered in the Star Mercenary Agency, but he also received another bank account at the Zodiac Taurus Bank and 500 gold coins to pass the basic gunsmith test, as well as he will receive 10 gold coins every month as a salary. The basic gunsmith benefits outmatched the benefits of C-rank mercenary. There were also crafting missions in the Gunsmith Guild, and as long as he completes them, he could get rich in no time, far quicker than completing the mission of the agency. Moreover, he enjoyed a 5% discount on any material as long as he purchased them from the guild as well. Nevertheless, Jacob wasn't the least bit excited about all these benefits because he never joined these organizations for their generous benefits or money. They were all tools that he will throw away the moment they lost their value to him, without a second thought. In this week, Jacob had not only continued his routine with the water meditation and got leaner by 2 inches, with the parts he had Isaac make in Rain Town, and with more complex parts he created himself in the Gunsmith Guild. He created 3 guns and completely modified the firearms he plundered to this day successfully. Furthermore, he had also used the Titan Iron to create a whole gun made purely with the Titan Iron. If those gunsmiths in the rare region know this, they might curse Jacob to no end for wasting Titan Iron. Even Jacob was shocked when he tested that gun, and he had to admit this gun was up to his standards. But the bullets were the main problem, since only bullets made with Titan Iron or iron with the same traits can draw out its true power. But he knew it would be hard to acquire such metal in future, even in the rare region. Nonetheless, this didn't stop him from using 10 Titan Iron bricks to create 100 bullet rounds. Today he was only here to get his guild identity card, and after taking it, he left the guild and he wasn't going toward his mansion, but on the other side of the power square. His destination was an imposing building with a star emblem engraved on the front. Star Mercenary Agency. The Star Mercenary Agency branch in Lionheart City greatly differs from the branch in a small town like Rain Town. The first floor was designed like a pub, and there was a bar on the west wing of the first floor where many mercenaries were chatting and enjoying drinks, while some mercenary teams were discussing the mission. On the east wing was the registration and mission area. Jacob headed toward the east wing without any hesitation. He had already gathered information about this place. The reception counter wasn't crowded, especially the mission counter. A dainty woman sat there, and when she saw Jacob approaching, she closely looked at his unique appearance. Jacob wasn't as burly as he was a week ago, but his build was still heavy and intimidating. "How may I help you, sir?" She smiled charmingly as she found Jacob quite attractive. Jacob coolly spoke while he placed his mercenary license, "Where I can get a mission." The woman was startled when she heard since the mission board was on the other side, but when she saw the C rank on Jacob's license, her eyes widened and she quickly understood what Jacob meant. Although C-rank mercenaries weren't as rare in the Lionheart City as they were in the Rain Town, those mercenaries seldom accept missions in such a low-profile manner and with a humble attitude. That's why she was surprised. Even so, she quickly regained her composure. "Sir, please follow me." She promptly stood up and led Jacob to a private room without drawing much attention, and only the women working beside her noticed this and they guessed Jacob's identity. Only a mercenary above D rank can make them treat him so respectfully and may discuss business in the private room. When they enter the private room, the receptionist respectfully said, "Sir, take a seat. I'll be back with the mission log." Jacob nodded and sat down. He was here for two reasons. First, he was soon going to inject himself with the tiger bull's heart essence, which meant he would be out of heart and blood, so he needed to hunt again. Second, he wanted to see if there was another hunting mission that could interest him, especially if there was some kind of news on the rare beast, although the chances of it were close to zero. But when he thought about his encounter with the Killer Skull Society, he was hopeful. That bunch was a terrorist organization, and a terrorist organization's job was to terrorize others by any means possible. He was hoping they would deliver some rare beasts to his doorsteps again, and the best way to find them was the Star Mercenary Agency. They had an enormous network, and if someone sighted such a beast antagonizing the cities, the first place they could come would be, without any doubt, the agency. Moreover, he had still an incomplete mission he took from the Rain Town branch. If he found nothing interesting, he can take another mission and complete bother of them on this trip. Jacob wanted to cross the 20% threshold before he started his journey toward the rare region, and he still needed some final preparation. The receptionist came back with a thin book and placed it in front of Jacob with a smile as she said, "Sir, these are C-rank missions available here." Jacob nodded and opened the book. C-rank mercenary mission, danger level C-type, collection mission, purple crown grass uncommon. Reward 1 gold coins per bundle, 10 purple crown grass equals 1 bundle. C-rank mercenary mission, danger level. Between C and D type, extermination mission, the notorious group of Stone Ridge Bandit reward, 100 gold coins. Jacob skimped through these missions. There were all kinds of missions, from collecting materials to the assassination of powerful, notorious figures throughout the humane kingdom. Although the rewards were lavish bounty and assassination missions, he knew these missions remain unacceptable for a reason, and he didn't want to ruffle some unknown feathers without no good reason. Suddenly, he stopped on a mission that aroused his interest. C-rank mercenary mission, danger level, C-type, investigation mission, investigate the mysterious disappearance of people around the Lion Forest. Reward 150 gold coins. Jacob's eyes suddenly shimmered with a peculiar glint. Lion Forest is 50 miles away from here, and I have to cross it anyway. Besides, this mission seemed to be quite interesting. "I want this mission." Jacob looked at the woman impassively. She quickly looked at the mission Jacob was pointing at and frowned slightly. "Sir, are you sure there's something wrong with that place?" To this day, over 30 people have gone missing in Lion Forest, including 2 E-rank mercenary teams and 1 D-rank mercenary who took this mission before. It was originally an E-rank mission, but now it climbed to the C-rank. Jacob's lips curled. "I want this mission." Chapter 90. We finally met. Jacob left the agency after accepting the investigation mission and headed to his mansion not far away. The past week, he only spent his morning in the pool area since he spent most of his time in the Gunsmith Guild's workshop, and after an entire week he was finally done with the preparation. It was far quicker than he thought it would take, and it was probably because he didn't feel much fatigue despite lengthy and delicate work. If he hasn't exhausted himself with the water meditation technique, he might have done it in 3 days. Nevertheless, he now had greater grasp over his strength, and he mused he might reach the rank strength after he hit the 20%, or he might reach it before it. Well, it still remained to be seen since he can't gauge his strength, nor he wanted to test it in the Star Mercenary Agency. Those neighboring kingdoms might start a war just to eliminate a freak like him since he was human. One had to know that a rank was like a legend in an uncommon region. Anyway, today Jacob was also going to use the heart essence of the tiger bull which he had made in the rain town, but didn't inject since he was concerned about his body condition. Now that he had trimmed it down to a satisfactory level, he was ready for the next injection. He goes straight toward the underground chamber and sealed it, after making sure he was ready. He took out the injection filled with the red liquid from his pendant and pierced his heart without any hesitation. It was like a regular thing for him now. However, his expression changed when the liquid simmered in his heart. He felt like boiling mercury just entered his bloodstream. This heart essence is too potent. What was the tier of this bull? Jacob was alarmed. He never thought a rare species heart essence could make him feel pain like this anymore. Yet it seemed he was still wrong. He remembered Immortality had once told him the higher species tier was the more pain he'll suffer, while it would also bring him just as many benefits as well. However, even the Wolf King, who was probably a tier 5 species, wasn't able to inflict pain on Jacob as he felt now. This means this tiger bull was probably a tier 6, or he was a tier 7, which made it a rarer species. But he knew it was impossible since that bull won't be so helpless if it was already stepping into the rank of a tier 7 species. Those hob trolls won't be able to capture it, much less kill it. So this means it was probably at the very edge of tier 6. Nevertheless, Jacob would have done this again even if he knew since the more painful it was, the more percentage he'll get and reach the 20% quickly. The pain only lasted for 5 minutes before that comfortable sensation returned, and not only that, Jacob visibly felt getting lighter, both mentally and physically. The entire process lasted for half an hour before the entire heart essence was exhausted and integrated with Jacob's body. Cursed Immortality, he quickly summoned the book so he could see his progress. He knew this wasn't a normal injection. Second level, turn Immortal Mark into Cursed Mark completion, 17.02%. If I have one more heart essence at that bull's level, I might have broken into the 20% right now, Jacob mumbled with a hint of regret. He suddenly felt the urgency to move toward the rare region more, but he didn't lose his reason. He would decide this after this trip. The night passed, and in the morning Jacob performed the water meditation as per his habit. He was already at the 153 mark and after his last injection. He increased his endurance by 5 minutes altogether. He was quickly approaching the second hour mark. After 12 hours, Jacob donned clothes he made with the tiger bull's hide, and he had to admit just the weight of a shirt and pants was over 30 kg, and the long jacket was 30 kg alone. Nevertheless, Jacob felt comfortable in these extremely flexible yet soft clothes, and the weight was like non-exist for him. To hide the traits of tiger bull's hide, he used black metal pigment that was used to coat guns, and now no one can tell his clothes were made with tiger bull's hide, and they look just like normal clothes unless someone tries to lift them. He also connected firearms within his long jacket and his short swords hidden behind his back. He was also now fully armed. I'm going out for some time. If anyone comes looking, tell them I'm out of the city, Jacob instructed the middle-aged man who was also the butler of this mansion, and he was quite reliable. I'll see to it, my lord, the butler bowed in acknowledgement. Jacob nodded and left the mansion in a carriage. However, another carriage was following Jacob's carriage from some distance. 2 men sat in this carriage. They both wore expensive gear and had muscular builds. The man with long hair lifted the curtain slightly from the window and looked at Jacob's carriage with his hawk-like eyes. It seemed the boss has overestimated this guy. He's as carefree as a cat. His voice was filled with disdain. The short-haired man with a thick beard replied as he chuckled coldly, I also didn't understand why boss is being so cautious. He's just a gunsmith with some talent. I didn't see any reason to follow him around with caution. We can just scare the poor guy and he'll sign his life story. I think that's the problem. Since he's talented, we can't make a move without vigilance or we might have to escape this place. Even the boss won't be able to cover for us like he always does. The long-haired man shook his head. Whatever, but I had to admit he's rich to live in that mansion with all those beautiful maids. He licked his lips with a lascivious expression. Heh, once we're done we'll have our fun, don't worry. But yesterday there was a change in his routine. Do you find out what he did in the mercenary agency? He questioned while his eyes were affixed on Jacob's carriage. Don't have any clue, he was there just for 10 minutes and left. No one seemed to notice him, he said with uncertainty. Strange, could he be selling his crafted weapons to the agency instead of the guild? But he didn't go back to the guild as well and returned. Now he's moving toward the outer city. Something is strange about this. The long-haired man said with suspicion. They were following Jacob for a week now and they knew his routine. So this was quite unusual since Jacob followed a strict routine every day. A cold glint flashed past the bearded man's eyes. Do you think it's our chance? Not sure, but you should contact the boss. We can't move carelessly. I'll follow him for now. Meet me at point 3 in an hour after you get our next instruction, he declared. All right. The bearded man nodded, and he jumped from the moving carriage and landed on the ground like an agile cat before he swiftly moved and vanished into the trees. After half an hour, Jacob disembarked the carriage and left the Lionheart City on foot from the west gate, since it was closest to the lion forest. The long-haired man observed it from an alleyway and frowned. He left the city. Should I follow him or wait for Brute? I can't let him get out of my sight. I'll leave a message for him. When Jacob was over a mile away from the city when he suddenly vanished behind a tree. Where did he go? He couldn't help but rub his eyes in confusion since the man was just walking a few tens of meters away from him, and suddenly he vanished behind a tree like a ghost. Is he resting? He thought, and remained hidden. However, an icy voice rang at this moment with a hint of mockery. We finally met, huh? The long-haired man suddenly jumped in horror when this voice sounded from right behind him. However, before he could react, a powerful hand gripped his neck from behind, and it was so strong he felt he was in the grip of a metal claw. Aye. He choked under that tightening grip as he put his arm around that stony hand to escape from that grip, but alas, he was helpless. Jacob's murderous voice rang again. Now you have two choices. I can chalk the lights out of you, or you can tell me why you were following me around. If you chose the first option, keep struggling, and if you chose the latter, then stop. Chapter 91. Discovery. Now you have two choices. Either I can chalk the lights out of you, or you can tell me why you were following me around. If you chose the first option, keep struggling, and if you chose the latter, then stop. Hearing Jacob's icy voice, in the end, the long-haired man chose the latter since he can't even flinch from Jacob's grip, much less escaped from it. He was utterly horrified at how strong Jacob was. Even a C-rank mercenary won't be able to manhandle him if he put his everything. But in front of Jacob, he was like a 2-year-old child. Jacob finally loosened the grip, but he didn't let go. Now start signing your life story, or I can simply put a full stop to it. Jacob chuckled mockingly. He heard us. This gave him another jolt. They were talking in the close carriage, and he himself observed Jacob's carriage was 20 meters away from theirs all the time. It was completely impossible for Jacob to hear them from that distance with all the noise pollution. He even started to consider Jacob some rare monster who was in human disguise. He knew they had wholly miscalculated Jacob's strength and abilities. Likewise, he wasn't just some helpless, talented youth. But he was a sleeping tiger, and unknowingly they had ruffled the tiger's whiskers. He quickly told without hiding anything, it was Vice Guild Master Olaf who commissioned the Vice Leader Kite to keep a close eye on you. We were simply following order, we have no other motives. Jacob wasn't surprised by Olaf's involvement. That old man always looked at him as if he was prey, but he restrained himself because of Drew and never mess with him. However, he didn't expect Olaf would seek help from the vice leader of the Star Mercenary Agency, Kite. It seemed that old guy was waiting for a chance so he could beat the secret out of me while he could also keep his hands clean even if things go south. Jacob sneered coldly. Since he had already confirmed Olaf's scheme, which he only considered an ant's dream, he didn't need this guy anymore. Without giving any chance, he clutched his hand. Crush. The man's neck was crushed completely without any resistance. He died before he even reacted. Jacob coolly threw the limp body to the side and moved on. He didn't even bother with the man's belongings, since he knew he won't find anything that could interest him on this small fry. He only acted because these guys were following him like annoying flies for days now, but he didn't act since he wasn't done with his preparations. However now, he wasn't afraid of showing his prowess and drawing attention anymore. Before, he only showed the tip of the iceberg so he could use the workshop in the Gunsmith Guild as much as he wished, and peacefully while Drew covered for him until he was done. Now that he was done, they can come as they wish. A few hours later, Jacob finally reached the lion forest, which was spread over 50 miles, and there were some uncommon species residing in this place. However, what really drew him to this place wasn't the mission, but he felt a peculiar sensation within his heart when he passed this place in Peter's carriage. He simply thought it was his imagination, but after seeing the mission, he thought otherwise. Out of curiosity, he took the mission. Since he was going to pass this place, he didn't mind taking a detour. On the contrary, if he crossed the lion forest, he would get to the Rainy Mountain Range in half the time he is required to travel on the safe route. After crossing a few miles, he was carefully walked between towering trees. Suddenly, a silhouette lunged at him out of nowhere. Fast! Jacob's agility shifted his body and dodged the sharp fangs, and the silhouette missed the sneak attack. It directly landed on the ground and started escaping. It was a 1-meter-long black snake with small brown dots on its body. An uncommon raptor snake. It seemed I'm having snake soup for dinner. Jacob smirked before he swiftly moved his hand, and a dark streak shot toward the raptor snake which was crawling away. Pang! The short sword directly pierced through its head and pinned it down in its place. However, right at this moment, faint smoke started to rise from the group all of a sudden. Jacob's expression changed drastically from this sudden turn of events and quickly picked up his sword. He didn't care about the snake anymore, since he could feel his senses were starting to get disenabled the moment this mysterious smoke appeared. Sedation gas, Jacob quickly stopped respiring. His heart palpitated because even with his mental fortitude, he felt slightly dizzy with a faint whiff of the smoke. He knew he had entered a trap and someone who could escape his sharp hearing had to be an expert or he had accidentally triggered this trap. Nonetheless, he would not wait here to find the exact reason as he ran at full speed. Because of his water meditation, he could hold his breath like this for over an hour, but his skin started to burn as it came in contact with this strange gas, which made it somewhat difficult for him. After running for over 500 meters, he finally emerged from the smoke, and his complexion was pale red as thick vines bulged on his forehead. He finally breathed fresh air, and his complex started to recover. He was feeling extreme rage all of a sudden. A gas nearly did him. Who could have this kind of gas and why did it set up in this place? Even C-rank mercenary might not escape, Jacob mused with a dark expression. He could tell this gas wasn't just effective with breathing, but it can also affect someone with skin contact as well. If not for his powerful body, he might have already been laying somewhere on that smoke screen. It seemed I captured another one. A vague, uncanny voice rang from some distance. Jacob snapped out of his stupor and moved his body and hid behind a tree while he controlled his jittering breathing. Thereupon, a 1.2 feet tall cloaked figure appeared in his view. Although he can't see the face, he saw a small cylinder belted around this person's waist and a slender tube attached to it. An oxygen mask, Jacob's expression turned frosty with a tingle of astonishment. He now knew who the culprit behind that smoke was, however he didn't act and observed. He now had a deep understanding of the Humane Kingdom's strength and what they were capable of. Although an oxygen cylinder can be bought from the Apothecary Guild with some connections, but it was as expensive as 50 gold coins. Furthermore, that guy's equipment was far more refined than Jacob had seen until now. They were almost at Decker's lab level. That cloaked figure unhurriedly entered the smoke screen like he was strolling in his backyard. Jacob suddenly took out a bottle filled with dark liquid. It was the last bottle he had from the dark liquid tank in Decker's lab. His recovery was extremely slow, and now this stranger appeared he needed to recover faster. So he quickly took a mouthful and a cold sensation spread all over his body. He started to recover at a visible rate. It was worth saving it. Jacob was glad and stored the bottle away quickly. He never thought he would be forced to use it in the uncommon region of all the places. Now, he was even more curious yet vengeful toward the person who set up that trap. Damn it, how could a snake waste a precious the gas trap? A confused yet angry cussing sounded at this moment and the cloaked figure appeared again. Now I have to go back empty-handed and even have to replace the trap. Damn that worm. He wasn't happy about what he found inside the smokescreen. Jacob had a stiff expression when he heard this. What a loose mouth. It seemed he wasn't afraid someone would hear him. Well, he made it easier for me now. But there should be more of such traps. I have to be careful. If I could just make X-ray glasses. He felt like cussing right now. Nevertheless, soon an icy smirk emerged on his face before he started to follow the cloaked figure every step without missing any. He wasn't sure if there were more of those bomb traps or not, but he was sure that loose mouth won't trigger one himself. It was already getting dark. After following that cloaked figure for 2 hours, they reached a water source, and just as Jacob was wondering where the hideout was, that cloaked figure suddenly put his hand on a tree trunk and his icy voice rang, "Now are you going to come out or I'll make you?" Chapter 92, Glean Gnome. With one hand on the small tree trunk, the cloaked figure suddenly turned right in Jacob's direction, and an icy voice rang, "Now are you going to come out or I'll make you?" Jacob's heart churned at this moment. How? He was completely clueless about how this guy was able to find him out despite his carefulness, and he even managed to lead him into a trap instead of his base location. Not only this guy kept his heartbeat steady, but he didn't lose his calm demeanor, which also made Jacob believe he was in control while he was foolishly walking in a trap. If you don't come out in 10 seconds, I'll activate this mechanism, which will trigger another smoke trap, and trust me when I say the previous smoke was child play in comparison to this one, and its range is 10 miles. Although I don't know how you managed to escape the previous trap, I'm sure like hell you'll not be going to escape this one. Bang, bang. Before he could finish, bullet shots rang in quick succession and they were accurately aimed at his hand on the tree bark. Heh, why talk so much? Since you need to press it, I just need to make sure you don't. What a moron. Jacob scoffed at the other party's idiocy. However, Jacob was given a fright when a transparent red barrier suddenly appeared around the cloaked figure, and the bullets reflected like rubble balls the moment they contacted it. Ha 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 ha, and here I thought someone got the wind of our mission and came here to intercept us, but it's just an ignorant piggy who got lucky. A hysteric laugh sounded from that person, and there was a hint of relief in his voice, as if the water was under the bridge now. Is that a particle barrier? Jacob finally felt he was in danger when he saw the red barrier and heard that person's hysteric tone. He knew he had terribly underestimated his opponent this time, and he was extremely confident in dealing with him or he won't be spouting nonsense. However, he knew there wasn't any point in regretting it now. But he had to prevent him from triggering that trap because he could feel he didn't want to activate it. That was why he wanted to draw him out with threats. Before, Jacob felt a little threatened by this smoke trap. However, now that he sees the translucent barrier, he didn't dare to take risks wantonly anymore. "You win," he said, and walk out with a magnum revolver in his hand. Just as Jacob thought, that cloaked figure didn't activate the trap and still wait for Jacob to come out of his own accord. "Ha ha ha, little piggy, now you understand. No matter how an ant struggle or grow, it can never shake the tree. Now obediently shot yourself in kneecaps and save yourself a world of pain, or I can let you dissociate slowly, your choice." He spoke with extreme confidence, as if everything was under control. However, Jacob remained calm while his eyes were affixed to that barrier all this time. He blurted, "I'm curious, that barrier is probably made with argon and neon in the air, right? It's not man-made, but an auxiliary device triggered this phenomenon. Quite fascinating that you guys have such technology. Are you from rare region? Argon and neon. What are you talking about?" The cloaked figure seemed clueless about what Jacob just said, and then he sneered coldly. "Don't play games with me, piggy. You are not qualified to even speak the name of the rare region. Cursed immortality," Jacob quickly summoned. The moment the floating book appeared, he commanded, "What tier is his species? Tell me in detail." He knew if he wanted to turn this situation around, he needed to know what kind of monster he was dealing with. Mutual destruction was the last option. That's a green gnome, a tier -6 species. It had reached the limit of his bloodline, and it might be a genius of its race. A green gnome is a top-notch intelligent species when it came to gathering information or tracking, and it's difficult to sneak up on them. They had far better hearing than the bronze goblin you encountered previously, and they can hear even the slightest chance in airflow. "Ha ha ha ha, he must have seen you coming from a mile and you walk right into his trap. How interesting. A tier -6, huh? Well, it seemed my luck is not bad." Jacob didn't mind Immortal's mocking. He was silently thrilled when he read this little guy had reached his full potential. Green Gnome seemed to have lost his cool at this moment, was about to take out something from his cloak, and Jacob heard it loud and clear. "If your barrier can even reflect a bullet as fast as the speed of sound, then I surrender." Jacob suddenly uttered before the magnum in his hand vanished, and two black components 1 meter each in size appeared in his hand. One was a slender pitch-black barrel, while the other was the exquisite body. What? Green Gnome was startled when he saw those parts appearing out of thin air, and he even forgot what was he doing. Without wasting a moment, Jacob quickly connected both parts, and a 2-meter-long sniper rifle entirely made of Titan iron emerged. He named it Titan Sniper. This rifle was his biggest trump card, but he never thought he would use this in the uncommon region. Nevertheless, he had kept it loaded so he could use it at a moment's notice, like just now. He quickly pulled the trigger after aiming at the point-blank range, while his opponent was still shocked by his infinity pendant. Boom! A booming sound rang in the vicinity. The red translucent barrier instantly shattered like glass, and the Titan iron bullet blew the Green Gnome's hand on the tree bark into smithereens. Ah! A ghastly howl soon followed suit. Jacob was quite satisfied with the Titan sniper's prowess, but he wasn't done. He quickly closed in the slap that shrilled Green Gnome from that tree's range. "You nearly got me there. I should commend you for that." Jacob finally felt relieved. "Why you? What are you? You can't kill me, or the entire uncommon region will be destroyed," the Green Gnome threatened while suppressing the pain. He never thought his opponent would be a way to break past his defense. Furthermore, he knew just how powerful that barrier was. Even an ordinary A-rank mercenary was helpless against it, and the weapons that can break this barrier were even more costly than that barrier. Besides, only someone with a particular status can purchase them, not just any random Tom, Dick, and Harry. The Green Gnome could tell Jacob was just a human, and humans could never have this kind of authority in the rare region to get their hands on these weapons. That's why he thought Jacob might have stumbled on this weapon by chance, but he was extremely confused about how it appeared out of thin air. He decided to escape with his life first and then alert his family. He will come back prepared next time and hunt Jacob down, even if he had to turn every stone in the uncommon region. How could a glorious genius of his race lose his arm to some inferior race? He was extremely arrogant and would not let this matter end until he tortured Jacob in the curliest way. But first, he had to pretend that he will not seek revenge and escape with his life. However, Jacob's next words sent him the chills. "Oh, you'll be doing those worthless idiots a favor if you can really put them out of their misery." But I'm afraid you don't have this kind of authority to do so, or you guys won't be just snooping around like gutter rats. Let me guess, there's someone extremely powerful who is protecting the uncommon region, or you guys would never let it flourish or let it grow freely. Am I right? Jacob coolly stated as a matter of fact as he walked closer to the cloaked Glean Gnome. Lunatic. Glean Gnome could only think of Jacob like this, but he had to admit Jacob had almost guessed the entire truth about the uncommon region. But he can't show weakness right now, Wayu, if you let me go. I can let you enter the rare region and give you riches you can't even dream about. He used the biggest temptation that any uncommon species longed for. I can go there by myself. After seeing you, I won't stay here for long. I'll be just narrowing my view and keep belittling other races like you. There are still many things to learn from me, you just make it clearer. If I stay in this environment any longer, I might die because of my own ignorance. Jacob sighed with deplored, chapter 93, finding the hideout just as Jacob's voice trailed off. Ha 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 ha. The Glean Gnome suddenly laughed hysterically as if he heard the biggest joke of his life. Despite the weakness in his voice, it sounded extremely creepy. He menacingly uttered, "Dream on, little piggy, if you think you can go to the rare region with that weapon of yours, then you really have a death wish." Jacob merely chuckled with a hint of killing intent. "It seemed you know quite a lot, huh? How about helping me out then? As long as you give information about the rare region as well as tell me what were you doing here, I'll give you a quick death." Glean Gnome suddenly moved his hand and a small dagger appeared, and without any hesitation he stabbed toward the small cylinder belted around his waist. He knew Jacob would never let him go, he was simply too indifferent and cold. So he decided to end his life as well as destroy everything he was carrying in person. Although this cylinder was filled with oxygen, it was made particularly in a way that if someone poked a hole in it, it will blow like a bomb. It was also a safety measure to not fall into the enemy's hands and destroy anything important. Albeit he was unwilling to die in this place, Jacob had clearly stated he won't let him off, and the information Jacob was asking was the top secret of his clan, which he can't tell anyone. So he decided to use his last resort and blow himself while gravely injuring Jacob in the process, and he knew the moment he blew himself his clansmen would be alerted, and they might be able to avenge him by killing Jacob, who would be wounded at that time. Most importantly, he didn't want to experience torture or humiliation before his death. However, it was only possible if he could outmatch Jacob's reaction speed. Jacob had long closed the distance, and he knew this guy won't go down easily. So the moment he saw him moving, the magnum revolver appeared in his hand again and he pulled the trigger. Bang. Glean Gnome's hand was only a few centimeters away from the cylinder, suddenly flashed back when the bullet landed right on his wrist, and the dagger also fell. "Ah, bastard, I'll kill you. You can't escape once they know you killed me." "Ha ha ha," he screamed and cursed while hysterically laughing. He lost all his reason when he looked at his half-blown wrist, and the bullet even pierced deep into his rib cage. Furthermore, he knew he can't be saved anymore. However, Jacob would not let that happen. He took out his sword, and without any word he directly stabbed into the bullet wound. "Ah!" The Glean Gnome screamed madly when the blade entered his body. Jacob's eyes were exempt from any emotions as he finally uncloaked the Glean Gnome's face. He had a long, pointy nose and a small square face with pointy teeth and brown skin. His brown eyes were completely bloodshot as he looked at Jacob with hatred and abhorrence. He never hated someone so much in his life. He never thought he was going to be killed by someone from an inferior race in the uncommon region, which was supposed to be their playground and chance for his rise. Jacob suddenly pulled an icy smile. "You look like an asshole, I know. Well, now tell me, where is your facility? You don't want your last moments to be worse than death, right?" As he said those words, he slightly twisted the hilt. "You and G go to hell, ahaha." His laugh turned shrill when Jacob twisted the blade even more. "Come on, it'll be over quickly. Why are you making it hard for yourself?" Jacob's voice was filled with indifference as he said those words. He just couldn't feel pity or any remorse for this guy as he watched him scream. Unknowingly, he started to see everyone else as livestock, and as a butcher, he won't feel anything for the livestock. Fuck. Jacob pierced even deeper, but he had to admit this guy was really tough, and he knew Jacob can't anything as he will eventually die within a few minutes. He had already lost so much blood. Jacob's eyes suddenly narrowed when he observed a faint glow under the cloak. It was already dark, so this faint glow won't go unnoticed. He removed the cloak, and he saw a small device that was showing a red dot and pointed toward a specific location. Jacob instantly remembered the tracking device and the tracker he got from the tiger bull. "It seemed I don't need you at all. Let me guess, you wanted to blow yourself because of the tracking marker in your body, and also this device which shows you the location of your other associates. I'll get the information about the rare region out of them. Let's hope they're as tough as you, or it would be quite boring." Jacob chuckled darkly as he liked the Glean Gnome's shocked expression filled with despair. "Bast. Before he could curse, Jacob's hand suddenly moved vertically, and the Glean Gnome's entire body was separated in half by the sharp blade. HMPH. Jacob merely sneered and took his heart box and filled it with blood and then took the Glean Gnome's heart. But he didn't leave the corpse laying. He buried it close to the water source and cleaned the scene. Since there was a rare rank race here and this guy might be one of their geniuses, he can't leave his traces behind which might be led to him. He has no idea what kind of strange abilities these races might possess. That's why, until he got rid of them completely, it was best to remain vigilant. As for what they were doing in the humane kingdom so far away from the rare region, he was soon going to find out. From the Glean Gnome's corpse, Jacob also got the cylinder and mask as well as the tracking device. There wasn't any currency or identity. However, what was most interesting was the black belt around the Glean Gnome's waist. He saw the plain black buckle was now cracked, and after he completely peeled the surface, he saw a charred interior with a complex structure. That barrier was probably embedded in this buckle, and it was destroyed when I used the Titan sniper. It's a pity I won't be able to study it. Well, I might get more of these in their hideout. Jacob's lips curled. He arranged the oxygen cylinder around his wrist like the Glean Gnome, and it was still half full since he didn't know where those smoke traps were. This cylinder will be his lifesaver. Who knows just how many traps those bastards are hiding around their hideout? He looked at the pointer in the device and started to move toward it very carefully. Furthermore, the Glean Gnome tracking device was now on him. He didn't store it inside his pendant since it would connect its connection. He didn't want to alert the enemy by doing it. If anyone was monitoring these trackers, they would only think that the Glean Gnome was still alive and coming back to their hideout. Just as Jacob was a mile away from the trap, he saw a blue dot appearing in the device a few meters away. His eyes contracted. Can this device also tell where the traps are hidden? Jacob was elated. He carefully walked right where this blue dot was, and when he carefully removed the soil, something hard appeared and he carefully cleared the soil. A landmine? Jacob was astonished when he saw the blue landmine. So that's the secret behind their so-called smoke traps is, this mine should be connected with that tree somehow. Jacob dug around it and finally noticed a string heading in the same way where he came from. Since that guy was so confident about this trap and its range is so large, it might come in handy. Jacob quickly got to work. Deactivating a landmine was a piece of cake for him since there weren't any anti-touch sensors. After a few minutes, he finally deactivated it and stored it in his pendant without hesitation. He wanted to disassemble it and see what was the true source of that smoke, but now wasn't the time. He again started to follow the direction, and on his way he acquired 5 more landmines, but they were white, not like the previous blue one. By following the pointer, Jacob didn't know in which part he was, but he was still in the lion forest, and he had to admit those guys really knew how to hide their tracks. Without this device, even those Glean Gnomes might not find the hideout. After walking for over an hour, the end of the line finally appeared. Jacob looked at where the point was and saw it was a small muddy puddle surrounded by trees. Chapter 94. A surprise. Jacob looked at the tracking device in his hand and frowned slightly because he could see the trees surrounding the small muddy puddle were blinking in blue dots and they were 8 for them. Sensors or bombs or monitoring devices. Jacob didn't approach the location since it would be too risky if he got exposed. He still didn't know just how many Glean Gnomes were there or if they had any help from the rare region. He also had no idea what kind of facility they had. Even Decker was hiding deadly traps in his small hideout, much less these guys who seemed to be here for some time, and they had all kinds of traps in this forest. Since this device is showing the locations and trap, I wonder if it had other functions. Jacob looked at the tracking device, which was 6x4 and there wasn't any loge, and it looked like a completely back smartphone. However, it only had one button to turn it off or on. Jacob had already disassembled the tracking device he got from the Hob Trolls, and it had a very simple radio wave mechanism, and this didn't seem any different. Besides, it can also show traps or something in those traps. As for their energy source, there were small solar panels installed on their back that can recharge them. As for the small gemstone, which was also the tracker, it was still a mystery for him because there wasn't any opening in it, nor did he dare to, afraid of breaking it. He didn't have the luxury to experiment with only one device in his possession. But he was fascinated when he found out that this gemstone tracker got activated once it felt the heat of the skin, just like the parasite gem and its controller. Although he didn't know how these gems were made, he was sure they were quite high-tech and probably a very expensive commodity, even in the rare region. The devices, on the other hand, were quite easy to make as long as they had the frequency of a tracker gem. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't want to dive deep into this because being curious about these things in the uncommon region was simply wasting his brain cells and time. So, he temporarily gave up on researching these gems after having a vague idea about their operative systems. However, this also proved he still had many things to learn. And just because he had some knowledge and breakthrough in his previous life, this doesn't mean he was the #1 genius in this world. Arrogance and ignorance will only get him so far, and he learned his lesson on the day when he accepted cursed immortality. But today he also learned if he stayed in shallow waters for much longer, he got used to it, and when he entered the sea, it will swallow him. He had to learn to survive in the sea, and only then he'll learn the way of the sea. But it also doesn't mean he'll be going to announce his arrival to those monsters hidden deep within. Jacob looked at the tracking device and then at those trees. Although he didn't know for sure what traps were there, he wasn't in a hurry to find out. It was already deep at night, and he was already at his destination. Once that green gnome didn't return to the base within a specific time, they might come out to look for him. From his arrogant tone, he sounded extremely confident, and Jacob counted on it. He'll slowly chip away their numbers before they made some mistakes. After deciding to this point, Jacob closed the tracking device and put it in his pocket since he didn't want to cut off the connection completely. On the contrary, he was going to use it to his own advantage. Since they can track this device, I can control their movements and lead them into traps. I can't use the Titan sniper unless it was necessary. Albeit the Titan sniper was powerful, its voice was loud despite Jacob's effort to suppress it as much as he could, but he needed some unique tools that the workshop in the Gunsmith Guild in the Lionheart City didn't have to completely suppress that thunderous voice. Lastly, the bullets were quite precious, and it still didn't have a matching scope that can bring out the gun's true potential. Jacob left the area to start working on his plan to capture those green gnomes alive or anyone who lived in that lab. He dug a deep pit and then hid it before throwing the tracker he found in the green gnome's body, while he hid in the crown of a tree not far away from his trap. Time passed, and the entire night ended as the dawn started to break. Jacob still didn't detect any movement, but he kept waiting patiently. However, when the entire day passed without any movement, he wondered if this device had led him to some hoax hideout and if he was just wasting his time. But he still didn't move and decided to wait for another 2 days. And if he still didn't detect any movement, he'll leave and return to the Lionheart City before he began his travels toward the rare region. Although this hideout of green gnomes might give him some information about the rare region, he wasn't enough desperate to waste his time while he can extract another Tier 6 heart essence. Besides, he won't get any more heart essence even if he hunted more green gnomes. It simply wasn't worth so much time. Now it depends on their luck if they didn't appear. Today was the 3rd night since Jacob was lying in wait when he suddenly felt a mild tremor on the ground. Jacob was instantly alerted because it was just too sudden, and followed by this tremor, a ghastly roar reverberated in the area, roarer. Jacob's expression changed because this roar rang from the same direction as the hideout location. This voice is even more intimidating than that bull. Just what were they doing here exactly? Jacob was curious, and he was about to go to take a look when. I think they're here, let's go before someone else come here. We can't miss this chance. Jacob heard a familiar voice a couple of meters from his hiding position on the west side, and he could also hear the rustling sound of many footsteps rushing toward the hideout direction. It seemed I won't have to test the waters myself. Jacob's lips suddenly curled into a wintry smile when he thought about who it was and crept behind that group. Soon, they reached the location of the small muddy puddle. However, Jacob was astonished when he saw the puddle wasn't there anymore, and a 10-meter-wide hole has appeared in its place. Furthermore, when Jacob's eyes shifted toward an over 6-meter-tall silhouette, his expression turned stern. Captain, it seemed you were right about the goblin facility being in the Lion Forest, and if we manage to capture it, we'll be famous not to talk about rich. A man's elated voice rang. Jacob finally glanced at the group. They were 10 people wearing many gears and mercenary armor, with a variety of firearms and cold weapons. Don't jump to conclusion. That thing that crawled out from that hole is probably a B rank, and it might have killed all the goblins in the facility when it managed to escape. We don't need to kill this thing, just drive it away toward the closest town while we'll collect the research records in that facility. That's what holds the true value. Jacob was very familiar with this voice. It was none other than Rosalia, who he rejected the invitation from before leaving the Rain town. He didn't think she was inviting him to raid the Green Gnome's hideout, and it seemed she was under the false impression that this facility was established by the Green Goblins, or she simply didn't want to reveal the truth despite knowing how dangerous this raid mission could be. That's why she was recruiting mercenaries in the towns so they could be her cannon folds. But I probably cleaned the traps for them, that's why they appeared here with no scratch. Now she wanted those cannon folds to lure that thing away from the facility toward a town, so even if those cannon folds died, those people will take their places while she plunders the hideout. How ruthless! Jacob couldn't help but slightly admired Rosalia's scheming and decision-making abilities. Suddenly, everyone heard a husky voice filled with indifference ring in the vicinity. At least I don't have to worry about the food for my pet. Go feed to your heart content. Just as this voice trailed off, two red, glowing eyes snapped open and turned toward Rosalia's group. Even Jacob, who was still 50 meters away, felt his heart palpitated when he felt murderous air filling the surroundings when those red beastly eyes opened. Powerful. This was the only word that came to his mind. Chapter 95. A mutant? Someone can control this thing. We need to get rid of this anomaly. Prepare your weapons, we're using Plains C, Rosalia commanded with a hint of shock. She didn't know someone can control that beast, which extinguished her hope of distracting it. Now she had to find the person who was controlling that beast and get rid of him before things get out of hand. Roarer. This deafening roar made them look toward the beast again. Because of the night, they didn't see the true appearance of the beast and thought it was just some captured beast. However, as that so-called beast come closer to the range of their torches, they finally had a clear look and their heart trembled when they saw the beast. It was a humanoid brown monster with slimy liquid gushing out from its body. Its mouth was filled with sharp fangs and its red eyes were filled with killing intent. "What the fuck is this thing?" a burly man yelled in horror. Rosalia also found this unbelievable when she saw the appearance of that thing. This was their first time seeing such an abomination, and it looked nothing like some beast. Some of the mercenaries opened fire in fear, but to their horror, those bullets simply bounce off that thing. "Captain, this is not how we plan. Even the rifle bullets have no effect on it," a woman shouted with an aghast expression. "She lied to me. This is not a goblin facility we can raid." Rosalia's heart palpitated with fear and hatred in her eyes. She never thought she would get tricked into coming here, or it was also a possibility that her partner didn't know about this either. Nevertheless, it wasn't time to mull over it because the monster's speed suddenly increased as it ran toward the burly man with its mouth wide open. She shouted, "Retreat, this mission is over, save yourself." She directly dashed toward the woods. Everyone looked at fleeing Rosalia with a hint of bewilderment and resentment. But they knew every mercenary was like this, and once they sensed real danger, they would also save their own skin first. So Rosalia fleeing action wasn't out of their expectation. There wasn't any fighting chance against that monster since they can't even phase it with bullets. They all fled in different directions, while the burly man had the aggro of that monster. "Bunch of backstabbers." His voice was filled with hatred as if he had done nothing like this before or he won't do the same if he was in their shoes. Furthermore, the brown monster's speed was increasing at an alarming rate, and despite being a C-rank mercenary, he was losing ground quickly. "Heh, running won't help." The same husky voice rang in the vicinity, filled with disdain. Jacob also saw the monster and couldn't summon cursed immortality instantly. "What is that thing?" he quickly asked while his eyes were affixed on the monster, as it seemed to grow stronger with every second. Furthermore, the hole was now unguarded since that monster was busy chasing those mercenaries. Immortality wrote teasingly, "It seemed your luck is not bad." Jacob frowned. "What do you mean? I don't have time to play riddle with you." "Heh, that thing is actually a man-made mutant after they combined genes of two species so they could achieve evolution. However, do you think those bunch of pig brains can achieve something like this and break the limit on their bloodline so easily? They're simply playing God and they're terrible at that as well." Nevertheless, since that mutant is a mixture of two species, it meant it's a new species entirely. Currently, its rank is Tier-7, and if he ate enough living beings, he can evolve into Tier-8, but that's its limit since it was born after mixing the Tier 2 genes into Tier 5 genes. Heh, that's why I said it was your chance. If you can let it evolve into Tier-8 and then kill it and acquire its heart, you'll probably 10% increase in the cursed mark. Most importantly, you failed to awake any ability on your 10% completion last time, but with that mutant heart, your chance of awakening an ability will also be higher since your heart is also mutant. Jacob's eyes suddenly lit up when he read the last details. He had already heard about the ability from Immortality, but he never managed to awaken it. Now he was hearing it again, and it seemed his chances were quite high. He suddenly looked at the monster, who had already gobbled up that burly mercenary whole despite his struggle, and quickly dashed toward the other direction where another mercenary had escaped. "That monster has already entered the rank of rarer species. If I let it grow to Tier-8, I'm afraid I would lose the ability to hunt it down altogether." "What if I killed it now?" Jacob asked. "That mutant is still an infant. If you kill it now, you'll only get the normal benefits of swallowing a Tier-7 species. A mutant like this only benefits you if it matured completely. Hee, why don't you let it eat all those humans who are at the peak of Tier-3 and then fed it that fellow hiding in that hole? It's a Tier-5 hob troll who had broken the limit of its bloodline 2 times, Immortality suggested. Jacob's interest was suddenly piqued. "Hob troll, what do you mean broke the limit 2 times? He knew hob trolls were a Tier 3 species like humans, and this hob troll was a Tier-5. Immortality also mentions how that mutant came into being. It was also because someone tried to break the limit. Didn't I already explain that there are some species that can evolve in tiers despite the lower tiers they were born with? This is called the limit break, and the more limit a species breaks, the stronger it is from the other natural species of the same rank. Simply put, a B-rank human is someone who had broken the limit of their bloodline, and a rank is the same case. The species with intelligence can break their limits and evolve into higher-tier species, as long as they knew which is the right path for them. This is a higher concept you'll come in contact with once you meet the species above tier -12. You'll know just how insignificant you truly are. Ha 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 ha. Jacob felt slight fear, but there was a hint of expectation in his eyes when he thought just how deep this entire concept was, and he wasn't even qualified to be a frog in the well yet. However, just as Immortality said, this wasn't the time to know about these things, and he should be grateful that the usually annoying book revealed this much to him without wasting his time in talking circles. Well, let's see how strong a hobtroll who had broken this so-called bloodline limit is. Jacob's lips curled into a wintry smile. He had already killed hobtrolls without using his strength before. Furthermore, this hobtroll seemed to be in control of that mutant. If he could gain that control, he can easily kill that mutant after letting it evolve into tier -8. Is there more species in that hole? He asked. Only one. It seemed that hobtroll had already fed everyone inside to that mutant to help it acquire this much strength. Heh, I wonder who will win between you two. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Do you mean that hobtroll is as strong as me? He knew just how strong he was, and there was hardly anyone who could give him a fight in the uncommon region. Heh, I can't answer this question. I have already gotten my answer with your creepy laugh. Jacob sneered and closed the book. If things come to shove, I'll just use the Titan sniper, Jacob sneered. Before he take any further action, he take out something from his pendant. It was a faceless dark mask made with Titan iron. He had saved it for such occasions. He put on the mask and it fit his face perfectly. Then he suddenly unfolded his collar and it turned into a long hood. He covered his head with the hood on his jacket, completely hiding his silver hair. Now only his amber eyes were visible. He slowly crept toward the dark hole. If that mutant didn't have any allure to him, he would never take such a risk. And if he wanted to hunt that thing after it mature, he had to get rid of this hidden threat first. Jacob looked down the hole and it was 20 meters deep and there was a dim light. It seemed you managed to escape my pet's detection. Interesting. Jacob suddenly turned around and finally noticed the voice source. It was coming from a tree. He understood those blue dots he saw in that device were monitoring devices, and that guy was still in the hideout, monitoring everyone like he was watching a show. Jacob suddenly pulled a stiff smile under his mask as he sneered, "How about you come out of this small hole of yours and we have a chat? It's meaningless, you're dead whether you meet me or not." The voice was filled with indifference and disdain, as if Jacob wasn't worth his attention. Jacob suddenly put a hand in his inner pocket and pulled out a blue landmine. He waved the landmine on the tree and coolly said, "I wonder if I threw this in this hole, will you crawl out or not?" Chapter 96, Bluffing. Jacob suddenly put a hand in his inner pocket and pulled out a blue landmine. He waved the landmine on the tree and coolly said, "I wonder if throw this in this hole, will you crawl out or not?" It seemed you have some skills to even acquire that intermediate smoke mine without blowing yourself up. But are you sure you wanted to meet me? The voice still sounded indifferent. Jacob, however, didn't buy that calm act and sneered, "If you wanted to buy time for your pet to come here, I promise I'll throw it inside before I leave." What do you think will happen then? Truth be told, Jacob didn't want to waste this smoke mine, since it was probably the Glean Gnome's trump card to get rid of a powerful opponent like him. That's why he was threatening, and he also wanted to see just how much this mine can scare this hobtroll who was as strong as him. "Since you wish for death, I'll grant your wish." The husky voice was icy cold, but there was a hint of anger in his voice this time. Jacob's lip curled. He didn't want to go inside the hideout where this hobtroll had an absolute advantage, since he knew where the traps were set and how to activate them. Fighting outside was the best option, and he now had some idea just how scary this mine was, so he quickly put it away and took out 2 white smoke mines. And without any hesitation, he threw them inside with a wintry smile. "If you think I'll let you walk out without any consequences, then you are a moron," Jacob sneered before he quickly dashed toward the tree. He never said he will fight fairly. Besides, if that mutant came back, he might not handle 2 of them together, and then he had to kill the mutant as well. That'd be a great waste. Furthermore, the ladder seemed to be destroyed by the mutant when it crawled upward. He wanted to see how that hobtroll will climb up with that annoying smoke. Jacob quickly pulled out his Titan sniper, and after connecting it, he aimed it toward the hole. The moment that hobtroll appeared, he will not hesitate to shoot him. However, smoke suddenly started rising, covering the entire hole. Jacob frowned, but he didn't move from his position while staring at the smoke. He was also alert for any movement of that mutant. When a minute passed, Jacob suddenly noticed someone flying out the hole, and when he had a closer look, his expression changed. A stick grenade. Without any delay, he quickly took cover. He never thought this opponent was this resourceful, and this also take away his chance of killing that guy in one shot. With a booming sound, the smoke and dust cover the area. Jacob quickly attached the sniper to his back before he drew one short sword in one hand while a black shotgun appeared in another hand. It was the shotgun he had made himself, and it was far more powerful than those low-quality shotguns he acquired. Jacob suddenly heard quick footsteps coming his way. He knew I'm here. Without any hesitation, he shot in that direction. Boom, you're not just talking, huh? But if you think these bullets can touch me and this is where your confidence came from, then you're already dead, the hob troll sneered. Jacob heard something flying right toward him. This bastard. He knew this was another stick grenade and quickly dashed toward another tree. Boom, the tree was blown into debris, since you wanted to play. Let's play, Jacob's voice was icy cold. And without any hesitation, he dashed toward the hob troll while putting the shotgun away, and he drew his second short sword. You're not afraid of death, aren't you? The hob troll clearly heard Jacob coming, and he seemed to want just that. Jacob saw a tall figure wrapped in a dark cloak at this moment. But his focus turned on the long 2-meter-long black spear in this figure's hand, especially the dark spear blade. It was 5 feet long and extremely sharp. Titan iron. Jacob instantly identified the blade since he had worked with the Titan iron and his blade was the same. However, that spear was made with extremely high craftsmanship while his swords were made by Isaac, who was only a blacksmith in a small town. The cloaked hob troll also seemed to spot the too-short sword in Jacob's hands. Who are you? His voice was stern with a hint of shock. He knew the Titan iron wasn't something just anyone could gain. Your death, Jacob smirked before he slashed his left sword toward the hob troll's hand. HMPH, big words. The hob troll's voice was mixed with rage. He swung his long spear vertically without giving Jacob's short sword any chance of approaching him. However, when both blades clashed, sparks appeared, and when the hob troll thought Jacob would be sent flying, but on the contrary, he felt a tremendous force behind that strike. A rank, how is that possible? He's not human. The hob troll was shocked this time because he was a hidden rank expert and didn't achieve it by himself as well. That's why he knew better than another just how powerful an A-rank expert was and how difficult to enter this rank was for races in the uncommon region. Before, he thought this masked man was from humans, but he knew humans didn't have any A-rank expert, nor had they had such support to help them reach this rank. That's why he quickly assumed Jacob from the rare region, and he was probably hired by the Glean gnomes to protect their people in secret. His absolute confidence in winning this fight also crumbled when this realization struck him. Jacob was also slightly shocked when he felt his opponent wasn't weaker than him at all. It was his first time clashing with someone who could take his full force attack and remain standing. They both moved back a few feet after their first clash. The hob troll coldly asked, "Who are you and why are you getting in my way? Do you know the consequence of hindering the business of Killer Skull Society?" Before, the hob troll wanted to kill Jacob, but now that he has a taste of Jacob's strength, he knew winning against Jacob would exhaust his most trump cards, which he didn't want. Furthermore, the mutant was still hunting those mercenaries, and Jacob didn't give him any chance to summon it back when he threw those smoke mines inside. That's why he stated the name of the organization behind him, because in his mind Jacob was from the rare region, and in the rare region very few powers provoke the Killer Skull Society, because everyone knows the members of Killer Skull Society were all suicidal lunatics. Not even an A-rank mercenary would clash with Killer Skull Society alone, or he had to look over his shoulder all the time. A sudden realization dawned on Jacob. He couldn't help but sneer. "So, you are one of the clowns of that clown society. I was just wondering where I had seen this kind of dressing before. You dare to spout nonsense about my society? Do you dare to reveal your background?" The hob troll was furious when he heard Jacob's belittling tone. But he was secretly more vigilant about Jacob's background now. Jacob sneered, "I'm the protector of the Zodiac Taurus Bank in the uncommon region, and I don't want your clown society hindering our business, so give me the control of that thing and scram." Jacob also didn't want to get in the fight with this hob troll now. First, he wasn't confident in stopping him, and second, he still didn't know all of his hidden trump cards. So it wasn't worth fighting him as long as he can trick him into submission and make him give up the mutant. That was why he simply bluffed about being the protector of the Zodiac Taurus Bank. Although he had no proof, his strength was enough proof, and his opponent would also think this way. Protector of Zodiac Taurus Bank, the hob troll was shocked. The bigwigs of the three hegemonies weren't something even the Killer Skull Society provoked. However, the hob troll was completely unwilling because they had exhausted vast resources to make that mutant and even tricked a race of the rare region. That mutant was a crucial part of their plan. How could he hand it over so easily? "If your excellency is willing to back down, I'll compensate you with 10 million gold coins and won't cause much trouble in the humane kingdom." The hob troll tone wasn't arrogant anymore, as he didn't want to fight Jacob to death. Jacob couldn't help but smile coldly and shook his head. I want that thing. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay away from my business. Or I can issue an order to every mercenary branch in the uncommon region to hunt every single member of your clown society. Chapter 97. The Might of Titan's Sniper. The Hob Troll's voice turned extremely icy. Are you really want to do this over a failed product? He really couldn't understand why Jacob was after that mutant since it had no value except it was a killing machine that didn't feel pain or remorse while killing. If Jacob weren't an A rank, he might risk killing Jacob and completing the mission before vanishing from the uncommon region. Even if the Zodiac Taurus Bank sent someone to seek revenge, he and the members of the Killer Skull Society would be long gone in hiding. The Killer Skull Society was extremely secretive, and no one knows how it operates or where its hideouts were. That's why no one could get rid of it despite being hated by almost everyone. However, Jacob's appearance had caught him off guard, since they didn't know someone like him even exist in the uncommon region despite their information network. If Jacob really can move the mercenary of the entire uncommon region, even the ones in the Earthen Kingdom, which was their base of operation, it would hinder whatever they were doing in the uncommon region, which was far more important than a mutant. Now he had only two choices: do as Jacob said and report this to the higher-ups, or he can risk everything which would put his life in danger, and if Jacob had some trump cards, he might even die or lose a limb or two. Jacob sneered, "Why don't you try?" He could sense the opponent was almost in his hand. Roarer. Suddenly, the mutant's roar rang from a few hundred meters in the distance. That thing is coming back. Jacob's expression turned somewhat dark. The Hob Troll suddenly dashed toward Jacob while he thrust his spear toward his chest. As long as I can keep you here, who will know what happened? The Hob Troll's voice was filled with killing intent. He finally made his choice. This mutant was just too important for their real purpose in the uncommon region. Now that it was coming back, if he could use its strength, Jacob would be dead, and before anyone knows what happened to Jacob, he would be long gone. Jacob knew things were going south, and he only had a minute or two before that mutant will reach here. He had to kill this guy and get hold of the control of that mutant. He used the sword in his left hand like a shield and slashed the other on the Hob Troll's wrist. The Hob Troll's reaction wasn't slow, either. He slid his hand down and Jacob's sword met with the spear shaft, creating sparks. Jacob, on the other hand, was forced back because of the spear's impact on his chest. He's delaying. Jacob quickly saw through that Hob Troll's scheme. With that spear length, he could easily keep Jacob away from himself as long as he didn't make any mistakes. Their reflexes were equally matched, which also made it impossible for them to kill each other quickly. While the Hob Troll also had a psychological advantage in the form of the mutant. He knew Jacob would be desperate because of the mutant, and he just had to wait before he found an opening in Jacob's defense. As long as he wound Jacob gravely, he would use his trump card to make sure Jacob won't leave this place alive. However, he underestimated Jacob when he thought Jacob would use just swords to play his game. Jacob unexpectedly threw his sword at him like an arrow before he detached the sniper from his back and take aim. The Hob Troll didn't expect Jacob would abandon his weapon for that long gun attached to his back. He wasn't afraid of bullets because in his view guns were not effective against a rank expert, and even if those bullets touched them, they would only leave small wounds. The skin of A-rank mercenary was as tough as rock, so there were very few guns that could actually hurt them, and they were almost impossible to acquire since those stingy gunsmiths won't sell them easily. So he only focused on blocking the incoming sword. Even if that bullet hit him, it would only leave a scratch since he was also wearing armor and that cloak was also made with a beast hide, and he also had an extra hidden layer of protection. Jacob's lips curled upward and he pulled the trigger. Boom! The Titan bullet, despite being shot after the sword, reached its target first. The Hob Troll's heart palpitated when he heard that deafening gunshot. He was caught off guard, and he didn't even see the shadow of that bullet as it directly landed just below his neck. That impact was far more powerful than the impact he received from Jacob's strike, and he was sent flying like a rag doll. Furthermore, the bullet was so fast that the shield barrier activated after the bullet successfully pierced through his cloak and armor and struck between his lungs. However, because of those two shield protections, he was still alive, or that bullet could have completely poked a huge hole in his chest. But this didn't mean he was fine. His windpipe was also pressed by that bullet now, and his breath became ragged while the piercing pain assaulted him. He finally understood Jacob's throwing his sword was just a decoy, and his real trump card was this bullet, and he was now completely horrified of that gun despite the surrounding barrier. This wound was not something he could ignore and continue to fight, just as he was still in shock. Click. The sound of reloading rang in his ears. Despite the surrounding barrier, he didn't feel safe anymore and wasn't confident like before. I have to escape and report this to higher up. He quickly abandoned any thought of struggle, and with extreme difficulty he suddenly slapped his leg. Jacob was about to shoot another bullet when dark blue smoke suddenly rose from the ground at an alarming rate. HMPH paltry tricks. Jacob completely ignored that smoke since it still wasn't fast enough to cover that wounded hob troll. He pulled the trigger. The hob troll was frightening now. He even pulled the spear between his head and neck. He knew as long as he can avoid damage to these parts, he can escape, and Jacob would probably aim at this area. His gamble paid off. Jacob wanted to end it and took a headshot. Although the bullet breaks the barrier, the Titan iron spearhead only bends but does not pierce or broke by the bullet impact. But it was enough to make a deep wound on the hob troll's head. Fuck. Jacob cursed when he saw that blade safe that hob troll. He again reloaded, but this time the smoke already reached his face and the hob troll had vanished. But he still took the shot. He was too close to killing that hob troll. Boom, the bullet literally created a hole in the smoke with its speed, and when Jacob saw the bullet land on the ground, there wasn't any track of that hob troll except his blood. He knew that bastard had escaped. Shit, Jacob was exasperated. This smoke was just too thick, and when noticed the burning sensation on his skin, his expression darkened even more. Is this the blue landmine? He was alarmed when he thought about it. And his skin suddenly started charred. He quickly pulled the hood over his eyes and dashed toward the hole not far away. Likewise, he knew this smoke was too deadly even for him, and that the underground hideout was his chance to escape it. Furthermore, he didn't want to try and outrun this smoke since he had no idea just how much range it had. And that hob troll might be in that hideout as well. That guy was gravely wounded by him, and it won't be easily run in this blue acidic smoke. He wanted to finish that guy off since this might also kill the approaching mutant as well. It took away his chance to acquire a tier-8 mutant heart, and the benefits came with it. When he jumped inside the hole, the white smoke was still there, but because of Tiger Bull's hide, it didn't affect Jacob much. And he also covered his hands and face. So he was fine for now. Jacob tried to look around. He saw a pathway that led to the other side, which was lit in dim light. He slowly walked with silent feet, while his sniper was aimed in front and the sword in his other hand. At the end of the hallway, Jacob saw something very familiar. There was a glass cell like in the Decker's lab, but it was completely broken. Did they make that mutant here? Jacob guessed as he noticed the blue liquid on the floor, mixed with blood and gore with some body parts of humans. It was a horrendous sight. There was some scattered medical equipment and a broken stretcher. But Jacob's attention was drawn to the opening of the west corner of this place, which was glowing in faint light. Chapter 98, Hunting the Mutant. Jacob slowly moved toward that opening. When he was in front of that opening, he saw a huge monitor which was showing the entire lion forest with a glowing red dot. There was a map on the wall. A monitoring room. Is that the mutant? Jacob's eyes narrowed when he looked at the red dot, which was now moving away from this area at an incredible speed. After making sure that Hob Troll wasn't hiding anywhere, he relaxed a bit and started to search through the monitor room. He also pocketed that unfamiliar map. Jacob just looked behind the wide monitor screen when his expression changed because there was a timer that continued counting down, and there were only 15 seconds left until it reached 0. That hateful prick! Jacob couldn't help but curse it out loud, and without waiting to see what that timer was about, he took a last glance at the monitor and ran toward the exit at full speed. The dark blue smoke was already starting to enter the hideout, but Jacob didn't care about that. He quickly jumped around the wall like a monkey and exited the hideout into the thick blue smoke. He quickly hid his skin and ran in the east direction without stopping. Thereupon, a booming sound rang in the vicinity and a tremor passed through the ground. Jacob's eyes were deadly cold. "Don't let me catch you." He knew that Hob Troll was behind the activation of that timer, so he could destroy everything in that hideout if things goes awry, and he succeeded. Jacob knew there was something that Hob Troll didn't want anyone to see, and the mutant control might be in that place as well. Now everything was gone, while that mutant might die in this smoke. He also lost one of his short swords he threw at the Hob Troll and wasted Titan bullets. However, Jacob suddenly noticed the resistance of that thick smoke was getting lighter. He couldn't help but peek slightly, and the blue smoke was getting lighter and lighter with every second. But what was different about this was, he wasn't getting out of the range of the smoke, but it was now moving in a west direction at an extremely alarming rate, like some vacuum was sucking it. Now what? Jacob was astonished because that direction was the exact direction where the mutant fled in. Jacob frowned slightly. It was his chance to get out of here, but he was curious about why this smoke was going in that direction. Here goes nothing. If this was that Hob Troll, I'll get rid of that prick for good and acquire that mutant heart while at it, he thought, and followed that smoke from a safe distance while his Titan sniper was in his hand. After following the smoke for over 800 meters, Jacob finally saw the source and he was shocked. He saw a gigantic shadow in the center of the blue smoke, and all the smoke was vanishing into this shadow. But the most shocking thing was that the shadow was growing larger as the blue smoke got absorbed by it. That mutant is absorbing this smoke. Jacob had seen the mutant, and that shadow looked exactly like it, and it was already 6 meters tall now. Fuck, I can't summon Immortality anymore. Is it evolving somehow with this smoke's help? Jacob could only guess now since he had no idea how this evolution worked, but he could feel that the mutant was growing stronger at an alarming rate. This might be my chance. Jacob's heart raced when he thought about how this disaster turned into an opportunity for him. He quickly hid within the crown of a tree that was now filled with withered leaves and waited for that mutant to absorb the smoke completely. On the south of the lion forest, a figure surrounded by a red transparent barrier was running while drops of blood kept falling from his cloak. He halted when he felt the blue smoke was gone. Without delay, he skewered his fingers into the bloody hole in his chest and groaned as he gritted his teeth. Soon he slid his fingers out, and a 16 black bullet head could be seen between his fingers. He growled in hatred while clenching the bullet head. I'll remember this. He then takes out a small metal flask and gulped a green liquid down completely. How did I exit the area of the intermediate smoke mine so quickly? The hob troll was confused, but when he thought about Jacob and the gun that could even break past the shield barrier, he didn't want to stay here to find out the reason behind it. He then glanced around before he began to move again. His speed was much faster than before. I never thought the mission would fail in the humane kingdom without it even begun. I have to report it to the higher-ups. It seemed someone is paying attention to the uncommon region, and the letter disappearance might also have something to do with it. It's good that I have already connected the self-destruction trigger with this intermediate mine. Now no one will get anything out of that place. We had to lie low for the time being. As for that protector, I look forward to our next meeting. His dark green eyes were filled with killing intent as he vanished into the dark forest. On the other side, Jacob had no idea the hob troll was completely clueless about what was happening with the mutant right now. The smoke was already gone, and the 7-meter-tall mutant appeared tens of meters away from him. Its color was now purple while its humanoid body was more muscular, and its long, ugly face had characteristics of a green gnome, except for its emotionless, glowing red eyes and the dreadful aura it was giving off. Howl. It suddenly let loose a reverberating howl which made even Jacob feel pressure. It has evolved. Jacob was sure of it as his face lit up. With a cold smile, he aimed directly toward its head and pulled the trigger. He didn't want to fight this thing and save some bullets, it simply wasn't worth it. Boom. The Titan bullet directly landed on its huge slimy head, and the impact made the huge mutant lose its balance and it fell between trees. However, it wasn't dead. The bullet only penetrated its thick skin. With a deafening mad cry, it quickly ran on his limb between trees. Jacob's expression turned serious when he saw this. It seemed it wasn't just a mindless idiot anymore. It can tell the Titan bullet can threaten its life, so he's running, but you're not getting away that easily. Jacob's lips curled before he chased the fleeing mutant while he changed the empty magazine with his spare one while storing the empty one away. He aimed while running and pulled the trigger. Another sonic boom rang, and the bullet landed on the mutant's shoulder, which made it cry in pain and rage. It twisted around and threw a punch toward the direction where that bullet had come from. But Jacob kept a 50-meter distance from it, and the mutant did not know how far he was, so the punch only blasted a tree. Although it was intelligent to tell the danger and fled for its life, it wasn't that intelligent to know how a gun works. Jacob sneered and again pulled the trigger while aiming right where the bleeding hole in its head was. Now it was in his view. Boom, bullseye, Jacob smirked when the bullet landed on its mark. The mutant let loose a ghastly howl, this time as it clutched his head with its claws. The bullet had pierced through the skull and his brain, and if it was someone else, they would have been dead by now. Jacob knew it was only a matter of time before that mutant will die. So he didn't waste more bullets and kept watching as the mutant's shrill screams become powerless. After 10 minutes of struggle, the mutant hands finally turned limp and it started to fall on its head forward. Boom! Another bullet pierced the same head wound again, which also sent the mutant flying back. It was an insurance shot by Jacob just to make sure that thing died completely. After the mutant fell to the ground with a massive thud, Jacob still waited for 10 minutes before he finally came out of his cover. He crept toward the huge body of the mutant, which lay lumped between the destroyed trees. He had to admit that this mutant was really like a cockroach. Jacob kicked the mutant a few times, and after he was completely sure that it was dead, he attached his sniper on his back again and took out his sword. He walked toward its chest and cut open its slimy chest. When he saw the 2 feet large blue heart, he was astonished. Nevertheless, he took out the heart box and the heart barely fit in it. He then had to use another box to fill it with blood. As for its meat, he would not eat it after watching it absorb that blue smoke. Without caring about what will happen next, he left toward the Lionheart City. It's time for him to leave the uncommon region. Chapter 99. Leaving, 10 hours after Jacob left the lion forest, a small regiment of soldiers appeared in the area where an enormous crater was located, and some soldiers were completely blocking the vicinity, closing it for civilians. A tall, middle-aged man in leather clothes with a sword scabbard on his back was standing in front of the mutant body with another middle-aged man in a lavish outfit with long hair. Two beauties were standing beside this long-haired man. One of them wore a tight hunter outfit while the other was wearing white loose robes and a veil to cover her face, but her intelligent eyes were looking at the mutant with great interest. The long-haired middle-aged man suddenly spoke with indignation. "You discovered this facility and didn't even bother to tell me about you. Are you rebelling, Rose?" The tall, heroic beauty was none other than Rosalia, or Rose, who managed to escape with her life last night because the mutant mysteriously decided to return. She didn't dare to stay here and directly found her father, the overseer of the city lord Vil Lionheart, and told him everything. Vil was naturally shocked when he heard about that monster that couldn't be hurt with bullets and can eat C-rank mercenaries like carrots. Although he was furious at Rose for keeping it a secret from him, he had no time to scold her because he knew his arrogant and proud daughter won't seek him unless she can't handle anything herself. And if she can't handle something, this means it was really serious. So he quickly contacted the vice leader Kite of the Star Mercenary Agency to come with him and investigate. Kite quickly agreed when he heard there was a facility in this place, which means huge profit if they get anything valuable. However, when they reached this place, not only the facility was destroyed by someone, but the monster was also slain. Truth be told, when Kite saw the mutant, even he felt his heart jump and thank the person who killed it, or this thing might really flatter the entire fief of the Lionheart family, his agency included. Rose pursed her lips and she said, "I told you I was wrong. We have a more important matter to deal with. Can we talk about it after we found out who killed it and destroyed the facility?" Rose had first-handedly experienced the might of this mutant, and she never felt so much despair in her life as she felt last night. Vil's expression turned livid. "You dare to talk back? You are grounded for a year." He was really furious not because the facility was destroyed or Rose hid the truth, but because Rose nearly get herself killed because of some fame and wealth. He loved his daughter far more than anything, and Rose was the apple of his eyes as the eldest daughter and most talented of his children. But he had spoiled her so much, she now didn't even listen to him. That's why I was now regretting his way of raising her. Rose merely pouted but didn't retort anymore. She knew her dad meant well and cared about her, and it was her fault to begin with, so she remained silent this time. Vil finally looked at the veiled woman who had a gorgeous figure even more seductive than Rose. He sighed and asked bitterly, "Guildmaster, please forgive my manner. Did you discover what this thing is?" This veiled woman was none other than the guildmaster of Apothecary Guild, Paula. Normally, Paula never bothered herself with anyone, as she was obsessed with her research. But today she approached Vil and requested to tag alone when she found out about the incident last night from her sources. Vil was more than happy to have her on board since she was an expert when it came to biological things like this. Paula said with uncertainty, "First, it would be better if we don't touch it with our hands. Do you see the conditions of the trees and group beneath this monster? It is probably some poisonous substance. Second, whoever killed it, they killed it with an extremely powerful projectile weapon like a gun and then take its heart and left. Lastly, I want your men to send this carcass to the guild lab. I can only answer your other question after I examined it more thoroughly." Kite's eyes narrowed when he heard the second point. A weapon that could kill this thing, just who was it? "I never heard Gunsmith Guild inventing such weapons, or the agency will do anything to get their hands on it. I have to report it to the capital. If those gunsmiths were hiding such weapon, we have to force them in handing it over. Even the king might get involved to get such a weapon, and those gunsmiths won't be able to hide it once that happened." Despite he was shaken by this surreal event, his heart raced and a greedy glint flashed past his eyes when he thought of getting such a weapon. Vil and Rose had the same thought as Kite. Suddenly, a soldier approached them. "My lord, we found this stab in a tree bark in the rubble." They looked at the dark, short sword, which was extremely sharp. Kite couldn't help but take it from the soldier and then slashed it on a tree. Everyone was astonished when the tree was cut like it was jelly. This, could it be the Titan iron? Vil had seen Titan iron once, and he heard just how deadly a weapon made with it can be. Furthermore, this sword was probably purely made with Titan iron, which was even more shocking. Just who were these people? Kite couldn't help but exclaim out loud. He turned around and said, "I want this sword. I hope the city lord won't have any problem with it. In return, I owe you 3 C-rank missions." He was also a sword user, and this sword was just too sharp, and he was planning to have it recast. He will be as strong as the agency leader with the new weapon. Vil saw through Kite's intentions, while Rose frowned because even she wanted that sword of Titan iron. "All right, I have no issue. This sword will only shine in the vice leader's hand anyway." Vil agreed. In the end, 3 free C-rank missions were quite a good deal for him, but Rose wanted to fight for the sword. You have no say in it. Vil glared at her and shut her down. Rose resentfully looked at Vil before storming away. Kite was quite content and chuckled. She's just a child. Don't worry, she'll come around. Vil sighed bitterly. I hope so. While the upper echelon was busy in the lion forest and curious about who was the killer of the gigantic monster, the man himself was busy in a close smithy room in the gunsmith guild. Jacob didn't sleep or rest after he returned and directly come to the gunsmith guild to make more Titan bullets and also serve as his Titan sniper. Lastly, he was making new Titan swords. Since he lost one, they weren't as sharp as the Hob Troll's spear. He decided to recast the old one and make a new one with it. This time, he made one side of the short swords into a full chisel and forged the swords into crescent blades. He used an ancient method to reforge these blades, which he learned in his old world. He also put metal bearings in the center of 2 hits, so he could rotate them on his fingers to confuse his opponent. Now, whoever was stabbed by these blades will know the true meaning of pain, and he was quite confident that Titan's spear will be chipped if it clashed with these 2 blades. After spending 20 hours in the guild, he left silently as he appeared before taking one last glance at the building. Then he returned to this house, and the first thing he did was to start the distillation process with the gnome heart and left to take a bath and pack his things. His only belonging was the Titan iron bricks. Expect them. All the things he needed were in his pendant, which was already packed. He also had to store his blood boxes in the big black bag with the bricks because he needed to store the bullets. The space was just too small. The whole Titan sniper can't fit if he didn't separate it into 2 small components. After he was done packing, he collected the gnome heart essence in injection and stored it away before he put the mutant heart for distillation. He wasn't planning to inject these heart essences here and do it in the wilderness where he could hunt the rare beasts. Jacob also studied the large map he got from the hideout, and it was surprisingly the map of entire rainy mountain ranges in the uncommon region, which was just the thing he needed the most. When the mutant crystal red heart essence was ready, he put it in a flask and stored it away and packed the distillation equipment in another bag. Under the shade of night, Jacob left the Lionheart city without anyone noticing and started this trek toward the rare races region.